Chapter 1807. Little bastard. You're courting death. Seeing the gate of the demonic realm destroyed, countless demonic tribe members roared in anger. All of them wanted to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Seeing that he had succeeded, Lin Feng turned around and rushed outside. Kill. The 9 demons picture, the swallowing heaven jar, and the giant sword charged towards Primordial Jie, Azura young earl, and demon snake young princess respectively. Originally, they were fighting with the 4 sacred birds, Bibi, the god realm clone, and the winged cobra. Seeing the 3 treasures charging towards them, their expressions changed. Their expressions changed drastically, and they didn't dare to fight head-on. They hurriedly forced their opponents back and retreated quickly. Lin Feng kept the 4 sacred birds, Bibi, and the others into the mountain river ring. Then, he kept the 3 treasures. Next, he pushed his speed to the limit and rushed outside. Currently, Shui Linglong's nimble chess game still trapped 5,000 to 6,000 devil experts. It was a good opportunity for Lin Feng to leave. However, before Lin Feng could rush out, suddenly, above the 9 heavens, a huge whirlpool appeared. That huge whirlpool distorted the void. Within the vortex, waves of destructive energy waves were emitted. Boom. Next, a terrifying power surged out from the whirlpool. Bang. That power directly sent Lin Feng flying hundreds of meters away. His body crashed heavily into a mountain peak. The entire mountain collapsed, and he was buried under the rubble. Domineering. It was a domineering power. In the whirlpool, a domineering power was emitted. Lin Feng was blown away by that terrifying strength. Immediately after, Shui Linglong's Linglong chess set was destroyed. It's the Demon King. Countless demons roared happily. Primitive Demon King, the ruler of the primitive demon kingdom, although this person was not on the supreme list. But to be honest, among the experts on the supreme list, except for the Red World Fairy, who dared to say that they could defeat the primitive Demon King? The reason why the primitive Devil Emperor wasn't listed on the supreme list wasn't because he wasn't strong enough. It was because he didn't participate in the sovereign meet. The terrifying existence had cultivated for 7,520,000 years. His cultivation was immeasurable. Although his true body had yet to descend. But they were separated by endless time and space. He was actually able to bring his domineering aura to this valley. The strength of his cultivation was simply unimaginable. Kill this woman and that brat. Countless demons began to roar. His killing intent was monstrous. Numerous devils besieged Shui Linglong. At the same time, a large number of demons charged towards Lin Feng. Bang! The ruins exploded, and Lin Feng rushed out from the ruins. He was wearing the Death God armor, protecting his entire body. Then, he unleashed the burning wrath of the heavens, condensing a 4-colored fireball, and directly unleashed it. Boom! The 4-colored fireball exploded. An energy that could destroy the heavens and earth surged out. Miserable cries rang out one after another. It was unknown how many devil race cultivators were killed. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the whirlpool in the sky. From that whirlpool, there was an even more terrifying fluctuation. Obviously, the primitive Devil Emperor seemed to be rushing over from afar. He had to leave quickly. Once the terrifying existence of the primitive Devil Emperor appeared, at that time, he would definitely end up in a situation where his body and Tao would vanish. Lin Feng rushed out quickly. Boom boom boom. But at this moment, the numerous devil race cultivators unleashed all kinds of mystic skills at him. Those mystic skills formed a torrent of attacks, sweeping across the heavens and earth. They directly bombarded Lin Feng's body, sending him flying. Barf! Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body fell from mid-air, landing heavily on the ground. No matter how strong an individual was, there was no way he could fight against an army. Numerous devil race cultivators wielded all kinds of weapons and slashed at Lin Feng. Go to hell! Lin Feng took out his great desolate war spear and shouted furiously. He jumped up from the ground and used his great desolate war spear to sweep away a group of demon cultivators. He was heavily surrounded by the army. He couldn't escape. He didn't even have the time to unleash his mystic skills. He could only rely on his physical body and martial techniques to fight. The devil race cultivators surged forward like a tidal wave. Fart, fart, fart. One by one, the devil race cultivators were stabbed to death by Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was also sent flying time and time again. Under the attacks of these devil race cultivators, the death god armor lost most of its divinity. Its luster dimmed, and eventually, it retracted back into Lin Feng's body. Seeing that Lin Feng's defensive armor was no longer effective, the attacks of the devil race cultivators became even more frenzied. There were countless wounds on Lin Feng's body. His entire body was almost covered in blood. He dashed left and right amidst the army. Lin Feng's expression was incomparably gloomy. If this continued, it would definitely not work. Only death would await them. But now, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to escape. Clang, clang, clang. Just at this time, Shui Linglong quickly attacks with a sword in her hand. Shui Linglong's swordsmanship is really superb. With a thrust of her sword, numerous sword images appeared. Devil cultivators would be injured if they were grazed, and they would die if they were touched. His senior sister Linglong was much stronger than the average holy son or holy daughter. Lin Feng had never seen the cultivation level of the Red World Fairy when she was Shui Linglong's age. However, Lin Feng felt that even compared to the Red World Fairy, this senior sister Linglong's cultivation was not inferior. Lin Feng had always felt that he was monstrous enough. However, compared to senior sister Linglong, there was still a huge gap. However, when he thought of the possibility that this senior sister Linglong was the reincarnation of a powerful expert, he couldn't help but think about it. In his heart, he felt relieved. Shui Linglong tore a gap in the army, grabbed Lin Feng, and quickly rushed out. All of you, die. Countless demon race experts surrounded and attacked. The situation was extremely dangerous. Great shift of the heavens. Shui Linglong shouted in a delicate voice. A Milky Way appeared under Lin Feng and Lin Feng's feet, a world appeared. Suddenly, in the Milky Way world beneath their feet, the heavens and the universe instantly reversed. Shua. Light flashed. Lin Feng and Shui Linglong had disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, they had already appeared more than 10 miles away. Such a long distance. It was as if they had teleported. And they had also dodged the attacks of thousands of devil experts. This method was truly unfathomable. Let's go. Shui Linglong shouted in a deep voice. Together with Lin Feng, they rushed into the distance. But at this time, the vortex above the ninth heaven emitted a terrifying devil aura. Immediately after, a tall man wearing an imperial robe descended from the sky. After that man appeared, between heaven and earth, everything was silent. The entire world. It was as if everything was still. A terrifying aura shrouded over. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Seeing that man, his scalp went numb. Primitive Devil Emperor. Descended. P.S. Go for the exam in the afternoon. If you get 4th in the subject, you can get your driver's license. Pray you can pass. Please vote. Thank you. Chapter 1808. Greetings, Demon Emperor. May the Demon Emperor enjoy eternal blessings and live as long as the heavens and earth, and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. After the primitive Devil Emperor arrived, the numerous experts of the devil race all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him. These experts of the devil race were simply too good at flattery. Lin Feng could not help but feel goosebumps all over his body. However, this was not the time to think about this. Lin Feng was most concerned about whether he could escape from the primitive Devil Emperor. He and Shui Linglong quickly rushed into the distance. However, the primitive Devil Emperor had already caught up to them. The two of you are very courageous. Only the two of you dare to disrupt the summoning ritual of the Devil Emperor of the primitive devil race, and even let the two of you succeed. This is truly unbelievable. If geniuses like the two of you continue to grow, your future will be limitless. However, the two of you no longer have the chance to continue growing. No matter what, the two of you will die today. An earth-shattering killing intent was emitted from the primitive Devil Emperor's body. The killing intent in his body seemed to have solidified. It was as if the void was about to be frozen. This existence was simply too terrifying. No one could even think of fighting against him. The primitive Devil Emperor was simply too fast. He only took a few steps, but it was as if he could cross the universe. In just a few breaths' time, he had already caught up to Lin Feng and Shui Linglong. "You leave first," Shui Linglong said. "Am I still a man if I leave senior sister here to deal with the primitive Devil Emperor alone?" Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He took out the 9 Devil picture and took out the Heavenly God elixir. He was prepared to use the Heavenly God elixir to activate the 9 Devil picture and fight the primitive Devil Emperor to the death. "I have my own way of escaping. You should leave quickly so that you don't lose your life," Shui Linglong said. Lin Feng's expression kept changing. He did not know if Shui Linglong was telling the truth. However, he could tell that she was not joking. Could it be that his senior sister really had a way to deal with the primitive Devil Emperor? If that was the case, he might really hinder her from leaving if he stayed here. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decided to listen to Shui Linglong and leave. "Senior sister, be careful," he reminded her before turning around and flying into the distance. "I'll kill you first. Go and kill that brat." The voice of the original Fiend Emperor was extremely cold. Opening his palm, it blotted out the entire sky. An endless amount of devilish light gushed out and grabbed at Shui Linglong. "Human Emperor! 9th Revolution," Shui Linglong shouted coldly as she faced the attack of primitive Devil Emperor. She didn't dodge at all. She faced the primitive Devil Emperor directly. Dazzling rays of light flickered within her body. A total of 9 golden lights flashed. Heaven and earth. It was as if everything had turned into a golden world. That dazzling golden light was so blinding that people couldn't even open their eyes. Even the devil chi emitted from primitive Demon Emperor's body was suppressed by the golden light emitted from Shui Linglong's body. Bang! Immediately after, amidst the endless golden light, the sounds of violent collisions could be heard. Then, the furious roar of the primitive Demon Emperor could be heard. "No, how is this possible? How can you destroy my avatar?" As soon as the voice of the primitive Demon Emperor sounded, he saw his body explode. Shui Linglong was sent flying a few thousand meters away before she fell onto the ground. She struggled to get up, but she couldn't move at all. "Lord Demon Emperor's avatar has been destroyed. How is this possible?" That's the avatar that Lord Demon Emperor had refined for 3 million years. How could it be destroyed by a young human? All the devil race cultivators had an expression of disbelief on their faces. But soon, their eyes were filled with ferocity. "That woman is severely injured. Now is the best chance to capture her. Capturing this woman will be a great achievement." Many devil race cultivators roared loudly and then quickly rushed towards Shui Linglong. Shui Linglong's face was extremely pale. Now, facing those devil race cultivators who were charging at her, she was powerless to turn the situation around. Swoosh! At this moment, Lin Feng ran over from the forest not far away. Although Lin Feng had left earlier, he didn't go too far away. Instead, he hid 10 miles away to watch the battle. What made Lin Feng feel incredulous was that Shui Linglong had actually killed the primitive Demon Emperor. Although that was only the avatar of the primitive Demon Emperor, it was still the avatar that the primitive Demon Emperor had refined for 3 million years. Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. Seeing that Shui Linglong was injured, he quickly flew out. "Senior sister, sorry for the offense." Lin Feng helped Shui Linglong up and let her lie on his back. Lin Feng's hands held Shui Linglong's perky butt. No matter how cold Shui Linglong's temperament was, she couldn't help but blush. Lin Feng stepped on the 8-directional world and flew away quickly. "Kid, don't run." The devil race cultivators roared furiously. They were about to capture Shui Linglong. But Lin Feng suddenly charged out and saved Shui Linglong. Those devil race experts were so angry that they almost vomited blood. However, how could those devil race cultivators' speed be comparable to Lin Feng's? In the blink of an eye, they were left behind by Lin Feng without a trace. Lin Feng carried Shui Linglong and left the underground world. Then, He ran for another 100 miles. Shui Linglong said, "Junior brother, there is a valley ahead. I want to enter the valley to heal my injuries. Guard the valley for me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Senior sister, don't worry. With me around, no one will disturb senior sister," Lin Feng said. He carried Shui Linglong and quickly entered the valley. Shui Linglong found a place to sit down and heal her injuries. Lin Feng used a formation to seal the valley. The entire valley was concealed. Lin Feng could finally sit down and let out a long breath. Time passed. One day later, Lin Feng saw a stream of light flying over from afar. Then, it landed. Jin Liu Yu. After seeing the cultivator who landed, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He suddenly remembered that Jin Liu Yu had colluded with the Devil Dao's young master Huang Quan to scheme against Shui Linglong. Now that this person appeared in this forest, it meant that young master Huang Quan was most likely in the vicinity. This made Lin Feng's mood slightly heavy. However, he did not act rashly because the valley had already been sealed by his formation. Jin Liu Yu definitely could not see him and Shui Linglong. However, what Lin Feng did not expect was that Jin Liu Yu actually took out a powerful flying sword and fiercely attacked in the direction of the valley. Rumble. A series of violent fluctuations came out. The valley's restriction was shaken by Jin Liu Yu. Sure enough, he was hiding here. Jin Liu Yu laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng's expression became gloomy. How did Jin Liu Yu find them? Bang, bang, bang. Jin Liu Yu's flying sword was powerful. After continuously attacking for 100 times, the restriction set up by Lin Feng could no longer withstand it. It was directly destroyed. The originally hidden valley was suddenly exposed. Chapter 1809. Haha. Shui Linglong. Let's see how you're going to die this time. Jin Liu Yu laughed sinisterly. He dashed into the valley and looked into the valley with a pair of cold eyes. Jin Liu Yu saw Shui Linglong sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She was not moving at all. It was obvious that she was in the critical moment of healing. Beside Shui Linglong stood a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. It was Lin Feng. Jin Liu Yu knew Lin Feng. Back then, when Lin Feng ascended the sacred ancestor mountain, Jin Liu Yu was present. However, Jin Liu Yu did not have much interaction with Lin Feng all this while. Lin Feng, today, I'm going to settle the grudge between me and Shui Linglong. Leave quickly and don't interfere in this matter. In the future, if you need me, Jin Liu Yu, in the sect, just say the word. As long as I can do it, I'll do my best. Jin Liu Yu rolled her eyes and said aloud. How could Lin Feng believe the words of a despicable person like Jin Liu Yu? In order to harm Shui Linglong, this person was even willing to collude with young master Huang Quan of the demonic Dao. It was obvious that this person's character was shameless. Of course. Even if Jin Liu Yu could do what he said, Lin Feng would not agree to it. He had gone through a life-and-death battle with Shui Linglong. After the primitive fiend emperor appeared. With Shui Linglong's cultivation, it should not be difficult for her to leave. However, Shui Linglong asked him to leave first while she dealt with the primitive fiend emperor. She wanted to stall for time so that he could escape successfully. It was because of this. That was why Shui Linglong was severely injured. As for his senior sister, Shui Linglong, Lin Feng was very grateful. As long as he lived, he had to be indomitable. It was an ungrateful thing. He must not do that. It was impossible for Lin Feng to abandon Shui Linglong and leave by himself. He looked coldly at Jin Liu Yu and said in a low voice, "Senior brother Jin, if you have any grudges with senior sister Linglong, you can go back to the sect and let the sect's great elder mediate. We are all from the same sect and there is no deep hatred that cannot be resolved. Therefore, senior brother Jin, please leave quickly and don't disturb senior sister Linglong's seclusion." Jin Liu Yu's eyes turned cold. He glanced at Lin Feng and said, "So you don't intend to move aside?" "What? If I don't move aside, is senior brother Jin going to deal with me?" "Senior brother Jin, you have to think clearly. Even if your grandfather is the grand elder of the sect, if you kill your fellow disciples outside, your grandfather won't be able to protect you." Lin Feng said coldly, "Brat, I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, I'll kill you too. As soon as Jin Liuyu finished speaking, she took out a Dharma treasure. That magical treasure was a bell made of bronze. Bronze enchanting bell. That's your grandfather's treasure. No wonder you were able to find us. Your grandfather is the Grand Elder of Jade Dragon Peak, and also one of the 12 Grand Elders who guard the River Mirror. It must be your grandfather who used the power of the River Mirror to find me and senior sister Linglong's hiding place, then pass the information to you. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He had originally thought that Jin Liuyu was colluding with the demon sect. Jin Liuyu was the only one who was in trouble. But now, it seemed that things were not that simple. Jin Liuyu's grandfather might also be related to the demon sect. Brat. You guessed right. My grandfather did use the River Mirror to find you and then pass the news to me through a voice transmission jade talisman. The heavens want you to die. As soon as Jin Liuyu finished speaking, he began to activate the bronze enchanting bell. Clang, 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 clang. Lin Feng felt as though his head was about to split open. The bronze enchanting bell was an extremely strange treasure that could harm a cultivator's soul. Puff. Shui Linglong, who was in seclusion, spat out a mouthful of blood. Her breathing became erratic and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Obviously, Shui Linglong was affected by the bronze enchanting bell and was now suffering from the backlash. Seeing this, Jin Liuyu shouted proudly. Haha, Shui Linglong is suffering from the backlash. This is just the beginning. Soon, she will suffer from an even more severe backlash. When that time comes, she will die from qi deviation. How satisfying. Jin Liuyu roared crazily. Clang, clang. The bronze enchanting bell rang more rapidly. Lin Feng felt as if his soul was being cut apart by a sharp sword, one after the other. This kind of pain was worse than death. Shui Linglong spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Her situation was getting worse. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly took out his natal spiritual treasure, the chaotic ancient lamp. The chaotic ancient lamp floated above Shui Linglong and poured down chaotic qi to help Shui Linglong resist the bronze enchanting bell. Go to hell. Lin Feng endured the pain and activated the immortal emperor body. He used the sovereign's judgment. He charged toward Jin Liuyu. Jin Liuyu was the most powerful core disciple in the reincarnation immortal sect. He already had the combat strength of a holy sun many years ago. Before leaving the reincarnation immortal sect, Lin Feng heard that Jin Liuyu was going to be crowned as a holy sun. Therefore, Jin Liuyu's strength was also very strong. Jin Liuyu held the bronze enchanting bell in his left hand and shook it continuously. This treasure caused great damage to Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng's combat strength was greatly affected. Seeing Lin Feng charging toward him, Jin Liuyu looked at him with disdain. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Jin Liuyu punched toward Lin Feng. Bang! The two of them collided violently. Thud thud thud. Both of them took 3 steps back. Jin Liuyu's face darkened. He did not expect Lin Feng to be so powerful even though his combat strength was greatly affected. Jin Liuyu, you have the bronze enchanting bell. You've severely weakened this reincarnation immortal sect disciple's cultivation, but you still can't take him down. It seems that the reincarnation immortal sect has produced some powerful people over the years. Right at this moment, an awe-inspiring voice abruptly rang out. A cultivator in a black robe walked out of the forest. Lin Feng's face darkened when he saw the cultivator in the black robe. Young Master Huang Quan, it was him. He had been worried that young Master Huang Quan would be around, and it seemed that his worry had come true. Young Master Huang Quan was ranked in the top 20 on the prodigy list. He was much stronger than Jin Liuyu. Now that young Master Huang Quan had appeared, Lin Feng knew. Today, he and Shui Linglong. He was afraid that a great disaster was about to befall him. Chapter 1810. This kid's talent is heaven-defying. For more than 200,000 years, no one from the reincarnation immortal sect has been able to ascend the saintly ancestral mountain. Yet, this kid managed to ascend the saintly ancestral mountain. He's a monster, Jin Liuyu said in a low voice. His tone was filled with jealousy towards Lin Feng. Jin Liu's talent was quite good, but compared to Lin Feng, he was worlds apart. Jin Liu had always been a narrow-minded person. He was jealous of those who were more talented and stronger than him, even though he was in an alliance with young Master Huang Quan. In fact, Jin Liu was also jealous of young Master Huang Quan. However, Jin Liu did not show it. He and young Master Huang Quan were using each other. Young Master Huang Quan looked at Lin Feng with a condescending expression. He looked down at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, I think you're quite talented. You're qualified to be my slave. As long as you kneel before me and swear allegiance to me, I'll spare your life. What do you think?" Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng suddenly burst out laughing. Young Master Huang Quan narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng and asked coldly, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your arrogance. I heard that your father is the Yellow Springs Devil Emperor. You're a top expert of the Devil Dao. In fact, your father is just a giant God Realm cultivator. In order to stick gold on his face, he took the title of Devil Emperor. In fact, he's far from it. You're just the son of a giant God Realm cultivator. In my eyes, your bloodline is just a lowly bloodline. You actually want to be my master? How foolish. With your lowly bloodline, you don't even have the right to be my slave." Lin Feng couldn't help but flick his sleeves and say coldly. When Jin Liu heard Lin Feng make fun of Prince Huang Quan, she took joy in his misfortune. Although he was in an alliance with young Master Huang Quan, Jin Liu was also quite dissatisfied with young Master Huang Quan. Young Master Huang Quan relied on his superior cultivation. He had always maintained a high and mighty attitude. When he spoke, he pointed at Lan Shan as if Jin Liu was his subordinate. This made Jin Liu very unhappy. Now, he saw young Master Netherworld being humiliated by Lin Feng. Jin Liu was happy to watch the show. Young Master Netherworld's voice turned cold. "How dare you be so presumptuous in front of this young master? It really makes this young master feel incredulous. Your stupid words have already aroused this young master's anger. This young master will let you know what it means to beg for death. How does it feel to beg for death?" As soon as young Master Yellow Springs finished speaking, a powerful aura emanated from his body. They surged out. Young Master Huang Quan began preparing his killer move, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng also began to circulate his immortal emperor body. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was only death standing, there was no life kneeling. Both sides were about to fight. Suddenly, the melodious sound of a flute came from afar. Young Master Netherworld and Jin Liu's faces darkened when they heard the flute. Young Master Netherworld restrained the dharmic powers he had just condensed and didn't attack Lin Feng, as though he was afraid of something. Not long after, more than 10 people flew over from afar. At the very front of this group of people, there were 4 powerful cultivators clearing the way. Further back, there were 4 cultivators carrying a white jade chair. Sitting on the white jade chair was an exceptionally handsome young master with a jade-like face. Behind that young master, there were 4 beautiful maidservants. At the back, there were 4 powerful cultivators following. This group of people flew over quickly and then landed. TSK, Immortal and Demon colluding. Today, I, young Master Emptiness, have watched a good show. That handsome young master had a lazy look and spoke very casually. Young Master Emptiness, what are you doing here? Young Master Netherworld coldly glanced at young Master Emptiness. There was some fear between his brows. There were a total of 9 young masters in the Demon Dao. Young Master Netherworld was one of them. Young Master Emptiness was also one of them. Although this young Master Emptiness was usually eccentric and looked like there was more yin than yang. However, everyone knew that this young Master Emptiness was abnormally terrifying. This was because not only was young Master Emptiness's sword skills heavenly, but he was also proficient in the long-lost art of divination. His methods were extremely strange. Of course, I'm here to watch the show. This show is really exciting. You guys continue. Don't mind me. Young Master Emptiness opened his folding fan. Then, he gently fanned a few times. Young Master Netherworld couldn't be bothered with young Master Emptiness. He gave Jin Liuyu a look. Jin Liuyu understood and stepped out. She and young Master Netherworld stood on the left and right respectively, locking onto Lin Feng. Clearly, young Master Netherworld saw young Master Emptiness coming and couldn't figure out what young Master Emptiness was planning. Therefore, he wanted to join forces with Jin Liuyu to end the battle quickly and kill Lin Feng. At this moment, young Master Emptiness suddenly said, "Wait. What? You want to stop me? Do you want to be my enemy?" Young Master Netherworld looked coldly at young Master Emptiness. Young Master Netherworld said, "Young Master Netherworld, you've misunderstood me. I actually have an old friend who has been hiding here for a long time and has been watching the show. Now, I'll call this old friend out so that we can catch up and watch the show together." "Who?" Young Master Netherworld asked with a gloomy expression. Young Master Netherworld smiled and said, "Young Master Netherworld, don't you want to come out and meet me?" Swoosh. With a flash of light, a green-robed young master flew out from the forest. When they saw this person, young Master Netherworld and Jin Liuyu's expressions turned ugly. Young Master Netherworld said coldly, "Young Master Netherworld, I warned you to stay away from Ling Long. Did you turn a deaf ear to my words? Young Master Netherworld, who do you think you are? Do you think I'll listen to your words? Don't forget your identity. You're the son of the Demon Emperor and Shui Linglong is a disciple of an immortal sect. It's impossible for the two of you to be together." Young Master Netherworld sneered. "It's not up to you to comment on the matters between me and Ling Long." Young Master Netherworld's voice was indifferent. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This young Master Netherworld seemed to have a special relationship with senior sister Linglong. At this moment, young Master Netherworld quickly mediated. "The two of you are old friends. There's no need to ruin our friendship because of a woman, right? Calm down." At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Shui Linglong opened her eyes and looked coldly at young Master Netherworld and Jin Liuyu. "Attacking me while I'm in seclusion, young Master Netherworld. Jin Liuyu, if the two of you don't pay a price today, you won't be able to leave." After Shui Linglong woke up, she immediately attacked young Master Netherworld and Jin Liuyu. This was also in line with Shui Linglong's character. Shui Linglong originally had this kind of decisive and incomparably domineering character. Shui Linglong stretched out her right hand and condensed an energy palm in the void. That energy hand suddenly grabbed at the air. It seemed to want to kill young Master Netherworld and Jin Liuyu. Chapter 1811. Shui Linglong. You are courting death. Seeing Shui Linglong attack, young Master Yellow Spring and Jin Liuyu shouted coldly. Jin Liuyu activated her bronze enchanting bell. Clang, clang, clang. The treasure once again released sound waves that enveloped Shui Linglong. As for young Master Yellow Spring, he used a divine ability called Eternal Undying Demon Fist and swept it towards Shui Linglong's energy hand. "Linglong, let me help you," young Master Xiaoyu said. He wanted to help Shui Linglong deal with young Master Yellow Spring and Jin Liuyu. This young Master Xiaoyu seemed to have a special liking for Shui Linglong. He was worried that she would get hurt. Shui Linglong said indifferently, "Do you think that I can't deal with these two?" Young Master Xiaoyu nodded and did not make a move. Shui Linglong's palm that was originally grabbing young Master Yellow Spring and Jin Liuyu changed direction and slapped towards them. Her palm slapped down. It dispersed the sound wave attack from the bronze enchanting bell. Moreover, it broke young Master Yellow Spring's divine ability. Young Master Yellow Spring was shocked. He did not expect Shui Linglong to be so powerful. Even young Master Emptiness and young Master Xiaoyu narrowed their eyes. Obviously, Shui Linglong was powerful. It was beyond their expectations. "Go!" Seeing that he was not Shui Linglong's match, young Master Yellow Spring turned into a cloud of black gas and fled. Slash. Shui Linglong's expression was indifferent. She raised her right hand and used her palm as a blade to slash at the fleeing young Master Yellow Spring. Pu. A ripping sound could be heard. Next, blood splattered. An arm soared into the sky. Young Master Yellow Spring's arm was chopped off by Shui Linglong. The black gas wrapped around the severed arm. Young Master Yellow Spring's resentful voice could be heard from the black gas. Shui Linglong. I, Young Master Yellow Spring, will not rest until I have cultivated the 3 supreme demonic techniques recorded in the Yellow Spring Devil scripture. At that time, I will definitely take your head. As soon as he finished speaking, Young Master Yellow Spring tore through the void and fled. Seeing that Young Master Yellow Spring had fled, Jin Liuyu did not dare to stay. She turned around and fled. However, Shui Linglong's palm slapped Jin Liuyu through the air. She was sent flying several hundred meters away. Jin Liuyu fell into the forest. Her hair was disheveled and she was in a sorry state. Shui Linglong shot out a stream of magic power and wrapped around the bronze enchanting bell that fell to the ground. The treasure flew into her hand. Jin Liuyu, after all, you are a disciple of an immortal sect. I won't kill you either. I'll keep this treasure for your grandfather for a while. You can tell your grandfather about this when you go back. If your grandfather wants to take back the bronze enchanting bell, ask him to come to my Linglong Celestial Palace in person. Shui Linglong said coldly. At this moment, how could Jin Liuyu dare to say anything else? He had long been scared out of his wits. After getting up from the ground, he turned around and rushed away. Junior brother. This is your Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Shui Linglong handed the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp to Lin Feng. Lin Feng kept the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Haha, what a wonderful show. There were so many twists and turns in the process. I was so excited to see it. Young Master Emptiness clapped his hands. Then he looked at Shui Linglong meaningfully and said, "It's rumored that Fairy Linglong is the reincarnation of a mysterious strong man. I didn't believe it before, but now I'm starting to believe it. Fairy Linglong, can you tell me which strong man you are?" Shui Linglong said calmly. Young Master Emptiness, don't you know that curiosity kills? Young Master Emptiness laughed awkwardly and said, I misspoke. I won't disturb you and Young Master Evil you. I'll take my leave now. Soon, Young Master Emptiness and his companions left quickly. I have something to say to Linglong. You should know what to do. Young Master Evil you clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Young Master Evil Yu's arrogant attitude made him very unhappy. However, Lin Feng suppressed his anger when he thought about how close Young Master Evil Yu was to Shui Linglong. Just as he was about to leave, Shui Linglong said, Young Master Evil Yu. Said Shui Linglong at that moment. Besides, Lin Feng is not an outsider. If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing Shui Linglong's cold attitude towards Young Master Evil Yu, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like Young Master Evil Yu only admired Shui Linglong, and he was even pursuing her. As for his senior sister Linglong, she was rather distant from him. Young Master Evil Yu said, in a few days, the Red World Fairy is about to celebrate her 4,000th birthday. I heard that the Red World Fairy has the method to enter Hongjun Ancestors Dojo. During the Red World Fairy's 4,000th birthday, Hongjun Ancestors Dojo will be opened. At that time, I would like to invite you to the Red Dust Immortal Sect to celebrate the Red World Fairy's birthday. At the same time, we can explore Hongjun Dojo together. Hearing the words Hongjun Ancestor, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hongjun Ancestor first, then Tian. Hongjun Ancestor was one of the 4 living beings that were born when the universe first appeared. He was much earlier than the Xiantian living beings. Even someone like Pangu was only Hongjuan's disciple. It was hard to imagine an existence like Hongjun. How powerful was he? His orthodoxy. How terrifying was he? If one could really comprehend some of the orthodoxy left behind by Hongjun, it would be heaven-defying. Lin Feng could not help but think in his heart, the Red World Fairy's birthday, when the time comes, I will also go and join in the fun, but I estimate that the number of people who can enter Hongjun Dojo will be extremely limited. I don't know how I'll get it, and whether I can get it. But now is not the time to think about it. We'll know when honored immortal Hong Chen's birthday celebration. At this time, Shui Linglong said, the Red World Fairy's birthday is 3 years later. I am not sure what will happen at that time, whether there will be any delays, let's wait until then. Today, Thank you, young master, evil you, for standing up for Linglong. I will remember this kindness in my heart and will definitely repay it in the future. Shui Linglong then looked at Lin Feng and said, Junior brother, let's go. Lin Feng nodded and quickly left with Shui Linglong. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. After Lin Feng and Shui Linglong had left, evil you young master kept repeating Lin Feng's name. Coldness flashed in his eyes from time to time. Half a month later, Lin Feng and Shui Linglong returned to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Junior brother, people in the Immortal Sect are vicious, you have to be careful. If you run into something that you can't solve in the future, you can come to my Linglong Celestial Palace, Shui Linglong said. Yes, senior sister, I will keep it in mind, Lin Feng replied. Shui Linglong nodded and then soared into the sky, flying towards the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Chapter 1812. When Lin Feng returned, he asked around and learned that Fairy Dancing Fire, young Master Hanshan, and the others had returned to the sect. They had a small gathering, but Lei Gan was nowhere to be seen. Lin Feng was puzzled. Senior brother Lei Gan didn't come back? Young Master Hanshan replied. He's already back. However, he heard that someone in the bottomless abyss had discovered the Thunder God's ruins. He went there to check if it was true. The Thunder God referred to the Primordial Thunder God. In the past, he had challenged the primordial dragon-esque elephant and lost in one move. He was an existence with heaven-defying combat strength. Lei Gan seemed to have inherited a part of the Thunder God's legacy. Even his Thunder God's hammer was an imitation of the primordial Thunder God's hammer. In fact, Lin Feng had also inherited the Thunder God's legacy. The Sky Tyrant lightning art he cultivated was the Thunder God's legacy. Although the Sky Tyrant lightning art was an extremely domineering divine ability, it could only be considered an entry-level divine ability of the Thunder God's legacy. Lin Feng had yet to obtain the Thunder God's most powerful legacy. There was a reason why the Thunder God could challenge the primordial dragon-esque elephant in the primordial era. Lightning attacks were the most destructive attack among all kinds of attacks. Its power was incomparably terrifying. When the Thunder God challenged the primordial dragon-esque elephant, he lost because of his physical body. The primordial dragon-esque elephant's physical body was too strong. The Thunder God was a human. Although he had tempered his physical body to an incomparably strong state during his long years of cultivation, he was still a human. However, the human race was at a disadvantage in terms of physical body. No matter how much he tempered it, it could not compare to the primordial dragon-esque elephant's physical body. In that battle, in terms of magical power, the Thunder God and the primordial dragon-esque elephant were evenly matched. However, the primordial dragon-esque elephant's powerful physical body helped him defeat the Thunder God. That battle back then could be said to be earth-shattering. Some of the ancient factions even had detailed records of that battle. In the starry sky, a peak battle, it attracted countless experts to watch. Therefore, news of the Thunder God's legacy would definitely arouse the interest of countless people. If one could obtain the Thunder God's legacy, that would be too terrifying. After the small gathering, Lin Feng returned to the barren mountain. This time, he didn't see Master Tortoise when he came back. He didn't know where his cheap master had run off to. Lin Feng still remembered that the Demon Lord had cut off one of the Sky Prison Demon Emperor's arms in the underground world. He originally planned to ask the Demon Lord for some sovereign blood to raise his cultivation. However, the Demon Lord went into seclusion again. This made Lin Feng feel quite depressed. It was clear that the Demon Lord had gone to refine the Emperor's blood to recover his cultivation. However, when he thought of the Demon Lord's stingy character, even if he wasn't in seclusion, it would be impossible for him to obtain the Emperor's blood from him. In the following period of time, Lin Feng began to comprehend the various divine abilities that he had cultivated. He had cultivated the true word of Lin. Now, it was as if he had gained spiritual intelligence. With regards to the comprehension of any Tao, he would be able to understand it with just a little bit. Now was the time to consolidate his strength. About 4 months had passed. Lord Tortoise returned from outside. Master, where did you go? During the time that you weren't here, this disciple missed Master. Lin Feng said with a grin. Lord Tortoise patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, as expected of Master's good disciple, you actually know how to miss Master. Master didn't dote on you for nothing. Missing Master is naturally a disciple's duty, Lin Feng said. Lord Tortoise suddenly laughed. That laughter made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. This old fellow couldn't be thinking of something, right? Lord Tortoise said, good disciple. Seeing that you are so filial, Master's hard work for so long was not in vain. Lord Tortoise then threw a white jade token to Lin Feng. What is this? Lin Feng asked. Lord Tortoise said, this is a keepsake. Take the white jade token. Head to the Demon Mountain of Destruction in the northwest of the Holy State. An old friend of Master's is there. Master met with that old fellow some time ago and persuaded him to open the restrictions on the Demon Mountain of Destruction so that you can cultivate there. You can continue to cultivate your 8-9 arcane art there. I hope that you can successfully cultivate the second level of the 8-9 arcane art. Don't let Master's good intentions go to waste. It would have been fine if Lord Tortoise did not mention the 8-9 arcane art. However, when Lord Tortoise mentioned it, Lin Feng felt depressed. He had only cultivated the first level of the 8-9 arcane art. In order to cultivate it successfully, he had lived a life worse than death. Now that he thought about it, he still felt a chill run down his spine. However, he could not stop cultivating the 8-9 arcane art. No matter how much pain he had to endure, he had to grit his teeth and cultivate it. If he could not cultivate the 8-9 arcane art, he would die. Lin Feng kept the jade token. Lord Tortoise said, let's set off tomorrow. Yes. Lin Feng replied. The next day, Lin Feng left the Reincarnation Immortal sect. First, he went to Snow Eagle City. Then, he went to the black market. After paying the balance, he took the 10,000 divine artifacts that he had asked the weapon shop to forge for him. With these 10,000 divine artifacts, he could form an elite army. An army of 3,000 people, each equipped with at least 3 divine artifacts. They would be invincible. Then, Lin Feng went to the Mercenary Association. He went to see Elder Liu Buozu of the Mercenary Association. Lin Feng had been asking Liu Buozu to help him find information about his father, the old Dugu Ya. Lin Gongzi. According to your description, we have found some cultivators named Dugu Ya. One of them should be the most suitable. Liu Buozu handed a jade tube to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine will entered the jade tube. There was a lot of information recorded in the jade tube, all about Dugu Ya. In the message left by his father, there was only a name and nothing else. Therefore, the information that Lin Feng provided to the Mercenary Association was limited. However, the Mercenary Association was still very powerful. Over the years, they had found many clues. There was not much information about Dugu Ya in the jade tube. It was introduced that he appeared in the 9 prefectures 50 years ago. Later, he entered the starry sky world with a man and a woman. Another few years passed. This person appeared in the 9 prefectures again, but soon disappeared again. Lin Feng couldn't help but shiver. Could it be that the man and the woman with Dugu Ya were his parents? Lin Feng asked, do you have any clues about this person's whereabouts? This person appeared in the 9 prefectures once, but soon disappeared without a trace. Moreover, he has not appeared since then, so we have not found any more information about this person for the time being. However, Lin Gongzi can rest assured. The Mercenary Association's information network is spread all over the 9 prefectures. As long as this person appears again, we will definitely find him, Liu Buozu said. Lin Feng nodded and chatted with Liu Buozu for more than an hour. He had just left the Mercenary Association. After resting for a day in Snow Eagle City, he took the teleportation array and headed to the Myriad Saints province. Chapter 1813. As one of the 9 provinces, the Holy State had a superior geographical location and rich resources. Thus, the Holy State had many forces and experts. There were many ancient cities in the Holy State, and many of them had a long history. It was said that there were more than 100 ancient cities from the Primordial era. There were even a few ancient cities that had been passed down since the Immortal Ancient era. Dragon Blood City. It was such an ancient city that had been passed down since the immortal ancient era. The walls of this ancient city were blood-red. It was rumored that a true dragon had fallen, and its blood had dyed the ancient city walls red. Thus, this city was called Dragon Blood City. However, was that really the case? This was something that could not be verified. It had been too long, and many things had long been buried by the river of time. Lin Feng took the teleportation array and arrived at Dragon Blood City. This Dragon Blood City was incomparably lively. People came and went, and there were countless experts. There were many forces in Dragon Blood City. The most powerful force was the Dragon Blood City's City Lord's family, the Long family. It was rumored that this bloodline had the true Dragon Emperor's blood flowing in it. It had been passed down for a long time and was abnormally powerful. Since ancient times, this bloodline had been the master of Dragon Blood City. Moreover, the Long family's power was not limited to Dragon Blood City. It was said that the Long family also controlled some other ancient cities. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Dragon Blood City's Long family was. Even a powerful force like the 10,000 Arts Immortal sect would not easily provoke the Dragon Blood City's Long family. Young master, do you want to buy a servant? We have all kinds of beautiful women here, fox girls, witches, and so on. We have everything you need. Young master, we have blonde and blue-eyed foreign beauties here, beauties captured from the Western world. Young master, buy a few and bring them back to train. These Western beauties are very crazy, and when the time comes, I guarantee that young master will be able to enjoy an emperor. There were many human traffickers selling slaves on the street. This made Lin Feng very surprised. There were also slave traders in other ancient cities, but they were more secretive. Moreover, most of them did business in the black market. But Dragon Blood City was actually so unbridled, starting to attract customers on the street in broad daylight. On both sides of the street, there were many cages. Inside those cages were women who had been captured. Many of those women were extremely beautiful. These slave traders were specifically capturing women who did not have any background but were as beautiful as flowers. Only then would they be able to sell for a good price. Of course, the price of these women was different. Generally, human women were the cheapest. Because the human race was the most numerous race. The rarer the race, the higher the price. For example, the mermaid race's price would be sky high. In addition, the stronger the woman, the higher the price. Lin Feng saw the blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties that the human traffickers had mentioned. Those women were indeed quite different from Eastern women. Regardless of appearance, skin, hair color, etc., there was a huge difference. In terms of appearance, they were somewhat similar to the mermaids. However, she was far from the level of beauty of the mermaid clan that could make one's soul tremble. Where did these women come from? Lin Feng pointed at the Western beauties and asked aloud. In the endless depths of the Southern Ocean, there is a mysterious Western continent, known as the Western world. These women were transported from the Western world. A human trafficker said. Western world? This is the Western world. Is it also one of the 9 prefectures? Lin Feng asked. The 9 prefectures were originally connected, but because of the war, the territory was split. The Western world is probably the same as the Sky Marshal continent, a part of the territory that was split. However, the Western world is much bigger than the Sky Marshal continent. The area of the Western world is not smaller than the current 9 prefectures. The human trafficker said. Lin Feng nodded. He did not have any plans to buy female slaves, so he planned to leave. But just as he was about to leave, his gaze swept over a female slave who was curled up in a corner of the cage. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Jiu Yun it was actually this woman. This Jiu Yun was the successor of the Immortal Moon Mountain. The Immortal Moon Mountain was originally the second strongest power in the northern 72 prefectures of the Sky Marshal continent, but in the War of the Sky Demon invasion, this power was also destroyed. At that time, Jiu Yun had been knocked unconscious by 2 cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect and had been drugged with aphrodisiac, almost being humiliated. Lin Feng had saved Jiu Yun. After Jiu Yun woke up, She thought that Lin Feng had ambushed her and wanted to do something heartless to her. Lin Feng explained, but Jiu Yun did not believe Lin Feng's words. As a result, the two sides had a misunderstanding. Later on, the two of them met a few more times, but there was basically no interaction between them. However, as she understood Lin Feng, Jiu Yun gradually believed that it was Lin Feng who saved her back then, and not Lin Feng who schemed against her and wanted to sully her. After all, at that time, Lin Feng was a rising star whose name shook the world in the Sky Martial continent. Later on, he even became the leader of the East Sea Cultivator Army. There was no need for him to do such despicable and shameless things to her. "How much is that woman?" Lin Feng asked. "Hihi, young master, that woman is a top-grade product, and she is the original product. She has never been touched by a man before. She needs 100 origin crystals." Lin Feng took out 100 origin crystals and handed them to the human trafficker. The human trafficker immediately beamed with joy. He liked people like Lin Feng who were generous and did not like to bargain. "Go, grab that female slave," the human trafficker ordered his subordinates. Two of them immediately opened the cage and grabbed Jiu Yun. Jiu Yun screamed in horror and struggled, but she was still grabbed in the end. Back then, she was a genius. She had been reduced to her current state. It was truly a pity. "Jiu Yun, you still remember me, right?" Lin Feng looked at Jiu Yun and asked. At that moment, Jiu Yun also saw Lin Feng, but for some reason, she lowered her head and said, "Young master, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Jiu Yun, I'm called Ni Shong." The human trafficker said, "Don't care what you're called. You've already been bought by the young master and are now his female slave." The human trafficker then looked at Lin Feng and smiled as he said, "Young master, do you have any other female slaves that you like? Why don't you buy a few more? Wouldn't a single female slave be enough?" Lin Feng said calmly, "If I need any, I'll come find you." He glanced at Jiu Yun and said, "Come with me." Jiu Yun bit her lips and followed behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng first went to a tailor's shop to buy some clothes for Jiu Yun. Then, he found an inn and booked a courtyard for them. There was a hot spring in the courtyard, and Lin Feng said, "Go and take a bath. Come see me after you're clean." Following this, he entered the room. Chapter 18:14. An hour later, Jiu Yun, who had finished bathing and changed into clean clothes, walked in. She was still as beautiful as before, but she had lost some of her sharpness. Lin Feng said, "Come over here. I'll massage your back." Jiu Yun bit her lips and reluctantly walked behind Lin Feng and began to massage Lin Feng's back. Jiu Yun had clearly never served anyone before, so she was unfamiliar with it and felt very uncomfortable. Lin Feng grabbed Jiu Yun's hand and pulled her in front of him. His right hand wrapped around her slender waist and made her sit on his lap. "Young master, what are you doing?" Jiu Yun's face immediately turned pink as she looked at Lin Feng in panic. Lin Feng caressed Jiu Yun's exquisite face and said, "You're a slave that I bought, so it's natural for you to serve your master. No matter what I do to you, it's something that should be done. As a slave, you shouldn't ask your master what he wants you to do. Instead, you should obediently obey your master." Lin Feng then got up and carried Jiu Yun by the waist before walking towards his bedroom. Jiu Yun's face turned pale from fright and she shrieked, "Lin Feng, you can't be such a hoodlum. Hurry up and put me down." Lin Feng said with a smile that was not a smile, "Didn't you say that you were called Ni Shong? Didn't you say that you didn't know me? How did you know that I was called Lin Feng?" Jiu Yun's face reddened when her lie was exposed, and she turned her head away from Lin Feng. Lin Feng also stopped teasing her and put her down. "Is it because you're in a bad situation and feel embarrassed after seeing me? Is that why you don't want to admit your identity?" Lin Feng said indifferently. Perhaps Lin Feng had guessed what she was thinking, but Jiu Yun bit her lips with an uneasy expression, but she did not answer Lin Feng. Many cultivators of the Sky Martial continent yearn for the 9 prefectures. However, the 9 prefectures are filled with experts, while the Martial Heaven continent's cultivators are much weaker. "Do you think it'll be easy to make a name for yourself here?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "Even though I know it's not easy, as a cultivator, Who wouldn't want to travel to a big place like the 9 provinces to broaden their horizons? After that, I might be able to fight for a bright future, Jiu Yuna said. Lin Feng sneered and said, if you want to fight for a bright future, you have to have the strength. If you have no strength, how can you fight for a bright future? If you know when to advance or retreat, you should cultivate bitterly in the Sky Martial continent for a few more years, and wait until your strength has accumulated to a certain extent before coming to the 9 prefecture. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Jiu Yuna sighed in her heart. Because it was indeed as Lin Feng said, she was now regretting coming to the 9 prefectures. After coming to the 9 prefectures from the Sky Martial continent, she had been living under someone else's roof, living in a precarious situation. In the end, she was even caught by human traffickers and locked in a cage like an animal. This feeling was truly terrible. It almost made Jiu Yuna go crazy. Come into the bedroom and massage your master's legs, back, and shoulders, Lin Feng said and took the lead to enter his bedroom. Jiu Yuna bit her red lips, her charming face blushing. She struggled in her heart. In the end, she also entered Lin Feng's bedroom. Lin Feng's bedroom. Dragon Blood City was bustling with noise and excitement at night. In such a huge ancient city, there were many times when the night was more lively than the day. On both sides of the Qinhuai River, willows swayed. On the river, there were many flower boats. Countless people gathered by the river. From time to time, there would be cheers. During this period of time, the beauties on the Qinhuai River's flower boats were competing for the top courtesan position. These courtesans would show off their various talents. Therefore, it attracted countless people, and it was extremely lively. Lin Feng went to the Mercenary Association to inquire about the way to the Demon Destruction Mountain. Young Master wants to go to the Demon Destruction Mountain? The Mercenary Association's elder who received Lin Feng was very surprised. What? Is there a problem? Lin Feng asked. That is a place of great danger. Vicious beasts run rampant, and there is no one there. Even our Mercenary Association doesn't have a map to that place, but we know the approximate location of the Demon Destruction Mountain. As the elder spoke, he took out a map. He pointed at the map and said, Young Master, look. This place is called the Forest of Destruction, and this place is called the Fallen Forest. It is said that the Demon Destruction Mountain is located at the intersection of these two places. However, the intersection of these two places is too dangerous. Even if people have gone there before, they have all died there. Therefore, that area is still a mysterious place to the outside world. Lin Feng nodded and said, Here are 10 origin crystals. I will accept the map. Haha, young master is straightforward. If you have any needs, you can come to this old man anytime, the elder said with a smile. Although such a map was precious, it was worth 1 origin crystal at most. The remaining 9 naturally belonged to the elder. It was no wonder that the Mercenary Association's elder was so enthusiastic. Money could make the devil turn millstones. The world of cultivators was also incomparably realistic. After leaving the Mercenary Association, Lin Feng and Jiu Yuna returned to the inn. On the way, Lin Feng noticed that Jiu Yuna kept looking at the restaurants. Lin Feng said, I was wondering why you followed me out. So it turns out that you want to eat. If you want to eat, just tell me. Do you think I will starve my servant? Jiu Yuna couldn't help but snort twice. She was very dissatisfied with Lin Feng calling her a servant. However, Jiu Yuna couldn't change her situation. She snorted and said, Who said I was hungry? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Jiu Yuna's personality was still quite similar to before. She was a bit arrogant. However, Lin Feng felt that Jiu Yuna should be really hungry. During this period of time, she was captured and imprisoned in a cage by the human traffickers. Naturally, the human traffickers couldn't provide her with fish and meat. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said, Young master, I am hungry. Let's find a restaurant to eat. Then let's go here. Jiu Yuna pointed at a nearby restaurant called Green Jade Residence. Lin Feng nodded and went to the restaurant with Jiu Yuna. On the second floor, near the window, they ordered a table of dishes and then the two of them began to eat. Jiu Yuna's behavior was still very elegant. After all, she was nurtured by a large force. Even when eating, she looked very pleasing to the eye. At this time, a group of people went to the second floor. The leader was a young master in a golden robe. When this group of people was about to go to the third floor, a servant beside the young master quickly said, "Young master, look over there." The servant pointed at the direction where Lin Feng and Jiu Yun were. When the young master saw Jiu Yun, his eyes immediately lit up. When Jiu Yun was imprisoned in a cage by the human traffickers, eating was a problem, let alone dressing up. No matter how beautiful a woman was, if she didn't dress up, her attractiveness would drop by several levels. Now that Jiu Yun had dressed up and changed her clothes, she had returned to her former peerless beauty. Such a delicate woman who could be called a stunner would naturally make many men want to possess her. Chapter 18:15. Are you a starving ghost? If others were to see this, they would think that this young master is abusing his servant and purposely not feeding her. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes when he saw that Jiu Yun had already eaten 3 big bowls of rice and more than half of the 20-something dishes. Jiu Yun snorted, "If I were to imprison you in a cage and give you a bowl of water and a bun that you can't chew on every day, who knows what you'll look like when you come out? Moreover, although I ate a lot, I ate gracefully. You looked at me for so long just now, don't you think that I'm very charming?" Beautiful women were often more confident. Jiu Yun's beauty, on the other hand. Using the word beautiful to describe her was inappropriate. She had a very special temperament, the kind that could make men fall head over heels for her. Lin Feng had seen too many beautiful women in his life, so he was able to resist Jiu Yun's charm. Normal people would find it very difficult to resist Jiu Yun's charm, which was a little charming, a little tempting, a little pure, and a little tsundere. At this moment, the young master in the golden robe and his group of attendants arrived at Lin Feng and Jiu Yun's place. The attendant was called Xue Six. He looked at Lin Feng with an arrogant expression and said, "Brat, our young master has taken a fancy to your servant. Name a price. How much do you intend to sell her to our young master?" "Sell your mother. I'm not a commodity." Jiu Yun exploded in anger. She picked up the wine jug on the table and smashed it on Xue Six's face. She then kicked Xue Six's abdomen, sending him flying 4 to 5 meters away. Xue Six crashed into several tables and fell to the ground, immediately howling in pain. During this period of time, Jiu Yun had been living a life worse than death. Now that she had been bought by Lin Feng had been ordering her around like a servant, which made her very unhappy. However, Jiu Yun knew that Lin Feng was usually just teasing her and did not really treat her as a servant. Jiu Yun believed that she had a good understanding of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a righteous and upright person, he didn't force himself to do anything. Staying by Lin Feng's side was the best choice. Moreover, Jiu Yun believed that with Lin Feng's personality, how could he sell her to someone else? She thought of the humiliation she had suffered during this time. Little Sixth Xue kept talking about how he was going to buy and sell her like a commodity, so Jiu Yun completely exploded. Lin Feng was stupefied and staring at Jiu Yun. This was a woman who was usually very elegant. Lin Feng didn't expect that such an outstanding disciple of a powerful sect could be so wild. Lin Feng's eyes were wide open. Xue 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 xue, xue xue xue, xue 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 to my. The golden-robed young master's eyes were filled with burning desire as he looked at Jiu Yun. Xue 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 xue, she could tell at a glance that he was overindulgent. Xue Six crawled up from the ground and glared fiercely at Jiu Yun. He hid behind a group of guards, not daring to step forward. The young man cursed, "Xue Six, you piece of trash. You've been scared to this extent by a little girl. You've really embarrassed me." Xue Six smiled awkwardly and carefully walked out. "I'm naturally not afraid of ordinary women, but this one is about to become your woman." "Of course I'm afraid. Ha, you're the only one who knows how to flatter." The young man laughed loudly when he heard Xue Six's words. He gave Xue Six a look, and Xue Six understood tacitly. Xue Six took out an origin crystal and tossed it to Lin Feng. "Our young master is buying this maid." Jiu Yun was furious. He wanted to buy her with a single origin crystal. Was she really that worthless? Jiu Yun really wanted to slap Xue Six to death. However, Jiu Yun also knew that it would not be so easy to beat Xue Six up again. Xue Six was in the deity realm, while she was only in the rebirth realm. The only reason he had been able to beat Sixth Xue up was because Sixth Xue hadn't been on guard at all, which had allowed him to succeed. But now, Xue Six was already on guard. Thus, it would not be so easy to succeed again. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Take your money and scram as far as you can." Everyone was stunned. Even Jiu Yun was stunned. Jiu Yun knew that Lin Feng would definitely refuse these people. However, she had never imagined that Lin Feng would refuse them in such an arrogant manner. Even a powerful dragon could not suppress a local snake. If Lin Feng was so arrogant, wouldn't he suffer a great loss? Jiu Yun knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was extraordinary, and that he could even fight on par with void gods. However, she had only learned this after coming to the 9 provinces. The void gods that everyone looked up to in the Tianwu continent were just too common in the 9 provinces. The people in front of her were clearly not simple. Thus, Jiu Yun couldn't help but worry when she saw Lin Feng's arrogant attitude. First, she was worried about her own safety. Second, she was worried about Lin Feng's safety. Xue Six and the others were also stunned, and it took them a long time to recover from their shock. Many diners in the surroundings seemed to have recognized the identity of the young master in the golden robe. When they heard Lin Feng's arrogant words, many people's mouths twitched. They looked at Lin Feng with pity. Lin Feng's expression was one of extreme arrogance. Lin Feng's expression was one of extreme arrogance. Brat. In Dragonblood City, there aren't many people who dare be so arrogant in front of this young master. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the golden-robed young master. Xue Six waved his hand, and a group of guards immediately surrounded Lin Feng. Xue Six coldly shouted, "Brat, do you know who our young master is? You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of our young master? Even 10 heads won't be enough to chop off." Lin Feng indifferently asked, "Who is your young master?" "Our young master is the 3rd young master of the Xue family, Xue Shaoqi." Xue Six sneered. Xue Shaoqi revealed an arrogant expression as he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng, as if he wanted to see a terrified expression on Lin Feng's face. Unfortunately, Xue Shaoqi didn't see the terrified expression on Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng's expression didn't change at all. This caused Xue Shaoqi's expression to sink slightly. "This brat isn't afraid of me. The Xue family? Xue Shaoqi? I've never heard of you. However, I know of Dragonblood City's Long family," Lin Feng indifferently said. Xue Six sneered, "Our young master's elder sister is the concubine of a young master of the Long family. Brat, do you know fear now? If you know, why aren't you kowtowing and begging for mercy?" When Xue Six mentioned that Xue Shaoqi's elder sister was the concubine of a young master of Dragonblood City's Long family, Xue Shaoqi had an arrogant look on his face, as if this was a great honor. The Long family of Dragonblood City was extremely powerful. Therefore, as long as one was able to establish a relationship with the Long family of Dragonblood City, it would be an enormous fortune for any power. Because the Xue family had established a relationship with the Long family, their influence had rapidly expanded. Not only was Xue Shaoqi's elder sister the concubine of a young master of the Long family, but she was also an extremely favored concubine. With this relationship, Xue Shaoqi could do whatever he wanted in Dragonblood City. Chapter 1816. Xue Shaoqi and the others believed that Lin Feng would be scared out of his wits now that he knew their young master's identity. Then, he would kneel on the ground and kowtow to their young master in apology. Xue Shaoqi wasn't the only one who thought so. Even the onlookers around them thought the same. However, no one had expected that Lin Feng would just sit there calmly. He didn't seem to have any intention of kowtowing to Xue Shaoqi. Then, everyone heard Lin Feng speak. "Is it a glorious thing for your sister to become someone else's concubine? These concubine status isn't much higher than ordinary maidservants. Don't you find it embarrassing to be so complacent?" When they heard Lin Feng mock Xue Shaoqi, many people had incredulous looks on their faces. This fellow already knew Xue Xiaoqi's identity, yet he hadn't changed his arrogant attitude. He had even dared to continue infuriating Xue Xiaoqi. Wasn't he too bold? Did he really have a death wish? Teach this brat a good lesson, Xue Xiaoqi bellowed. Xue Xiaoqi was a hedonistic son of a rich family. His usual hobby was to play with women. He didn't have much of a cultivation base. Therefore, he liked to bring a group of people with him whenever he went out. This way, if he really had to fight with someone, he wouldn't have to do it himself. His subordinates would naturally help him settle the matter. In addition to helping Xue Xiaoqi deal with the people he wanted to deal with, these guards were also protecting Xue Xiaoqi's safety. Xue Xiaoqi, this hedonistic son of a rich family, had done all sorts of heartless things over the years. As a result, he had made many enemies. In order to prevent others from seeking revenge, Xue Xiaoqi would bring a large group of people with him. This way, his safety was guaranteed. After receiving Xue Xiaoqi's order, Xue Xiaoqi and the group of guards pounced on Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. These guards were all at the void spirit stage. The leader of the guards was at the divine fire stage. Jiyu Yun immediately started to worry for Lin Feng when she saw so many divine fire stage experts pounce on Lin Feng. Jiyu Yun's understanding of Lin Feng was still from 6 or 7 years ago. In Jiyu Yun's opinion, although Lin Feng was very talented and had a very powerful cultivation base, but she estimated that he could at most fight with void spirit stage cultivators. But now, these cultivators besieging Lin Feng. There were more than a dozen void spirit stage experts and a divine fire stage expert. There were too many of them. And there was even a divine fire expert's expert. No matter how powerful Lin Feng was, he couldn't possibly be a match. Jiyu Yuna bit her lips, her face pale. At this moment, she was even thinking. If of S stages of her mind. At that time, he would even sacrifice himself. Of course, she's to S. Of course Lin SSAs of Hus of Sir S. Jiyu Yuna was shocked and quickly looked up. She saw that the divine fire stage experts besieging Lin Feng were all sent flying. They all let out miserable cries and fell to the ground, vomiting blood and screaming. Aura intimidation, many people exclaimed. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Lin Feng didn't even make a move, he only released his aura. Then, the group of experts were all heavily injured. Even the divine fire stage expert was no exception. Lin Feng's aura was then retracted and he returned to the handsome and elegant image of a young master. It was hard to believe that such a harmless person actually had such powerful strength. Jiyu Yun's beautiful eyes also widened. She looked at Lin Feng with a shocked expression. Jiyu Yuna thought that she understood Lin Feng's cultivation. But Jiyu Yuna didn't expect. Lin Feng was actually so strong, far stronger than she imagined. You, just who are you? Xue Xiaoqi's face was pale and his voice was trembling. After this guy saw how powerful Lin Feng was, his courage was about to break. Kneel. Lin Feng coldly looked at Xue Xiaoqi. Xue Xiaoqi obviously didn't want to kneel. It was too embarrassing. Although Xue Xiaoqi was a hedonistic young master, he was still someone who cared about face. But when Xue Xiaoqi saw Lin Feng's cold eyes, his body was unable to move. His body was almost out of his control, and he fell to his knees with a plop. Scram. Lin Feng indifferently said. Okay, I'll scram right now. Xue Xiaoqi acted as if he had been pardoned and got up to leave. Lin Feng coldly said, I told you to scram, not to walk out. This guy still knows how to humiliate people. But it really is satisfying. Jiyu Yuna couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Xue Xiaoqi clenched his teeth, wishing that he could cut Lin Feng into 8 pieces. But he knew that he had to endure. Little bastard, just you wait. I'll go to the clan and find an expert. When the time comes, you'll definitely die without a corpse. Xue Xiaoqi cursed in his heart. Then, his face was gloomy as he lay on the ground and rolled towards the stairs. Then, he directly rolled from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor, his head bleeding. Little Six Xue and the others saw Xue Xiaoqi roll down. They also copied Xue Xiaoqi and rolled down the stairs. Then, the The group of people quickly left. Jiu Yuna said, Lin Feng, this is troublesome. That Xue Shaoqi is related to the Long family after all. If we offend him, I'm afraid we'll attract a fatal disaster. Although Lin Feng had displayed a powerful battle strength. But Jiu Yun knew that even divine fire realm cultivators in the 9 prefectures, they couldn't be called experts. Although Lin Feng had injured a divine fire realm cultivator with his aura just now, that divine fire realm cultivator was only at the 2nd layer of the divine fire realm. Therefore, Jiu Yuna guessed that Lin Feng was most likely at the 3rd or 4th layer of the divine fire realm. As for a higher realm, Jiu Yun didn't think that Lin Feng would be able to cultivate to a higher realm. This was because when Jiu Yuna had heard that Lin Feng had led the East Sea's Xiuxia army and Mosei Tianzuan's Devil Clan army in the East Sea, her cultivation had yet to break through the divine realm. It had only been 6 or 7 years, and Lin Feng had cultivated to the 3rd or 4th layer of the divine fire realm, which could be considered an impossible miracle. How could his cultivation be higher? And a family like the Xue family might not have a heavenly god realm expert, but a true god realm expert definitely existed. Once the Xue family's true god realm expert appeared, they would definitely die. Lin Feng said, Don't worry. A mere Xue family. What does it count as? Not to mention the Xue family, even if it's Dragon Blood City's Long family, I have nothing to fear. Lin Feng naturally had confidence in his words. Firstly, it was because his strength was strong enough, and secondly, it was because Lin Feng had a huge backer behind him, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Even Dragon Blood City's Long family had to be somewhat wary. But in the eyes of Jiu Yun and the surrounding cultivators, Lin Feng was simply too arrogant. Jiu Yun understood Lin Feng's character. She knew that she couldn't persuade Lin Feng. Right now, Jiu Yun was praying that this matter would end here. Because Jiu Yun knew that this was the best result. If that hedonistic Xue Shaoqi found a Xue family expert, Jiu Yun knew that she and Lin Feng would definitely die. Chapter 1817. Egomaniac. 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 Lin Feng walked on the road while Jiu Yun followed behind him, constantly muttering. Lin Feng turned to look at Jiu Yun and asked, What are you muttering about? Jiu Yun snorted and said, I'm saying that you're an egomaniac. Don't you understand the situation we're in now? We should leave while there's still a chance. If we're late, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Lin Feng said, Why do we have to leave? I've traveled for more than a month, and I've been in the space-time tunnel all this time. I finally arrived at Dragonblood City with great difficulty, so I need to have a good rest. Is there a better place to rest than Dragonblood City? Rest. Rest. You're about to lose your life. You're still thinking about resting? Jiu Yun said unhappily. You little slave, you actually dare to be so impudent to your master. Do you believe that I'll make you serve me tonight? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at Jiu Yun a mesmerizing seductress. Jiu Yun was so frightened that her face paled, and she no longer dared to continue. Lin Feng turned around and continued walking. Jiu Yun asked. The sky has already darkened. Night is about to fall. Aren't we going back to our residence? Where are we going? Lin Feng said, Dragonblood City is such a huge ancient city. The black market must be very lively. If we don't go to the black market after coming to Dragonblood City, won't we regret it for a long time? Jiu Yun said, How can it be so easy to go to the black market to find treasures? We might end up buying a bunch of junk. Lin Feng smiled and said, The main point is the process of finding treasures. It's very exciting. The two arrived at Dragonblood City's black market. A place like the black market was a place where people from all walks of life gathered. There are all kinds of people, after seeing Jiu Yun such a top-quality beauty, appear. When they saw Jiu Yun's beauty, many people revealed malicious gazes. Some female cultivators who were not strong enough or came to a place like the black market alone would be very dangerous. The situation was very dangerous. She might be dragged to some corner by the people of the black market to sully her. This kind of thing had happened in the black market before. Sure enough, It didn't take long for more than 20 cultivators to surround them. The leader has a fiendish appearance, a pair of triangular eyes staring at Jiu Yun'er. These people were obviously up to no good. Lin Feng did not wait for this group of people to speak before he coldly scolded, "Get lost. Brat, you're courting death. Kill this brat for me," the triangular-eyed cultivator said in a deep voice. "Yes, big brother." Immediately, a group of people rushed towards Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng exhaled. That breath directly turned into dense sword chi that shot towards the group of people. Puff, puff, puff. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. One cultivator after another was pierced through. He fell to the ground and howled in pain. The triangular-eyed cultivator was the most miserable. His dantian had been pierced by the sword chi and he had become a cripple. My God, he actually used such an ordinary method of breathing like a sword to injure so many experts. That brat is so powerful. Gasps could be heard coming from all around. Originally, there were many vicious and evil people like the triangular-eyed cultivator who wanted to take advantage of Jiu Yun'er. But the triangular-eyed cultivator beat them to it. Now that they saw Lin Feng was so terrifying, they secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the triangular-eyed cultivator took action in advance. Otherwise, the one lying on the ground might have been them. Lin Feng walked towards the black market. The surrounding cultivators made way for Lin Feng. A place like the black market was so chaotic. In this kind of place, the strong were respected. Only by showing strength can you scare away those people with evil intentions. Lin Feng and Jiu Yun'er strolled in the black market for a long time. They also bought a few things. As for whether they were treasures or not, they needed to go back and study it. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze suddenly fell on a man sitting cross-legged in a corner. Although the man looked very ordinary, Lin Feng didn't know why, but he felt that he wasn't as simple as he seemed. In front of the man was a pitch-black root. At that moment, someone asked, "Is this the ebony root?" The man replied, "It's not the ebony root. It's the onyx root." "What? Onyx root? You actually obtained the root of the onyx tree? Could it be that you know where the onyx tree grows?" Many cultivators quickly surrounded the man after hearing about the onyx root. Then, many people began to ask the man about the onyx tree. "Onyx tree? What kind of tree is that?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The Black Bear Devil King said, "This onyx tree is not simple. It's said to be a kind of tree from the netherworld. It occasionally appears in the world of the living. The onyx tree can absorb the netherworld's endless soul energy. The onyx fruit it bears is a saint-grade heavenly treasure that can increase one's soul energy." The soul was the foundation of a cultivator. The importance of the soul to a cultivator was self-evident. Back then, Lin Feng was able to fight to the death with Huangfu Qingtian. Originally, Lin Feng was suppressed by Huangfu Qingtian. He might have even been killed by Huangfu Qingtian. However, Lin Feng's soul energy was very strong. Therefore, Lin Feng's soul entered Huangfu Qingtian's mind. He forced Huangfu Qingtian to engage in the most dangerous soul battle with him. In the end, Lin Feng destroyed Huangfu Qingtian's soul. This battle turned defeat into victory. It could be said that Huangfu Qingtian was Lin Feng's greatest enemy in the early stages of his cultivation. So many years had passed since that battle, but he still had lingering fears when he recalled it. If his soul wasn't strong enough, he might have been the one who died back then. Therefore, Lin Feng knew very well, heavenly treasures that could increase one's soul energy were very precious. However, such heavenly treasures were too difficult to find. As for saint-grade spirit fruits like the onyx fruit, they were even rarer. After all, the onyx tree was a ghost tree that lived in the underworld. The underworld was a place for the dead. Cultivators in the mortal world naturally couldn't go to the underworld to pick the onyx fruit. Because of this, when the onyx tree occasionally appeared in the mortal world, the onyx fruit that it bore would definitely make countless cultivators crazy. No wonder so many cultivators surrounded the cultivator who sold the root of the onyx tree and asked about it. "I got it by chance. I don't know the whereabouts of the onyx tree," the man said with an indifferent expression. Many people didn't believe his words. Some of them looked fierce as if they wanted to capture the man and interrogate him. Dark nether root, this young master wants this root. Suddenly, a faint laugh came from afar. A group of more than a dozen people rushed over. The leader of the group, a young man, said. The young man was unusually handsome. The robe he was wearing was made of heavenly silk. It was impervious to water and fire and difficult to be destroyed by magic treasures. It was a heaven-level magic robe. At first glance, this young man was from a top force. Chapter 1818. This is the young master of the Long family, Long Wanhong. Someone recognized this young master and immediately said in a low voice. The Long family naturally referred to the Long family of Dragon Blood City. Although this Long Wanhong was only a branch disciple of the Long family, he still had an incomparably noble status. He was also an existence that everyone needed to curry favor with. Bluntly, even a servant of the Long family was a high and mighty figure, the target of countless people's flattery. Not to mention the young master of the Long family. Dark nether root. 1,000,000 origin crystals. The man who was sitting cross-legged said. The dark nether root is highly toxic and can be used when concocting poison. At most, it's worth 100,000 origin crystals. This guy really dares to ask for a price. This kid must have gone crazy thinking about money. Many of the surrounding cultivators began to discuss. The Long family's Long Wanhong laughed faintly. There was a hint of meaning in his voice. A follower beside Long Wanhong took out a storage bag and threw it to the man. Then, the follower wanted to take the dark nether root. The man checked it and grabbed the follower's hand. The follower's face suddenly sank as he said, "What are you doing? I bid 1,000,000 for the dark nether root. You only have 10,000 here. What is the meaning of this?" The man said coldly. It was as if a pot of boiling water had exploded. Although the dark nether root was not worth 1,000,000, 10,000 origin crystals was too low. It was as if he had picked it up for free. However, in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, this price was set by the young master of the Long family. Then, the price of the dark nether root was 10,000. Because this was Dragon Blood City. The Long family's power was too great. To dare disobey the young master of the Long family, did he not want to live anymore? Long Wanhong said indifferently, in this Dragon Blood City, if my Long family says 1, it's 1. If my Long family says 2, it's 2. Even if my Long family points at a deer and says that it's a horse, then that deer is a horse, not a deer. This is the dignity of my Long family. These 10,000 origin crystals, I am buying your dark nether root, and also buying information about the dark nether tree. Today, even if you don't agree, you have to agree. Long Wanhong clearly wanted to bully others. However, the Long family was indeed powerful, not someone that ordinary people could provoke. The man coldly said, "This is my onyx root." It was the root of the Dark Tree King. Not only could the root of the Dark Tree King be used as the main ingredient to refine highly toxic medicines, it could also be used to refine many miraculous pills. The roots of the Dark Tree King could also be of great use. Moreover, the roots of the Dark Tree King had a special characteristic that ordinary dark nether roots couldn't compare to, and that was the ability to nurture dark nether tree saplings. As long as a suitable soil was found and carefully nurtured, new saplings could definitely be nurtured. You want to take away a treasure like me for 10,000 origin crystals? Even if you're from the Long family, there's no way you can take it away. Hearing the man's words, many people were shocked. No wonder the price of this dark nether root was so high. It turned out that it wasn't an ordinary dark nether root. It was the root of the Dark Tree King. If he could really cultivate an onyx tree, was the root of the Dark Tree King expensive for 1,000,000 origin crystals? Not only was it not expensive, but it was also extremely cheap. At this moment, many people looked at the man and found that he was somewhat down and out. Many people muttered in their hearts. Perhaps this person had encountered some trouble and needed a large amount of origin crystals, so he took out the root of the Dark Tree King to sell. Otherwise, how could such a thing be sold so casually? Many people were interested in buying it. However, when they thought about how Long Wanhong had also taken a fancy to this treasure, they immediately quieted down. They didn't dare to offend Long Wanhong. The root of the Dark Tree King, ha 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 ha. Excellent. Then this young master must obtain this treasure even more. I'm giving you 10,000 origin crystals now to give you face. Don't be so shameless. Long Wanhong laughed loudly, a haughty expression on his face. In fact, in these top clans, those young masters who were heavily nurtured by the clan would usually not do such a thing. Because those people simply disdained to do such a thing. On the contrary, side family disciples like Long Wanhong liked to do such things the most. They relied on the support of a large faction behind them and had no scruples. Firstly, it was because they wanted to show off their noble status to the outside world and satisfy their vanity. Secondly, they were not valued by their clans in the first place, and it was difficult for them to achieve much on the path of cultivation, so they might as well have fun. In order to support their luxurious lives, they naturally needed capital. Sometimes, they would resort to trickery and robbery. Just like everything that had happened today. It was not the first time Long Wanhong had done such a thing, but relying on his status as the young master of the Long clan, many people chose to swallow their anger. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. I want this root of the Dark Tree King. When this voice rang out, the surroundings immediately became silent. Many people had incomparably astonished gazes. Someone actually dared to snatch something from Long Wanhong? Did they not want to live anymore? Everyone's gazes turned towards the source of the voice and saw a young master step forward. This person was Lin Feng. He had a leisurely expression on his face. Lin Feng arrived in front of the stall and waved his hand. A river of 1 million origin crystals flew out. The origin crystals are yours, brother. As for the dark tree root, it belongs to me. Lin Feng put away the dark tree root. How could Lin Feng miss out on a treasure like the dark tree root? He planned to cultivate it in the mountain river ring. If he could cultivate an dark tree king, it would be a great opportunity. The man looked deeply at Lin Feng, then took the 1 million origin crystals that Lin Feng gave him. Brat! You dare to snatch something that this young master wants? Long Wanhong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Lin Feng. Jiu Yun, who was standing in the crowd, almost fainted from anger. Because Lin Feng was too good at causing trouble. That was the young master of the Long clan. Lin Feng actually dared to snatch a treasure from the Long clan's young master. Wasn't this courting death? Jiu Yun couldn't help but wail in her heart. It was as if she could already see that it would be difficult for her and Lin Feng to walk out of Dragonblood City alive. An item transaction. Don't tell me you don't understand the principle of the highest bidder. You bid 10,000 origin crystals, I bid 1 million origin crystals. If you want it, you can keep bidding, Lin Feng said indifferently. In many people's eyes, Long Wanhong was someone they couldn't afford to offend. But in Lin Feng's eyes, Long Wanhong was just a small character. He naturally didn't care about him. Long Wanhong's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Lin Feng. In this world, there are some people you can never offend. He would regret it for the rest of his life. And this young master is one of those people you can't afford to offend. You? Someone I can't afford to offend? Are you trying to blow your own trumpet? Not to mention that you're just a small branch disciple of the Long clan, even a direct descendant of the Long clan wouldn't dare to be so impudent in front of me, Lin Feng said disdainfully. As soon as he said this, it was as if 1,000 waves had been stirred up. Many people looked at Lin Feng, dumbfounded. Who was this guy? Wasn't he too arrogant? Chapter 18-19. No one has ever dared to be so arrogant in front of me. You are the first person to do so. Do you know what the consequences will be? Said Long Wanhong in an ice-cold tone. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng with killing intent. He didn't try to hide it at all. Lin Feng said indifferently. Consequences? I only know that if you don't scram, you will kneel before me and beg me to let you go. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Lin Feng was too arrogant. This was Dragonblood City. He actually dared to tell the young master of Dragonblood City's Long clan to scram. How audacious. Good. 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 Long Wanhong said good 3 times in a row. His chest heaved up and down violently. Clearly, he was burning with rage. Capture this brat. I want to see who will be the one kneeling and begging for mercy later. Long Wanhong waved his hand. Yes, young master. The guards beside Long Wanhong responded. Then, more than a dozen of them surrounded Lin Feng. The guards released a powerful aura. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations from the guards, many people's expressions changed. 4 Divine Fire Realm Expert. The rest are also at the Void God Realm. How strong, as expected of the Long family, even the guards of the family are so terrifying. The leader of the guards should be at the 4th firmament of the Divine Fire Realm, right? The other 3 Divine Fire Realm cultivators are also at the 3rd firmament of the Divine Fire Realm. Adding those Void God Realm guards, they are too powerful. That brat probably won't even have the ability to fight back. Yeah, that brat is dead for sure. Many people discussed in low voices. They looked at Lin Feng with pity. Long Wanhong's actions made them feel very ashamed. But Long Wanhong. No one could afford to offend him. The cultivators who were watching the fight thought that Lin Feng had offended Long Wanhong. It was too stupid. Jiu Yun-er's pretty face turned pale. This was because Jiu Yun-er guessed that Lin Feng's strength was roughly enough to contend against a cultivator at the 3rd or 4th layer of the Divine Flame Realm. As for the experts from the Long family, the strongest was at the 4th level of the Divine Fire Realm. There were also 3 other 3rd-level Divine Fire Realm experts assisting them. There were also so many Nihility God Realm experts. There were so many experts working together. How could Lin Feng possibly be their match? Of course. There were also some experts in the crowd who were watching the dispute with indifferent expressions. Those true experts looked at Long Wanhong with schadenfreude. Ordinary cultivators might not be able to sense Lin Feng's cultivation level. However, some experts could still vaguely sense the terrifying power hidden within Lin Feng's body. That kind of power made their hearts palpitate. A few Divine Fire Realm ants and a bunch of Nihility God Realm ants. In the eyes of those powerhouses, they could not pose any threat to Lin Feng at all. Of course, the experts hidden in the black market would not come out to warn Long Wanhong. This matter had nothing to do with them, so they were happy to watch the show. Boom boom boom. At this time, more than 10 guards had already rushed in front of Lin Feng, using all kinds of powerful divine abilities. Then, they rushed towards Lin Feng. Scram. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly shouted coldly, like a sudden clap of thunder on the ground. It was also like a loud bell that rang out. W.A. Long Wanhong's guards were all sent flying. Each of them vomited blood and fell to the ground, directly fainting. Seeing this scene, many people were completely dumbfounded. Their minds seemed to have stopped working. A cold shout. A group of experts were seriously injured. There were even 4 Divine Fire Realm experts. They were also seriously injured and directly fainted. What kind of cultivation was this? Wasn't this too terrifying? Everyone sent out their divine sense, wanting to sense Lin Feng's cultivation level. But they found nothing. When their divine sense flew towards Lin Feng, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Their divine sense was quickly swallowed by an invisible force. Many cultivators who wanted to sense Lin Feng's cultivation level turned pale. This person was too terrifying. It was not something they could detect. Perhaps only those super experts could detect this person's cultivation level. Jiu Yun-er's red lips slightly opened, looking incomparably shocked. She originally thought that Lin Feng's cultivation level was around the 3rd or 4th layer of the Divine Fire Realm. But now it seemed. She had actually underestimated Lin Feng's strength once again. Could it be that this guy's strength is around the 5th or 6th layer of the Divine Fire Realm? Jiu Yun-er couldn't help but mutter. Thinking that Lin Feng might be a cultivator of this level, Jiu Yun-er's heart was like a monstrous wave. It had only been a few years. He had become so tyrannical. Wasn't this too monstrous? Seeing his group of guards being seriously injured and fainted, Long Wanhong's expression was gloomy, and his eyes were fierce. "You are courting death," he coldly shouted, jumped up, and punched towards Lin Feng with a dragon fist. His body emitted a tyrannical aura. Long Wanhong's cultivation is at the 5th layer of the divine fire realm. Although he can't be considered outstanding among the younger generation of the Long family, he's actually not weak. That's right. Compared to outsiders, this realm is actually very high, in addition to the dragon blood flowing in his body, so he's a bit stronger than many cultivators at the 6th or 7th layer of the divine fire realm. I wonder if that brat is a match for Long Wanhong? Seeing Long Wanhong make a move, for a moment, there was a lot of discussion. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Feng and Long Wanhong. In the blink of an eye, Long Wanhong arrived in front of Lin Feng and threw a punch which was about to land on Lin Feng's body. Everyone had an incomparably astonished expression. Because Lin Feng actually didn't prepare an attack. Could it be that he was so scared by Long Wanhong's strength that he didn't dare to make a move? Just as everyone was puzzled, Lin Feng raised his right hand and slapped towards Long Wanhong. The speed of this slap was too fast, and it landed directly on Long Wanhong's face. Slap. Accompanied by the loud sound of the slap. Everyone saw that. Long Wanhong was actually sent flying by a slap. In midair, he continuously spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face had almost been slapped to a pulp. When he fell to the ground, he actually didn't move and directly fainted. So weak. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Then he looked at Jiu Yun, who was standing there in a daze, and said, "We've bought what we need to buy and dealt with the people who deserved a beating. Let's go." Jiu Yun's eyes were lifeless as she nodded, then followed behind Lin Feng and walked out of the black market. Countless people were fiercely discussing who Lin Feng was. This was too savage. A slap was actually able to beat a powerful person like Long Wanhong half to death. Chapter 1820. Along the way, Jiu Yun had been in a daze, mainly because she had yet to recover from her shock. The strength Lin Feng had displayed was too shocking, and it had greatly affected her. "What's your cultivation level?" Jiu Yun asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "You? Is this how you address your master? Are you asking for a beating?" Jiu Yun gnashed her teeth. She really wanted to pounce on Lin Feng and bite him. Lin Feng said, "However, as long as you serve me tonight, I'll consider telling you my cultivation level. How about it?" "Me. You scoundrel." Jiu Yun snorted with a red face. Dragonblood City was very lively at night. The streets were still bustling with people, and there were many beautiful female cultivators passing by. It was truly a dazzling scene. Jiu Yun's mood was not good. She said worriedly, "No matter how strong you are, you can't afford to offend the Long family. It's only been a day, and you've already offended both the Shui and Long families. Aren't you worried that those 2 families will send experts to take revenge on us?" Lin Feng said, "The Shui family is just a small family. What's there to be afraid of? As for the Long family, although they're powerful, the older generation won't interfere in a conflict between the younger generation, so there's no need to worry." Jiu Yun shouted, "No matter what, the Shui family still has a true god cultivator overseeing it. The Long family is even more amazing. They have as many experts as there are clouds in the younger generation. It is said that he is the strongest existence in the younger generation of the Long family. He can even contend with God. That Long Wanhong doesn't even need to invite the older generation experts of the Long family. If he invites a powerful younger generation expert, we will all die." Lin Feng said indifferently, "The younger generation of the Long family is only SOSO. I don't think anyone who can defeat me has been born yet." Jiu Yun wailed inwardly. Heavens, this guy really knows how to brag. God, why don't you send down a bolt of lightning to wake him up? Jiu Yun decided to stop trying to persuade Lin Feng. She knew that she couldn't persuade Lin Feng, so she decided to just go with the flow. If he really did die in Dragonblood City, Lin Feng would accompany him. The road to the Yellow Springs was not lonely. However, it was inevitable that they would continue to slander Lin Feng in their hearts. Boom. At this time, waves of terrifying fluctuations came from afar. Many people were alarmed. "Look, it's Shui Qianren. What was this person going to do? The aura emanating from his body is so terrifying. It seems like he's enraged. Now that the Shui family has hooked up with the Long family, Who would dare to offend the Shui family? Why is Shui Qianren so angry? Many people were puzzled. Shui Qianren, the old ancestor of the Shui family, was at the second sky of the true god realm. This person was skinny and wore a black robe. He gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. It is said that this Shui Qianren's cultivation method is called Hade's Blood Fury skill. It was an extremely vicious demonic cultivation method. It was precisely because of this that Shui Qianren gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. Beside Shui Qianren was a group of Shui family cultivators. Shui Shaoqi was among the crowd. Old ancestor. It's that brat. Shui Shaoqi pointed at Lin Feng. Shui Qianren immediately snorted and quickly flew over. The cultivators of the Shui family surrounded Lin Feng and Jiyu Yun, a true god realm expert. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Shui Qianren's body, Jiyu Yun trembled, her face as pale as paper. Lin Feng was indeed very powerful. He was even more powerful than Jiyu Yun had imagined. However, if it was said that Lin Feng could defeat a true god realm expert, Jiyu Yun would definitely not believe it. Even in the younger generation of the top forces, there were very few who could defeat a true god realm expert. Moreover, even if they could defeat a true god realm expert, those young cultivators must have cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years. How many years had Lin Feng cultivated? Moreover, when Lin Feng came to the 9 prefectures, he was the same as her. He had no relatives and was also a loose cultivator. The cultivation resources a loose cultivator received could not be compared to the cultivation resources of the disciples of the big families. Those disciples of the big families received so many resources. Those who could defeat a true god realm expert could be counted on one hand. Moreover, Lin Feng was a loose cultivator. Therefore, the current Jiyu Yun she even felt a trace of despair in her heart. Lin Feng naturally did not know what Jiyu Yun was thinking. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the group of people from the Shui family. Shui Shaoqi laughed sinisterly. Brat! You dare to humiliate me, Shui Shaoqi. Have you thought about what will happen to you after falling into my hands? Shui Qianren had his hands behind his back as he looked coldly at Lin Feng. My Shui family has a foothold in Dragon Blood City. Who dares to humiliate us? You actually dared to tell Shaoqi to scram out of the restaurant. You insulted a disciple of my Shui family, which is the same as insulting my Shui family. Seeing that the heavens are virtuous, my Shui family will not take your life today. Kneel in front of Shaoqi and kowtow 10 times, then cripple one of your arms and this matter will end here. These people from the Shui family are so overbearing. Many people who were watching the show muttered softly. The Shui family was originally just a small family. Now that they have climbed up to the Long family, they are naturally arrogant. That brat actually offended the Shui family. He is really too unlucky. Looks like if he doesn't do as Shui Qianren says, his end will be even more miserable. Immediately, someone said softly. More and more people gathered to watch the show. At this time, Lin Feng looked indifferently at Shui Qianren and said, "This Shui Shaoqi offended me with his words, so he deserves the death penalty. I have already given enough face to your Shui family by sparing his life. You old bastard, you actually don't want face and come to this young master's place to behave atrociously. Don't tell me you don't want to live anymore." This, everyone started speaking incoherently. The streets, which were originally filled with people's emotions, became completely silent. Shui Qianren was a true god realm expert. That brat. He actually dared to insult a true god expert like that. He was simply courting death. Little bastard, die. Shui Qianren roared furiously and sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. Shui Qianren is angry. With a furious strike, that brat will definitely die. Many people cried out in alarm. You are called Shui Qianren, right? A mere second heavenly layer true god dares to be impudent in front of me? You really don't know the meaning of death. Lin Feng sneered and took a step forward. He raised his right hand and gently slashed at the void. A sword energy slashed out. Everyone saw that. That sword energy instantly flew in front of Shui Qianren. Under the attack of that sword energy, Shui Qianren couldn't even react in time. Pu. That sword energy directly split Xue Qianren in half. Blood splattered across the sky. Xue Qianren. He was instantly killed by Lin Feng. Those who offend me shall be beheaded. It was a cold voice that came out of nowhere. It was as if the temperature of the world had suddenly dropped. Many people looked at the young master standing in the middle of the street with his hands behind his back. Their hearts seemed to have been set off by a storm. He instantly killed a second heavenly layer true god expert. Who exactly was that young master? He was too terrifying. Chapter 1821. What kind of monster is this guy? Jiu Yun looked at Lin Feng with a shocked expression. It was precisely because she understood Lin Feng's past that she knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. It had only been a few years, and he had already grown to this extent. In just a few years, he had reached a height that countless cultivators could not reach in their entire lives. It was too shocking. Ancestor, you died so miserably. Many people from the Xue family knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. There were also many people who looked at Lin Feng with terrified expressions. Because Lin Feng was simply too powerful. So powerful that it made their hearts tremble. The people of the Xue family really wanted to turn back time. If they were given another chance, they would definitely not choose to find trouble with Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the rest of the Xue family indifferently. He did not attack the rest of the Xue family. He did not even attack Xue Shaoqi. Because in Lin Feng's opinion, a person like Xue Shaoqi, he did not even have the right to die in his hands. Jiu Yun followed closely behind Lin Feng, and the two returned to their residence. The news of Xue Qianren being killed by a young cultivator in one move quickly spread throughout Dragon Blood City. Although Xue Qianren was not a particularly powerful expert, he was still a true God Realm cultivator. In addition, there was also the relationship with the Long family. So, Xue Qianren's death still caused a certain amount of waves in Dragon Blood City. Dragon Blood City was still bustling late at night. Zhu Ziqian walked on the wide street. There was a noisy stream of people around him, and all kinds of hawking sounds could be heard. But Zhu Ziqian acted as if he did not hear it. His eyes seemed to only be looking forward. Zhu Ziqian was none other than the man who sold the roots of the Dark Tree King in the black market. Swish, suddenly, the originally bright street became incomparably dark, and the surrounding crowd disappeared without a trace. Only Zhu Ziqian was walking alone on the entire street. The sudden disappearance of the crowd did not cause any emotional fluctuations in Zhu Ziqian. He did not even pause. Zhu Ziqian continued to walk forward step by step. At this moment, several figures appeared in front and behind the street. These were the people who had come to kill Zhu Ziqian. They were all experts in the black market. These people suspected that Zhu Ziqian might know where the onyx tree was. Therefore, he had come to kill Zhu Ziqian in order to obtain information about the onyx tree from him. Dong dong dong, suddenly, a very strange voice sounded between heaven and earth. It was as if the pulse of the earth was beating. When that voice was heard, one by one, the cultivator's hearts exploded. He fell to the ground with his back facing the sky, dead. Soon, the crowd that had disappeared reappeared. Zhu Ziqian walked out of the illusion. Someone's dead. A horrified cry came from the crowd. There are dead people here too. Here too. Why did so many people suddenly die? I didn't see these corpses earlier. What's going on? Many people cried out in surprise. At this time, Zhu Ziqian had already left. An old friend has come to visit. May I know if you are here? A voice came from outside Lin Feng's residence. Hey, this voice sounds like the cultivator who sold the Onyx Tree King's roots in the black market. How did he find this place? Jiu Yun asked doubtfully. This person is not simple. I've been waiting for him to come. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Then, he walked out of the room and opened the courtyard door. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "Nice to meet you, brother. Please come in and talk." Zhu Ziqian also cupped his fists in response. Then, he entered the living room with Lin Feng. The guest of honor took a seat. Jiu Yun served the spirit tea that she had brewed. I'm Zhu Ziqian. I hope you don't blame me for visiting. It's a pleasure to have a friend from afar. I can't wait to welcome Brother Ju here as a guest. How could I blame Brother Ju? Haha, you're a straightforward person. How should I address you? Lin Feng. So it's Brother Lin. I came here because I have something I would like to invite Brother Lin to do together. I wonder if Brother Lin is interested. Oh, what is it? Let's hear it. Ju Ziqian said, we're going to snatch the Onyx Tree King's sacred fruit. Oh, the Onyx Tree King's sacred fruit. So Brother Ju really does know about the Onyx Tree King. Why did you ask me to go with you? Lin Feng asked. Ju Ziqian said, because I feel that Brother Lin is a trustworthy person. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng suddenly laughed loudly and said, thank you for your trust, Brother Ju. May I know when we'll go? I estimate. There are still 2 more years before it ripens. This is a transmission jade talisman. I'll send you a transmission when the time comes. Ju Ziqian took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put the talisman away. Ju Ziqian stood up and bid farewell. Lin Feng personally saw him out. Only then did he return to his residence. Jiu Yuna said, this Ju Ziqian should be a very powerful person, right? Someone like him? Would he fall into dire straits? Now that he's come looking for you, could it be a trap? Said Lin Feng. He's injured, very seriously. Even though he's hiding it well, he's still alive. Although he's concealed it well, I can sense that it's an injury to his core. However, he didn't say anything about his injuries, so I couldn't ask him about it. 1,000,000 origin crystals might be used to buy medicine that can heal his core, but it's not easy to find. I hope he can find it. As for whether he's trying to trick me or not, there's no need to worry. I didn't sense any malicious intent from him. He would rather sell the Onyx Tree King's roots to raise origin crystals to buy medicine that can heal his core than to kill someone and steal their treasure, which is the simplest method. This shows that he's very principled and isn't the kind of person who would willfully slaughter the innocent. You should also be able to tell that he's not a talkative person. I'm guessing that he's rather reclusive, and people like him aren't good at interacting with others. That's why people like him don't have many friends. As for why he came looking for me, perhaps it's just as he said, that he trusts me a lot. This kind of trust comes from his extremely sharp judgment and insight towards the outside world. I have to say that his vision is pretty good to actually find me. I'm indeed someone worthy of his trust. Me. Jiu Yuna couldn't help but lightly snort when she heard Lin Feng's self-praise. Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and hugged Jiu Yuna's waist, smiling as he said, the night is long, and I'm not in the mood to sleep. How about we have an in-depth exchange of cultivation insights tonight? Jiu Yuna lightly spat at Lin Feng. How was this supposed to be an exchange of cultivation experiences? Being hugged by Lin Feng made Jiu Yuna panic. She hurriedly pushed Lin Feng away and fled back to her room. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Feng looked at Jiu Yuna and asked, what do you plan to do in the future? Jiu Yuna's pretty face changed slightly, because she could feel the intention to leave in Lin Feng's tone. Jiu Yuna said faintly, you're leaving? If possible, I'd like to stay by your side for the time being. As if afraid that Lin Feng would misunderstand, Jiu Yuna said, once I've earned enough origin crystals and return them to you, I'll leave. Lin Feng said with a faint smile, tell me honestly, are you reluctant to leave me? Jiu Yuna's pretty face reddened, then she pretended to be fierce and glared at Lin Feng, saying, who's reluctant to leave you? Lin Feng smiled and said, I have something important to take care of here, so I can't take you with me. However, if you have nowhere else to go, you can go to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. I'll get someone to arrange for you to be a servant disciple. You can temporarily stay in the Reincarnation Immortal sect as a servant disciple and cultivate well. If you can pass the test in the future, you'll have a chance to become an official disciple. Chapter 1822. Jiu Yuna looked at Lin Feng in shock and said, the Reincarnation Immortal sect? That's one of the 10 great immortal sects of the 9 prefectures. I can enter as a servant disciple? Lin Feng said, I'm currently cultivating in the Reincarnation Immortal sect, so I have the ability to arrange for you to join the sect. Jiu Yuna immediately became happy. She hugged Lin Feng's arm and said excitedly, "That's great. I can also join the Reincarnation Immortal sect. I'll have a powerful backer in the future." Lin Feng reminded her, "Don't be happy too early. The Reincarnation Immortal sect has requirements for servant disciples. Once you become a servant disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, the sect will begin to assess you. You'll have to complete all kinds of difficult tasks assigned by the sect. Furthermore, if you're unable to pass the sect's assessment within 100 years, you'll lose your servant disciple status and have no choice but to leave the sect. The Reincarnation Immortal sect's assessment isn't easy, so even if you become a servant disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, you can't relax your requirements. Instead, you'll have to work even harder. Only then will you have a chance to pass the assessment in the future." Jiu Yuna nodded and stuck out her tongue, saying, "I know. Don't worry, once we reach the Reincarnation Immortal sect, I'll work hard." Lin Feng personally sent Jiu Yun to the teleportation plaza. After Jiu Yun entered the teleportation array and left, he didn't stop and instead headed out of the city. After leaving Dragonblood City, Lin Feng summoned the 4 sacred birds and told them where to go. Then, he laid down on the 4 sacred birds' comfortable feathers and enjoyed the warm sunlight. The 4 sacred birds quickly flew towards the Demon Mountain of Destruction. However, after flying for an hour, a dazzling sword chi flew out from the forest in front of them and slashed towards the 4 sacred birds. The 4 sacred birds dodged the sword chi in a sorry state. After narrowly dodging the terrifying sword chi, the 4 sacred birds cursed loudly. The 4th holy bird yelled, "Which son of a B***tch dares to hide in the dark and sneak attack me? Come out for me. I'll slap you to death with my claws. Damn bird. How dare you curse me? I'll roast you later." A group of cultivators flew out from the forest. One of the cultivators wielding a sword cast a gloomy look at the 4 sacred birds. "Bastard. Your bird grandpa will skewer you and make you into a skewer," the 4 holy birds shouted. The cultivator was mocked by the 4 holy birds again and again, and his face was ashen with rage. He wanted nothing more than to tear the 4 holy birds to shreds. "So it's the Long family. Long Wanhong. I spared your dog life, but you don't repent. Do you think I won't kill you?" Lin Feng looked coldly at Long Wanhong, who was in the middle of this group of people. Long Wanhong looked at Lin Feng with venomous eyes and said coldly, "Brat. You're already at death's door, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. Oh. Do you think you can kill me with this motley crew you hired?" Lin Feng said indifferently. There were a total of 14 of them. 3 of them looked like young masters, and they should be the young experts of the Long family that Long Wanhong had hired. They had also brought 10 guards with them. The 10 guards were all at the True God realm. The strongest among them had reached the 7th firmament of the True God realm. Clearly, these people had schemed to kill Lin Feng. The young master with the sword sneered. "Brat. We know you're capable. You even killed Xue Qianren of the Xue family. But so what? Xue Qianren is only at the 2nd firmament of the True God realm. In our eyes, he's like an ant. Today, 14 of us true gods are here. Do you think you can escape alive?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "Looks like you came here with great confidence. Of course, anyone who offends the Long family will die. There's only one outcome. That would be a dead end for him. You're no exception." The man with the sword sneered and said, "Everyone, set up the 5 spirits origin sword formation and tear this brat to pieces." "Okay." The rest of the people immediately shouted and rushed out. These people scattered around in a very Daoist rhyme formation. Everyone seemed to be able to complement each other. Moreover, the magic power in their bodies seemed to be connected. Because of that, their strength had increased enormously. Each of them took out a sword. All of them were heaven-grade divine swords. They hovered in the air and buzzed with great power. The sword formation made use of the mysteries of the formation. It could make up for each other's shortcomings. When attacking, the magic power would be connected. Therefore, everyone's combat power would be raised to the peak. Therefore, the sword formation was a very terrifying combination attack. He could feel the destructive power emitted from the swords. Lin Feng could not help but be slightly surprised. The Long family was indeed an overlord. The sword formation that they had passed down was indeed very powerful. However, Lin Feng was only slightly surprised. A sword formation of this level was not a threat to him. Kill. A cold shout was heard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cold light shot in all directions. Many swords were flying towards Lin Feng in an attempt to kill him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he waved his right hand. Suddenly, the swallowing heaven jar flew out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A powerful devouring power surged out of the swallowing heaven jar. It directly enveloped the 14 divine swords. The 14 divine swords that were originally heading towards Lin Feng immediately flew towards the swallowing heaven jar. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Long family's experts changed drastically. Not good. That kid's treasure is very strange. Quickly take back the divine swords. The expert whose strength had reached the 7th heaven of the true God realm shouted in a deep voice. The group of experts from the Long family hurriedly summoned their divine swords, wanting to summon these divine swords back. But it was already too late. The swallowing heaven jar directly swallowed the 14 divine swords. Then, it forcefully wiped out the divine consciousness imprints left behind by the 14 Long family expert. The divine consciousness was wiped out. The 14 experts from the Long family suffered a backlash. Immediately, they let out painful screams. Little bastard! You actually dare to plunder our magic treasure. You're courting death. Attack together, cut this little bastard into 1,000 pieces and dismember his corpse into 1,000 pieces. The group of experts from the Long family all cursed with resentment. Boom! Boom! Immediately after, their bodies emitted terrifying waves like stormy waves. Everyone revolved their magic power to the extreme. The 14 experts unleashed their strongest battle power and rushed towards Lin Feng quickly. Everyone began to prepare a powerful supernatural power, wanting to kill Lin Feng directly. Chapter 1823. Dragon soaring to the 9th heaven. Dragon fighting in the wild. Dragon roar and tiger roar. Dragon proud heaven and earth. Dragon claw breaking the heavens. Divine dragon swings its tail. Heavenly dragon leaves the abyss. Twin dragons fetching water. The 14 experts of the Long family all shouted out coldly. Their sacred art was instantly formed and charged towards Lin Feng. Powerful dharmic powers shook the void, emitting a power that could destroy the heavens. This power was enough to make one's heart palpitate. With such a group of people attacking together, even a cultivator at the 8th or 9th level of the true God realm would be facing a great enemy. But these people's opponent was Lin Feng. The current Lin Feng had long been reborn. Even if an expert at the peak of the true God realm came, it would be difficult for them to be his match. Let alone these people in front of him. Facing the attacks of the 14 experts, Lin Feng leaped up and directly activated the Sovereign Emperor body. The 5 devouring martial spirits fused into one. The confinement magnetic field was released by Lin Feng, enveloping a radius of a few thousand meters. Instantly, the 14 experts of the Long family who were charging towards Lin Feng all slowed down. And Lin Feng immediately used the Sovereign's judgment. The powerful Sovereign's power surged out and charged towards the 14 experts of the Long family. Bang bang bang, a series of violent collisions rang out. The sacred art condensed by the 14 experts of the Long family was broken one after another. Then, the Sovereign's power swept the 14 experts of the Long family away. Lin Feng fought against 14 alone. And he had the absolute upper hand. Whoa! These 14 people all spat out large mouthfuls of blood, all of them injured. How is this possible? The 14 strong cultivators of the Long clan looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. All of them were scared out of their wits. With the 14 of them working together, what kind of powerful battle strength was that? Now, in front of Lin Feng, they were actually so weak. Only now did they know how terrifying Lin Feng was. Many people regretted agreeing to Long Wanhong's request to come out with him to kill Lin Feng. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how much he regretted it now, it was already too late. Su. Lin Feng took a step forward, shrinking the ground into an inch, and instantly arrived in front of Long Wanhong. He looked coldly at Long Wanhong, his voice filled with killing intent. I spared your life last time, so you should be grateful instead of coming to find trouble with me. Since you're so reckless, I'll take your head today. As his voice fell, Lin Feng's Devil Emperor's 9 slashes slashed towards Long Wanhong. I'll fight you to the death. Long Wanhong's eyes flashed with madness. Long Wanhong also knew this. At this moment, he could only go all out. Otherwise, he would definitely die at the hands of Lin Feng. Long Wanhong's fist swept towards Lin Feng. His arms instantly swelled up, and his clothes were torn apart. Its thick arms were densely covered with dragon scales. Long Wanhong's strength had also increased substantially. But it was still useless. In Lin Feng's eyes, this Long Wanhong was still an ant. Bang! Lin Feng's fist collided with Long Wanhong's. Long Wanhong's body directly exploded. He died on the spot. 3 young masters, hurry up and leave. We'll stop this kid. The Long family's guard commander shouted loudly. The other 3 disciples of the Long family had long been scared to the point that their faces turned pale. Although the cultivation of these disciples of the large families was quite tyrannical. But in reality, they often had a very fatal weakness. And that was that their actual combat experience was very poor. Because they were born rich, they each had all kinds of cultivation resources. Unlike Lin Feng, in order to obtain cultivation resources, heaven and earth treasures that could increase their cultivation, they needed to desperately fight over them time and time again. Lin Feng was able to grow until now. To say it bluntly, he killed his way up. After experiencing too many life and death situations, Lin Feng could calmly face any dangerous situation. But these disciples of the large families were different. Now that they saw how powerful Lin Feng was, they were already scared out of their wits. And now that they heard the guard commander tell them to leave first, the 3 of them didn't even say a word and turned to flee into the distance. And the guard commander and the other 9 true God Realm guards pounced towards Lin Feng together. You guys are very sincere. But our standpoints are different. Today, I won't show mercy. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Swish, he charged towards the 10 true God Realm guards. An intense battle erupted. 15 minutes later, the 10 guards were all killed. Lin Feng stood in the forest, slightly frowning. He was not satisfied with this battle. Because 3 disciples of the Long family escaped. But then Lin Feng felt relieved. It was just 3 small characters, nothing to be afraid of. As for the experts of the Long family, Lin Feng was not worried about anything. No matter how many true God Realm cultivators came, he would kill them all. The heavenly God Realm cultivators came. Wanting to kill him was also almost an impossible thing. Because Lin Feng could not defeat a heavenly God Realm powerhouse, he could choose to escape. For a heavenly God Realm powerhouse to catch up to him, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Unless it was a giant God Realm powerhouse. But how could a powerhouse at the level of a giant god casually deal with a junior cultivator? In the eyes of a powerhouse of that level, this was a kind of humiliation to them. Lin Feng did not stay for long, riding the 4 sacred birds and continuing to fly in the direction of the Demon Mountain of Destruction. A month later, Lin Feng arrived at the place marked on the map. This place was located at the border of the Forest of Destruction and the Fallen Forest. After entering this place, Lin Feng let the 4 sacred birds return to the mountain river ring, while he carefully walked towards the depths. Along the way, he encountered many powerful fierce beasts, but Lin Feng avoided them one by one. He also encountered many terrifying restrictions. Relying on his powerful array formation attainments, he successfully passed through those powerful restrictions. On this day, he stopped beside a stream to rest. Suddenly, a figure quietly approached the place where Lin Feng was resting. That terrifying creature held a huge stone club in its hand. That creature directly swung the stone club at Lin Feng. That stone club carried a violent wind as it smashed fiercely towards Lin Feng. Feeling the killing intent enveloping his entire body, Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly opened his eyes and saw the stone club smashing towards him. It was a dangerous moment. He used the heaven patching technique to dodge this attack. Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away. At this time, he saw clearly what the fierce beast that attacked him was. It was a golden-colored stone golem. But it was not from the Stone Clan, but a golden gold demon. Roar! That golden gold demon let out a series of roars. Then the earth shook violently. One by one, the golden gold demons rushed over from all directions. Thousands of golden gold demons surrounded Lin Feng. The aura emitted by many of the golden gold demons made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. So many golden gold demons. Seeing these golden gold demons, Lin Feng could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Just as he was about to think of a way to break out. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. The boundary of the Demon Mountain of Destruction is a forbidden area. Only death awaits those who trespass. Kill yourself, this way you can die a little faster. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng looked over. He saw a girl standing on the shoulder of 100 meters tall golden gold demon. The girl was tall and wore a beast skirt made of beast skin. Her pair of straight and slender legs were exposed. The clothes on her upper body were also made of beast skin. It wrapped around her peaks, and her flat waist was also exposed to the air. This girl's face was the size of a palm. It was exquisite and beautiful. Her hair was tied into dense braids. This was a beauty who exuded an exotic charm from head to toe. However, this beauty looked at Lin Feng at this moment as if she was looking at a dead man. Chapter 1824. What a pretty girl. Don't talk about fighting and killing. That's not good. We can sit down and chat, admire the flowers, drink some wine, sleep, and so on. That's how you should enjoy life. Lin Feng said. What did you say? The girl gnashed her teeth and glared at Lin Feng. This guy actually dared to say that he wanted to sleep with her. How could this guy be so shameless and shameless? Lin Feng said. I said that we can sit down and chat, admire the flowers, and drink some wine. The girl gritted her teeth. What about the last part? The last part? I don't think I said anything after that. You must have misheard, Lin Feng said. Shameless bastard. The girl glared fiercely at Lin Feng, then turned to the Golden Mountain demons and said, smash that kid into meat paste. Roar. Many of the Golden Mountain demons immediately let out a series of roars, causing the entire forest to tremble. Then, a large group of Golden Mountain demons pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly said, I'm here to look for Senior Patriarch Destruction. Since you live on Demon Mountain of Destruction, you must have heard of him, right? Hearing Lin Feng mention Patriarch Destruction, the girl hurriedly ordered the Golden Mountain demons to stop attacking Lin Feng. She then looked coldly at Lin Feng and asked, Who are you? Why are you looking for my master? Lin Feng looked at the girl in surprise. He had not expected her to be Patriarch Destruction's disciple. Sister, I'm Lord Tortoise's disciple. I'm here with a token to look for Senior Patriarch Destruction. I have something very important to tell you, so please bring me to him, Lin Feng said. Who's your sister? The girl snorted. All right, I can't call you sister. Can you tell me your name? You can't expect me to call you Hey, right? Lin Feng said. Wu Muqing. My name is Lin Feng. Who asked for your name? Wu Muqing coldly harumphed and said, Come with me, I'll take you to see my master. Thank you for leading the way, Muqing. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Wu Muqing no longer paid any attention to Lin Feng. She jumped down from the Golden Goblin's shoulder and rushed into the depths at an incredible speed. However, Lin Feng quickly caught up and said with a smile, Sister Muqing, your speed is not bad. Wu Muqing slightly frowned and increased her speed. However, she discovered that no matter how fast she increased her speed, she couldn't shake off Lin Feng. Wu Muqing was quite dissatisfied with the result. He wanted to increase his speed, but by this time, he had already arrived at the location of the Demon Destruction Mountain. The Demon Mountain of Annihilation was a continuous mountain range. This mountain range was extremely huge. It stretched out for more than 50 miles. The mountain range was densely covered with restrictions. If one were to barge in and trigger the restrictions, only death would await them. Lin Feng followed Wu Muqing into the depths of the mountain range. Girl, why did you bring back a man after going out for a while? Could it be that you snatched him to be the husband of your fort? A lazy voice came from the cave. Following that, a skinny old man walked out. When Lin Feng heard the old man's words, he nearly fell to the ground. This old man was most likely Patriarch Destruction. He was already so old. He actually used such words to tease Wu Muqing's disciple. What a perverted old man. It was no wonder that Patriarch Destruction and Lord Tortoise could become good friends. These two old and frivolous fellows were gathered together. They were probably birds of a feather, right? Wu Muqing seemed to be used to Patriarch Destruction's personality. She pursed her lips and said, "This is the disciple of Master's old friend." Patriarch Destruction said, "Master has so many friends all over the world. Which old friend's disciple are you talking about?" Wu Muqing was speechless. "Master, don't you only have one friend? It's that Lord Tortoise. Don't tell me you have a second friend." Cough, cough. After his lie was exposed, even though Patriarch Destruction's skin was as thick as a city wall, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He coughed softly twice. Then, he said angrily, "You brat, can't you give Master some face?" Lin Feng muttered inwardly. Patriarch Destruction was truly a weirdo. He cupped his fists and bowed to Patriarch Destruction. "Junior Lin Feng greets Senior. This is a token that Master asked me to give you." After saying that, Lin Feng handed the white jade token to Patriarch Destruction. Patriarch Destruction took the token and narrowed his eyes. He took pleasure in Lin Feng's misfortune and said, "Kid, your talent is not bad. However, you have been screwed over by that old tortoise. For the sake of survival, cultivate properly. If you die too early, it will be a waste of your talent. Don't worry, Senior. Theoretically speaking, this junior will definitely live much longer than Senior." Lin Feng knew that Patriarch Destruction was a weirdo. People like him usually had a good temper and could withstand jokes. Therefore, Lin Feng's courage grew, and he could not help but tease Patriarch Destruction. Fart. Wu Muqing could not help but laugh. This girl usually looked fierce, but she was really beautiful when she laughed. "What are you looking at?" Patriarch Destruction saw Lin Feng looking at him. He immediately glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Patriarch Destruction smacked his lips and said, "Other than your master, that old tortoise, who dares to say that he can live longer than this old man, no one else in the world dares to say such a thing." "Kid, you actually dare to say such a thing? Are you little tortoise?" Lin Feng's face darkened. He had originally wanted to tease Patriarch Destruction. Instead, he had been made a fool of by Patriarch Destruction. That old saying was indeed true. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. When Patriarch Destruction saw Lin Feng's twitching mouth, he seemed to be quite happy. He grinned and continued, "You've just arrived at Demon Mountain, so you should rest for a day. Tomorrow, Muqing will bring you to a place to cultivate. Don't let down your master's good intentions. Cultivate well and don't slack off." "Understood," Lin Feng replied. "By the way, I heard from the old tortoise that your barbecue is the best in the world. You will prepare dinner tonight." "No problem." Lin Feng nodded. At this time, the sun was about to set. Lin Feng began to prepare dinner. He cooked his best barbecue for Patriarch Destruction and Wu Muqing. He also made a soup that he had been researching recently. He wondered if Patriarch Destruction and Wu Muqing were the reincarnation of hungry ghosts. In order to compete for the barbecue and soup, the master and disciple nearly fought each other. What a weirdo. Both master and disciple were weirdos. After eating his fill, Patriarch Destruction went into the cave to rest. As for Lin Feng, he lay down on a smooth rock to rest. At this time, black fog suddenly rolled in the depths of Demon Mountain. Waves of terrifying aura spread out. Lin Feng was alarmed. He jumped up from the ground. He looked at the depths of Demon Mountain. He saw that the forest was perfectly covered by the black fog. That place looked like hell on earth. "What's that place?" Lin Feng looked at Wu Muqing, who was sitting not far away, and asked. Wu Muqing said, "That's a graveyard." "A graveyard?" Whose graveyard? Lin Feng asked. It's not a single person's graveyard. It's a group of graveyards. Countless amazing gods and demons from the immortal ancient era are buried there, Wu Muqing said faintly. Chapter 1825. Lin Feng was shocked that the burial grounds of the immortal ancient experts would be here. This was an era that had been buried by the river of time. The immortal ancient era's glory, strength, secrets, and everything about the immortal ancient era. It had long become a thing of the past, and there was no way to find out about it. Only from the broken Daoist scriptures that were occasionally found could one find some clues about the past. Now, the burial grounds of the immortal ancient era's gods and devils were too shocking. Have you ever been to the burial grounds? Lin Feng asked. Wu Muqing said, curiosity killed the cat. You can't go there. It's too dangerous. Especially at night, you can't enter the burial grounds. Why? Lin Feng was puzzled. Burial grounds, a place where the dead were buried. Could it be that there was some kind of danger? I'm not sure. I only know that's what my master told me. If you really want to know more about the burial grounds, you can at most take a look at the outer area. You can't get close, Wu Muqing said. Lin Feng nodded. Wu Muqing glanced at Lin Feng and said, are you interested in going out and having a competition with me? What kind of competition? Lin Feng looked at Wu Muqing with a smile that was not a smile. Wu Muqing snorted, you can choose what you want. This girl was clearly upset that she was not as fast as him. Lin Feng said indifferently, not interested. I want to rest. However, if you can give me a full body massage, or let me give you a full body massage, I can consider having a competition with you. As he said this, his eyes swept over Wu Muqing's hot and delicate body. Shameless. Wu Muqing glared at Lin Feng and sent a palm strike over. Lin Feng quickly jumped back 3 meters, dodging Wu Muqing's attack. A real man doesn't fight with a woman. Don't break my rules, Lin Feng said. Scum. Shameless. Wu Muqing was very disdainful of Lin Feng's self-praising behavior. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng and flew into the distance. He didn't know what she was going to do. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with her. Night. It gradually deepened. The bright moon rose into the sky, and the stars dotted the sky. The roar of a beast came from the forest. Many powerful beasts began to appear one after another. In the depths of the mountains, the ghost chi was eerie. Even from far away, one could still feel the terrifying aura emanating from the tombs. Immortal ancient. It was a great era that no one could avoid mentioning. Just how many stunning experts had appeared in Immortal Ancient Era? Moreover, in Immortal Ancient Era, there were even 2 Heavenly Masters who appeared. There had been a total of 36 Heavenly Masters in the Heavenly Master lineage. The last Heavenly Master came from the Primordial Age. The 34th and 35th generation Heavenly Masters were figures from the Immortal Ancient Era. But that was all Lin Feng knew. Everything that the 2 Heavenly Masters had experienced in the Immortal Ancient Era had long since become a thing of the past. Lin Feng walked towards the depths. He wanted to see the tombs of the experts of Immortal Ancient Era from afar. Finally, he arrived at that place. Black fog rolled, and ghost chi lingered. It was a dense forest. In the forest, tombs could be seen one after another. Who built these ancient tombs? Lin Feng was puzzled. He was extremely puzzled. But Lin Feng also knew. No one could explain this to him. If the Wuliang Daoist comes here, will these ancient tombs still be intact? Asked the Wuliang Daoist. Lin Feng muttered. He reckoned that if the immeasurable Daoist really knew about this tomb, that guy would use all his means. He would also think of ways to excavate the tombs, right? Since the creation of the world, there have been countless eras. The Immortal Ancient Era could definitely be considered one of the most dazzling eras. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought of a Daoist scripture's introduction to the Immortal Ancient Era. The origin of the Immortal Ancient Era was related to immortals. It was said that after the Great War between Xiantian lifeforms, Xiantian lifeforms fell one after another. Until the Immortal Ancient Era. Some experts broke through the shackles of heaven and earth, breaking through from the Emperor realm to an even higher realm. This realm was called the Immortal Realm. The Immortal Ancient Era was named because of immortals. It was also the experts of this era who speculated that those Xiantian lifeforms, such as Pangu, Nua, the Three Sovereigns, Five Emperors, Gonggong, Kuafu, and other Xiantian lifeforms, were also in the Immortal Realm. And before that, the later generations' understanding of Xiantian lifeforms was extremely limited, and they didn't know the division of their realms. Perhaps those Xiantian lifeforms didn't have a division of realms. Until the Immortal Ancient Era, when the Immortal Realm was divided. Xiantian lifeforms were classified as this type of expert. Only then did the later generations have a certain understanding of Xiantian lifeforms. The Immortal Ancient Era was such a dazzling era. Billions of years later, they had also experienced an unprecedented war in the dark. In the end, it was destroyed. Even the imprints were erased. Countless experts fell, including those immortals. All the important information about that era. It was also destroyed. It was as if someone was deliberately hiding the truth of the past. And now, Lin Feng was looking at the tombs, slightly lost in thought. Finally, he retracted his gaze. He turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his mind. Almighty Master of Gods, even though countless years have passed, we are still loyal to you. When that voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind, his body paused slightly. His mind was in a state of chaos. His footsteps. He also paused. That war that spanned countless years didn't erase our fighting spirit. Even if we die, our will not be extinguished. We are waiting for the Master of Gods to awaken, lead us again to the 9 heavens, even if we are only left with a broken body, but we also want to use this broken body to protect the last pure land in this world, Boom. When those voices resounded in Lin Feng's mind, he felt as if his thoughts had entered an extremely chaotic state. His eyes became confused. It was as if there was a special power. It was calling out to him. Lin Feng, who had originally planned to leave. He actually turned around and walked towards the tombs. We are willing to follow the Master of Gods in the final battle to the death. If the mountains and rivers are destroyed, what is the use of my broken body? More and more voices poured into Lin Feng's mind. His consciousness was completely blank. He didn't know what he was doing and where he was going. In the end, Lin Feng entered the tombs. This was a maple forest. Blood-red maple leaves. It was as if they were stained with the blood of gods and demons from the Immortal Era. They emitted a demonic blood-red color. Lin Feng's eyes gradually became clear. He looked at the tombs around him in shock, extremely puzzled. Why did I appear in the tombs of the Immortal Era? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Looking at the densely packed tombs, an inexplicable feeling of sadness welled up in his heart. Chapter 1826. Within the Immortal Ancient Cemetery, the ancient tombs emitted a cold and terrifying aura that made one's hair stand on end. Now that he had somehow entered the Immortal Ancient Cemetery, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel uneasy. He turned to leave, but to his horror, he found that there was rolling black fog and ghostly qi everywhere, blocking the way out. I'm trapped in the Immortal Ancient Cemetery? Lin Feng frowned. He took out the body seed and held it in his hand. The treasure emitted a dense light that wrapped around his body. Lin Feng was lost in thought. He had the feeling that something strange had happened in the celestial ancient graveyard, something strange was going on. He looked at the tombstone of an ancient tomb beside him. Firmament Sword God Li Mu's tomb. Then, Lin Feng looked at the brief introduction of the Firmament Sword God on the tombstone. The introduction said, "The Firmament Sword God learned the sword at the age of 6. At the age of 16, he mastered the way of the sword. At the age of 21, he became a sword god. At the age of 31, he defeated the world's #1 sword demon. At the age of 46, he began to travel the outer realms. At the age of 60, he entered the wasteland." Wasteland. When Lin Feng saw the words wasteland, he was shocked. Back when he was traveling the outer realms, he saw Emperor Grimm's corpse. He also learned about Lord Grimm and the female giant goddess Qing Xian's past. At the same time, he learned about the wasteland for the first time. The wasteland was connected to the heaven realm, also known as the immortal realm, the chaos Shenhuang realm, the underworld, and the otherworld. It was a chaotic place. It was also a place of abandonment. It was also an ancient battlefield. In the past, Emperor Grimm was killed by several sovereigns of the otherworld in the wasteland. From this, it could be seen. The wasteland was a terrifying place. After the firmament sword god entered the wasteland, he stayed in the wasteland for 3,000 years. 3,000 years in the wasteland, the sword drank the blood of the other world. Firmament heaven-breaking sword, cycle of the sun and moon /. When the firmament sword god appears, the winds and clouds move. Ignite my undying soul, fight the 9 heavens again. A poem was written on the back of the tombstone. The firmament sword god had slain countless beings in the 3,000 years he had spent in the wasteland. In the wasteland, the firmament sword god had made a name for himself. Did the gods and devils of the immortal era all have the strength of a great emperor? Lin Feng murmured. Immortal ancient era, this dazzling great era, experts were as common as clouds. In fact, many people didn't have the word emperor in their names or titles, but that didn't mean that they didn't have the strength of an emperor. Forget about the immortal ancient era. For example, the primordial thunder god of the primordial age. He was defeated by the Archean dragonesque elephant in one move. The primordial dragonesque elephant was an existence that was infinitely close to immortality. Therefore, from this, it could be seen that the primordial thunder god was actually not at the deity realm. Instead, it was the emperor realm. Furthermore, he was a very high-level great emperor expert. Why didn't the primordial thunder god change his name to the primordial thunder emperor? Perhaps it was because the ancient thunder god liked the original name, or perhaps he was used to using the original name. Of course, there could also be other reasons. However, no one knew about this. Lin Feng walked toward the second ancient tomb. Rosy Cloud's Fairy, the holy maiden of the 9 heavens Jade Cloud sect, the owner of the 7-colored holy immortal body. Lin Feng began to read the introduction of the expert in the second ancient tomb. This Rosy Cloud's Fairy was also a stunning figure. Her cultivation was enough to shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. Fighting the demon ancestor, fighting the Yarrow Emperor, fighting the otherworldly sovereign. In the dazzling great era of the immortal era, Rosy Cloud's Fairy left behind her own glory. Lin Feng read the introductions of many tombstones on the ancient tombs. Every ancient tomb buried an expert of the immortal era. Gods, demons, Buddhas, human experts, and so on. There were experts of all races. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes widened. He stared at the words on the tombstone in front of him in disbelief. Tomb of the otherworldly sovereign, the lawless sovereign. Lin Feng softly muttered the words on the tombstone. In his heart, it was as if a stormy sea had been set off. How could the corpse of the otherworldly sovereign be buried here? The otherworldly sovereign was a world of a different time and space. It was not in the same time and space as the 3 supreme realms and the 3,000 great worlds led by the celestial realm. From some of the secrets Lin Feng learned, he learned that the otherworldly sovereign had once invaded their world. The celestial realm, the chaos Shenhuang realm, the underworld, the 9 states, the celestial realm, the Buddhist realm, the Yarrow realm, and the other 3,000 great worlds all participated in this war. And the place where the great battle took place. It was the wasteland of today. It was a tragic battle, and countless experts had fallen. In the end, it formed the famous wasteland of today. It could be said without reservation. The 3 supreme realms led by the celestial realm and the 3,000 great worlds. And the otherworldly sovereign. It was an irreconcilable relationship. Lin Feng once suspected that the immortal era and the primordial era had ended. They had an inseparable connection with the beings of the otherworldly sovereign. Perhaps the war led by the otherworldly sovereign led to the end of these 2 glorious eras. Moreover, those otherworldly sovereigns had always wanted to invade the 3 supreme realms and the 3,000 great worlds, turning this time and space into a subsidiary of their otherworldly sovereign. And then the otherworldly sovereign. They could enslave all the living beings in this time and space. In the war after war, The hatred between the two sides grew deeper and deeper. Such a deep hatred. Why? In this immortal ancient mausoleum, were the corpses of the otherworldly sovereigns buried? This made Lin Feng. He could not understand. If this immortal ancient mausoleum was built by the experts of the three supreme realms or the 3,000 great worlds, it should not be buried together with the corpses of the otherworldly sovereigns from the immortal ancient era. After all, the two sides had a blood feud. Could it be that this immortal ancient mausoleum was not built by the experts of the three supreme realms or the 3,000 great worlds? That was not right. If it was not built by the experts of the three supreme realms or the 3,000 great worlds, then it was built by the otherworldly sovereigns. But this was even more impossible. Because those otherworldly sovereigns were all high and mighty existences. They looked down on the cultivators of the three supreme realms and the 3,000 great worlds. They wanted to enslave the cultivators of the three supreme realms and the 3,000 great worlds. In the eyes of the otherworldly sovereigns, the cultivators of the three supreme realms and the 3,000 great worlds were nothing more than slaves. Lowly bloodlines. Thus, these otherworldly sovereigns would definitely not bury the corpses of the cultivators of the three supreme realms and the 3,000 great worlds together with the corpses of the otherworldly sovereigns. In the eyes of the otherworldly sovereigns, this was a form of humiliation. The corpses of the cultivators of the three supreme realms and the 3,000 great worlds did not have the right to be buried together with the corpses of the otherworldly sovereigns. Chapter 1827. This immortal ancient cemetery was filled with too many strange places, which made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. But now, there were many secrets hidden here, and it seemed that Lin Feng could not find out. It seems that the things that happened in the immortal ancient era are much more complicated than I imagined. Lin Feng could not help but say to himself. He looked at many ancient tombs one after another. These ancient tombs, the experts buried were all extraordinary. In the immortal ancient era, they had left behind their own glory. But in the end, they could not escape death. Rumble. Suddenly, an ancient tomb shook violently. Lin Feng was shocked and walked towards the ancient tomb. Rumble. Rumble. The ancient tomb shook more and more violently. This made Lin Feng abnormally shocked. What was going on? Why was the ancient tomb shaking? It was really strange to the extreme. Catcher. Not long after, an even more strange thing happened. The ancient tomb actually began to crack, and dense ghost chi surged out from the ancient tomb. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Such a huge group of ancient tombs. Buried were experts from the immortal ancient era. Now, the ancient tomb cracked open. Could it be that some terrifying thing was going to crawl out from the ancient tomb? The corpse of an expert from the immortal ancient era? After falling, it turned into an evil corpse. Ghost corpse. Zombie or zombie. Lin Feng quickly retreated and stood in the distance to watch. Catcher. The ancient tomb was still cracking open, and the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Roar. A low roar came out from the ancient tomb. This sudden roar gave Lin Feng a big fright. There was actually a terrifying creature in the ancient tomb. This was definitely an evil spirit. No matter how powerful it was when it was alive, no matter how kind it was when it was alive. Even if it was a Buddha, a saint, a great scholar, this kind of figure. A body of righteousness. But once it died, if he really did awaken another strand of divine sense, then this corpse must have turned into an evil ghost. Suddenly, from the cracked tomb, a pair of bloody hands stretched out. The blood emitted a demonic blood-red luster. I want to break out of this cage. An eerie cry came from the ancient tomb. That voice was like the voice of a malicious spirit, shrill and hoarse. It made people's hair stand on end. Bang, bang, bang. The evil corpses in the ancient tomb began to bombard the ancient tomb again and again. It was as if it wanted to destroy the tomb. I can't stay here for long. Lin Feng's hair stood on end. He chose a direction and quickly rushed over. Rumble. Rumble. It was at this moment that something terrible happened. The tombs began to shake violently. Catcher. Next. The tombs began to crack open. Roar! An earth-shaking roar came from the ancient tomb. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at an ancient tomb not far away and saw a demon god in the cracked ancient tomb. It was a demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms, but his heart had been dug out. "Give me back my heart. Give me back my heart. Give me back my heart." That demon god let out a series of roars. Black fog gushed out and enveloped Lin Feng. It seemed to want to pull him into the cracked ancient tomb. Lin Feng hurriedly patted with his palm, dispersing the black fog that enveloped his body. Then, he quickly retreated. The long years have not let down the glory. At this time, Lin Feng heard a beautiful voice coming from behind him. This made his hair stand on end. Lin Feng turned his head to look. He saw a woman standing in front of an ancient tomb with her back facing him. And she was less than 2 meters away from him. She was wearing a snow-white dress, which accentuated her figure. From the back, she should be a peerless fairy. Now, that woman slowly turned around. Lin Feng did not dare to look at what that woman looked like. He quickly rushed into the distance. Rumble! The ancient tombs were violently shaking. The tombs were constantly cracking open. One by one, the corpses of the dead experts wanted to rush out of the tombs. Some of the corpses even appeared, standing on top of the tombs, coldly looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not able to escape from the immortal ancient cemetery. Because he had lost his way in the immortal ancient cemetery. "I'm afraid this is going to be troublesome." Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. His expression became incomparably solemn. This immortal ancient cemetery was really too strange. Now, he wanted to leave the immortal ancient cemetery. It did not seem to be an easy task. This made Lin Feng's mood become much heavier. Suddenly, a gloomy and cold aura spread out, enveloping him. Around him, darkness constantly surged. It swept towards Lin Feng. It seemed that some terrifying creature had appeared. The darkness was devouring the earth. The light between heaven and earth was instantly devoured. The darkness wanted to devour Lin Feng as well. Clatter. In the darkness, the sound of chains colliding could be heard. There must be something terrifying hidden in the darkness. Now, the terrifying thing in the darkness was moving towards Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng was terrified. He quickly fled in the opposite direction. Finally, he arrived in front of a huge tomb. This tomb was much larger than any of the other tombs. But unlike the other tombs, this tomb's tombstone was empty, nothing was written on it. This was a tombstone without words. At this time, Lin Feng discovered that the surrounding tombs were built with this huge tomb as the center. This ancient tomb seemed to be the core of the immortal ancient cemetery. Creak, creak. The darkness quickly surged. In the endless darkness, in addition to the sound of chains colliding, there was also the sound of teeth grinding. Slash. Lin Feng coldly shouted and used the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor to kill the darkness. But his attack was like a clay ox entering the sea, not causing the slightest ripple. Next, Lin Feng used more than a dozen kinds of powerful magical abilities. But, no matter what kind of magical ability, it could not cause any movement at all. The darkness could devour all attacks. The darkness continued to attack Lin Feng. It was about to devour him. Lin Feng's face was very pale. Because it was difficult for him to fight against the darkness. Humph. At this time, a cold snort suddenly resounded in the immortal ancient cemetery. The darkness that was about to devour Lin Feng quickly retreated further and further until it disappeared. The countless evil corpses in the immortal ancient cemetery also quieted down. The originally cracked ancient tomb was automatically repaired by the formation patterns. The moonlight shone through the dense forest. The immortal ancient cemetery became incomparably quiet. It was as if nothing had happened before. In the distance, a withered old man walked over step by step. Chapter 1828. When Lin Feng saw Patriarch Destruction walking toward him, he was so excited that he almost jumped forward and gave Patriarch Destruction a big bear hug. Patriarch Destruction's arrival was too timely. Just a moment ago, he thought he was about to be swallowed by the endless darkness. This is the cemetery where the immortal ancient experts are buried. At the same time, it also buries a piece of history and a piece of memory. Patriarch Destruction stepped forward. You shouldn't have entered this place. This place will bury your life. In the past, one of your senior brothers entered this place by mistake and died inside. Lord Tortoise had accepted a few disciples before Lin Feng, but all of them had died. Lin Feng had heard from the disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect that Lord Tortoise's disciples had died miserably. It seemed like they had died while cultivating the 8-9 arcane art. He had once asked Lord Tortoise about his senior brothers. However, Lord Tortoise had not told him anything. When Lin Feng heard Patriarch Destruction mention his senior brother who had died here, he asked, "Senior, I heard that my senior brothers died while cultivating the 8-9 arcane art. Now that you said that one of my senior brothers died while cultivating the 8-9 arcane art, does that mean that not all of my senior brothers died because of the 8-9 arcane art?" The person who died here was called Xu Xiaoyuan. He was truly a talented person, but in the end, he died in front of this grave. The old turtle was sad for a long time because of his disciple's death. After that, he did not accept another disciple for many years until he accepted you as his disciple. Patriarch Destruction's eyes flickered as he said, "As for your other senior brothers, they did not die because of the 8-9 arcane art. With their talent, they might encounter difficulties when cultivating the 8-9 arcane art, but they should be able to overcome them. So, as long as you cultivate diligently, you will also be able to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art." Lin Feng said. "It seems like my senior brothers must have been very powerful back then." Patriarch Destruction said, "Your senior brothers were not any weaker than you. Just like you, they all had the innate sacred blood flowing in their veins. Moreover, they had cultivated for thousands of years. Naturally, they were very powerful." The innate saint blood mentioned by Patriarch Destruction must be referring to his sovereign blood. This was because the ancestors of the sovereign clan were born in the same era as Pangu and Nua. Lin Feng had never thought that Lin Feng's fellow disciples would also have such a powerful blood in their veins. "May I know how you died?" Lin Feng asked. "I only know how Xu Xiaoyuan died. I don't know how the others died, but since the old turtle didn't tell you, he must have his reasons. When it's time to tell you, the old turtle will definitely tell you." Patriarch Destruction said. "Why is the ruler of a foreign world buried in this immortal ancient cemetery?" asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng was puzzled. "This matter has become a secret," Patriarch Destruction said. "Future generations can only speculate. It's difficult to uncover the truth." "Who built this immortal ancient cemetery?" Lin Feng asked. "There's no way to know," Patriarch Destruction said. "Why is there no tombstone in this main tomb?" Lin Feng asked. "Because the existence buried here is too terrifying. Even the heavenly Tao is afraid of him. Therefore, after he died, he couldn't leave his name behind. Otherwise, his tomb would be sensed by the heavenly Tao and destroyed," Patriarch Destruction said. Lin Feng was shocked. How powerful was that existence? How could the heavenly Tao be afraid of him? "What was his name?" Lin Feng asked. In the immortal ancient era, he was known as the Master of Gods. It was said that he was the first person to break through the shackles of heaven and earth and become an immortal. It was said that he reclassified the immortal realm in detail above the Great Emperor realm. It was said that he classified the strength of Xiantian lifeforms into the immortal realm. It was said that he personally collected information and wrote the classic of mountains and seas. That's why we later generations know about Pangu, Nua, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and other existences. However, many of the things recorded in the classic of mountains and seas were lost during the great calamities. Therefore, the classic of mountains and seas that was passed down today is no longer the classic of mountains and seas of the immortal ancient era. Many of the stories are true and false. Sometimes, it's hard to tell what's true and what's false. The Master of Gods created a new era, a new era. He allowed countless cultivators to see a new beginning, a new height, and new hope. That's why the 3 paramount realms were created. Countless beings in the 3,000 great realms elected him as their supreme leader. Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. He hadn't expected the person buried in this ancient tomb to be so powerful. It was actually so extraordinary. It was truly shocking, moving, and hard to believe. This was a person who had created a new era. If he hadn't broken through the shackles of heaven and earth, reached a new realm, and established the immortal realm cultivation system, perhaps everyone thought that the great emperor realm was the end. If he hadn't written the mythological book, the classic of mountains and seas. Pangu, Nuwa, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and other great figures. Perhaps no one knew about them. However, even such a powerful existence, he was still dead. Immortal. Isn't it eternal life? Lin Feng asked. Patriarch Destruction said. Eternal life doesn't mean immortality. Lin Feng fell silent. He could understand the meaning of Patriarch Destruction's words. Eternal life didn't mean immortality. If everything went smoothly, he might be able to continue living. But what if he was killed? He would still die. The Master of Gods. What's his background? Lin Feng asked. Patriarch Destruction looked meaningfully at Lin Feng and said, I heard that he's a descendant of an extremely ancient race. His lineage only had 4 or 5 people at its peak. Rumor has it that his ancestor awakened the slumbering Pangu. Even the appearance of all living things was suggested by the Master of God's ancestor to Nuwa, who then personally created all living things. This race is actually so powerful. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. He then asked, this race has been passed down for so long. Does it still have a descendant? I originally thought that this race had no more descendants. Only later did I discover that this race still has a descendant living in this world. Patriarch Destruction sighed. Lin Feng was shocked. To think that such a powerful race still had a descendant. This was truly inconceivable. Where's that descendant? He must be stunning, right? Lin Feng asked. That person should be somewhere in this world, right? Maybe he's chatting with some old man, just like you and me. Patriarch Destruction narrowed his eyes. He paused for a moment, then continued, the current him is still far from being able to reach stunning heights because his bloodline hasn't truly awakened. It's said that he needs to return to his race's ancestral land and undergo a bloodline baptism to awaken the memories in his bloodline. Only then can he awaken some heaven-defying abilities of his bloodline. Perhaps he'll have this opportunity in the future, but it's also possible that he'll never have the chance to awaken his slumbering bloodline. Chapter 1829. It was normal for such a powerful race to find it difficult to revive their ancestral bloodline. Lin Feng did not find it strange at all. Patriarch Destruction continued, get out. Don't come to this place again. This is not a place you should come to. Understood? Lin Feng replied. Then, he followed Patriarch Destruction outside. Suddenly, he began to suspect Patriarch Destruction's identity. Why would Patriarch Destruction live here? He kept having the feeling that Patriarch Destruction had something to do with immortal ancient cemetery. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the immeasurable Daoist who had told him about the head of the mound. The head of the mound was also a grave robber. However, there was a particularly powerful branch that had been cursed. It required the protection of certain mysterious tombs. Could it be that this Patriarch Destruction was a cursed commander-in-chief of the mound? However, Lin Feng did not ask Patriarch Destruction about it. That would be too abrupt. If he touched on Patriarch Destruction's privacy, it would not look good on his face. Lin Feng left Immortal Ancient Cemetery with Patriarch Destruction. He took one last look at Immortal Ancient Cemetery. Countless experts were buried in this tomb. It was a cemetery where the Master of Gods was buried. It was fated to contain countless secrets. Those secrets were destined to be unexplored by future generations. The next day, Wu Muqing brought Lin Feng to the cultivation ground. Along the way, Wu Muqing said, I heard that you entered Immortal Ancient Cemetery yesterday. You are really lucky to be able to come out alive. Lin Feng grinned and said, Who asked me to be the chosen one? Who can take me in? P2E. How shameless. Wu Muqing spat at Lin Feng. Wu Muqing brought Lin Feng to a volcano. The volcano was located northwest of the mountain range. The temperature here was extremely high. Even the void was slightly distorted. The churning magma had long been boiling, bubbling with gurgling sounds. Body tempering with lava? That's too easy, right? Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Wu Muqing smiled devilishly and said, You underestimate this place. When you jump in, you will know what will happen. When Lin Feng saw the mischievous smile on Wu Muqing's face, he knew that the rolling lava world might be more dangerous than he had imagined. Therefore, Lin Feng was much more cautious. He jumped into the world of lava. However, he did not circulate his magic power to protect his body. Instead, he let his body come into direct contact with the boiling lava. Lin Feng's body was too strong, and the lava couldn't hurt him at all. Suddenly, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel as if his right leg had been bitten by something. A wave of intense pain swept over him. The pain caused his body to tremble slightly. Lin Feng stretched out his hand to touch it, and immediately revealed a horrified expression. There was actually a piece of flesh missing from his thigh. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. He quickly lifted his arm. There was a strange fiery red fish the size of a palm on his arm. This strange fish's mouth was especially big. In its mouth, there were 2 rows of teeth that were as sharp as saws. It was this strange fish that had bitten off a piece of his flesh in one bite. This is a magma piranha. Its body contains an extremely powerful destructive force. At the same time, the fish's teeth are extremely sharp and can even bite through giant soldier gods. Once a cultivator is bitten, not only will their flesh be bitten off by the magma piranha, but the most terrifying thing is that the destructive force in the magma piranha's body will enter the cultivator's body through the wound. This destructive force is different from ordinary destructive force. It contains a very violent energy, so it is far more terrifying than ordinary destructive force. This destructive force will completely destroy the cultivator's bloodline, origin, and life force. Those who are injured must quickly find a way to suppress or refine the destructive force in their body. Otherwise, they will die in an hour. As soon as Wu Muqing finished talking, Lin Feng sensed the destructive strength in his body destroy his body. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He asked, Can I go up and suppress the destructive force in my body now? Wu Muqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. She waved her right hand, and 9 powerful emperor runes appeared and sealed the space above the magma. Lin Feng couldn't get out even if he wanted to. Wu Muqing said, Master said that this is the first stage of your cultivation, and it will last for 3 months. Today is your first time entering the magma world. You will need to catch 100 magma piranhas before I can let you out. I hope you can survive without a hitch. Wu Muqing laughed in Schadenfreude. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. So, below the magma world, there was a school of fish. Even a single magma piranha was so terrifying. How terrifying would it be if all the magma piranhas attacked together? He wouldn't be eaten by the magma piranhas, would he? At that moment, Lin Feng felt a sinister aura coming from below. Even though he was in the boiling magma world, he couldn't help but feel cold. The school of magma piranhas must have appeared. Let's go all out. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Instead of waiting for death, he might as well take the initiative to attack. He charged into the magma world and started a battle with the magma piranhas. He caught 100 magma piranhas. Lin Feng had already been gnawed to a pulp by the school of magma piranhas. Many parts of his body were covered in white bones. He had wanted to circulate his immortal divine body to heal his injuries, but the destructive force in his body suppressed the circulation of his bloodline, making it impossible for him to circulate his immortal divine body. He couldn't even circulate his immortal divine body, let alone heal his injuries. Then, he completely fainted. He actually came out alive. What a monster! Wu Muqing muttered when she saw the unconscious Lin Feng. Then, she grabbed Lin Feng's right ankle and soared into the sky. She carried Lin Feng and flew toward the center of the Demon Mountain of Destruction. When they returned to the valley where the Cavern of Destruction was, Wu Muqing casually threw Lin Feng on the ground. He didn't get bitten to death by the magma piranhas, but he might get killed by you. Patriarch Destruction couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy is tough. How can he die so easily? Wu Muqing curled her lips and said. At that moment, A large cauldron was placed in the valley. The flames were burning fiercely. A dragon's roar could be heard from the cauldron. Inside the boiling water, there was a small golden dragon that was swimming continuously. It was the manifestation of the dragon patterns on the cauldron. Patriarch Destruction threw many spiritual herbs into the cauldron. Then, he lifted Lin Feng and threw him into the boiling medicinal liquid. The pure medicinal power contained in the liquid began to be absorbed by Lin Feng's broken body. Chapter 1830. You even used the golden dragon patterned cauldron and used up so many precious spiritual herbs. Are you still the stingy master I know? Wu Muqing curled her lips and said. Patriarch Destruction rolled his eyes and said, Stupid girl, how can you say that about your master? You are simply deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. I'm so angry. Wu Muqing said. I'm just stating a fact. Patriarch Destruction rolled his eyes and said, What does a little girl like you know? Wu Muqing said, Master spared no effort to teach Senior Turtle's disciple. Could it be that Senior Turtle has something on Master? Patriarch Destruction said snappily. Of course not. If we're talking about something on Senior Turtle, it's me who has something on him. Patriarch Destruction narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. It was rare for him to be serious as he said, Senior Turtle sent him here deliberately. There are some things that you can't know. The secrets of heaven can't be revealed. Once someone who shouldn't know finds out, it's worse than suffering the wrath of heaven. He will die without a burial ground. Wu Muqing didn't doubt Patriarch Destruction's words. Although her master was an old and indecent fellow, he didn't act like a master most of the time. But Wu Muqing knew. At this time, it was not simple. For countless years, he had been guarding Immortal Ancient Cemetery. Wu Muqing also knew why her master had no friends. Because, this master of hers had lived for too long. A long time. His contemporaries. They had all died a long time ago. To be precise, his contemporaries. Only Master Turtle was left. The effect of the medicinal liquid was very obvious. It helped Lin Feng resolve the destructive power in his body. At the same time, it was still healing Lin Feng's injured body. Lin Feng's flesh and blood were reborn. The wounds on his body healed extremely quickly. 6 hours later, when Lin Feng woke up, he found that his body had recovered. Moreover, Lin Feng could clearly feel that his physical body seemed to have become stronger. Moreover, the 8-9 arcane art had also improved. He jumped out of the golden dragon patterned cauldron. He thanked Patriarch Destruction and Wu Muqing. The Patriarch of Destruction grinned. Prepare a sumptuous dinner. That's the best way to express your gratitude. Roast meat, snake soup, and the magma piranhas we caught. Cook them all. No problem. Lin Feng said with a smile. Although he had experienced torture that was worse than death. But after the pain. In exchange, his 8-9 mysteries had improved, and his physical body had become more powerful. It was all worth it. Therefore, Lin Feng was also in a very good mood. In the evening, he prepared a sumptuous dinner. However, Ancestor Destruction and Wu Muqing, this pair of weird master and disciple, seemed to be insatiable. They began to eat and snatch at the same time. In the end, they almost fought again. In the following year, Lin Feng spent his time cultivating on the Devil Mountain of Annihilation. Sometimes, he would stand in the distance and gaze in the direction of the Immortal Ancient Cemetery. Sometimes, he would sit on the Golden Mountain Goblin's shoulder and run wildly in the depths of the ancient forest with Wu Muqing. During one of their chats, Lin Feng found out that Wu Muqing's origin was very mysterious. She was actually a baby girl who had broken out of the seal in a stone that the Patriarch of Annihilation had dug out from the periphery of the Immortal Ancient Cemetery. Later, she was raised by the Patriarch of Annihilation. In the past year, Lin Feng had improved rapidly. His physical body had broken through to the giant god realm. His 8-9 mysteries had also broken through to the second level. It's already very good to be able to break through to the 8-9 mysteries after more than a year of cultivation. Rest for a few years and properly consolidate the 8-9 mysteries. Then, think of a way to break through. You can leave now. When you see the old turtle, say hello to him for me. The Patriarch of Annihilation said. I will definitely pass on your greetings to my master. Lin Feng bowed to the Patriarch of Annihilation. Although the Patriarch of Annihilation was not his master, he had spared no effort to help him during the past year. Lin Feng was extremely grateful to the Patriarch of Annihilation. All right, go. The Patriarch of Annihilation waved his hand. I'll send him off. Wu Muqing said. She personally sent Lin Feng off. The Patriarch of Annihilation walked toward the immortal ancient cemetery. He lit an incense stick for each group of ancient tombs, burned paper money, and placed offerings. Finally, he arrived in front of the main tomb. Then, he placed offerings on the main tomb and lit 3 incense sticks. As long as you persevere, you will see hope. The Patriarch of Annihilation finally spoke after a long silence. Then, he closed his mouth and did not speak. When the sky gradually darkened, the Patriarch of Annihilation turned around. His thin and weak body was already staggering as he walked out step by step. Lin Feng bade farewell to Wu Muqing and flew out. Half a month later, Lin Feng arrived at an ancient town. This ancient town was not particularly far from the fallen forest. Many cultivators, mercenaries, and adventurers who entered the fallen forest would choose to rest here. Lin Feng walked on the street. He suddenly realized that many people were pointing at him and whispering. This made him extremely puzzled. He saw a bulletin board on the street and walked over. He found a wanted poster on the bulletin board. The wanted person. It was him. This was a wanted poster issued by the Long family of Dragon Blood City. After seeing this wanted poster, Lin Feng did not find it strange. Long Wanhong had died in his hands, so the Long family would naturally be furious. Although Long Wanhong's identity was insignificant in the Long family, no matter what, he was still a disciple of the Long family. Therefore, the Long family would also deal with him for the sake of the family's reputation. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! At this moment, a group of people rushed over. There were more than 100 cultivators. These people surrounded Lin Feng so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. It's the people from Juetian Pavilion. Someone recognized this group of cultivators and could not help but exclaim. Juetian Pavilion. It was a famous force of the 10,000 Arts Immortal sect. This force was not weaker than Dragon Blood City's Long family. Now, these cultivators who surrounded Lin Feng could be said to be as many experts as the clouds, especially an old man among them. Unfathomable. Heavenly God Realm. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Dragon Blood City offered a bounty of 100 million origin crystals to capture you. I didn't expect our luck to be so good when we chose Juetian Pavilion. I was just passing by, and I actually met you. Take him down. A middle-aged cultivator waved his hand and shouted coldly. Immediately, 5 or 6 experts pounced towards Lin Feng. Kill. Lin Feng shouted coldly and attacked with a heaven-splitting slash. The experts of Juetian Pavilion were shocked and quickly retreated. Puff. But they were unable to retreat at all. They had already been killed by Lin Feng. This scene happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, shocking everyone. The ones who died were a few true God Realm experts. Obviously, no one thought that a young cultivator like Lin Feng would be so powerful. Before anyone could react, Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Juetian Pavilion had as many experts as the clouds, and there were even heavenly God Realm experts overseeing it. If the other party had some powerful methods, coupled with the heavenly God Realm experts to restrain them, Lin Feng was very clear that he might fall in the hands of these people. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally would not choose to have a life-and-death battle with the people of Juetian Pavilion here. Right now, the best choice was to leave. Chapter 1831. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. Even heavenly gods could not compare to him. Therefore, the people from Juetian Pavilion were unable to catch up to Lin Feng. Very quickly, Lin Feng successfully escaped. After shaking off the people from Juetian Pavilion, Lin Feng found a place to rest. Now, he had to think about how to return to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. If he took the teleportation formation, he would need to go to a large city. However, He guessed that there were many cities that wanted him. After all, the Long family was still very powerful. It would not be difficult for them to issue a warrant for his arrest in the various ancient cities. Many forces would also give the Long family face. Lin Feng could use the great shape-shifting art to change his appearance and sneak into the ancient cities. However, this method was not feasible. Since the Long family issued a warrant for his arrest, they would definitely be prepared. For example, the demon-revealing mirror, the appearance-revealing mirror, and other treasures could make him unable to hide. Therefore, Lin Feng was now faced with a more serious problem. That was, he could not take the teleportation formation to return to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Reincarnation Immortal sect was in the northern barbarian state. If he flew, who knew how long it would take to reach the Reincarnation Immortal sect? The Black Bear Sage said, if you head south, you will reach the Dragonfire state very quickly. The Dragonfire state is also one of the 9 states. You can take the teleportation formation there to return to the northern barbarian state. Lin Feng nodded. The Black Bear Sage suggestion was not bad. Although the Long family was very powerful, their influence was limited to the myriad holy state. The Long family's influence could not reach a place like the Dragonfire state. Lin Feng flew towards the Dragonfire state. About 10 days later, the communication jade token that Zhu Ziqian had left Lin Feng suddenly emitted a violent wave. Lin Feng was slightly shocked. His divine will entered the token. Then, he heard Zhu Ziqian's voice, Brother Lin, during this period of time, I went to take a look at the fruits of the Dark Tree King. The holy fruit is about to ripen. Let's quickly meet up and snatch the holy fruit. Lin Feng hurriedly transmitted a message to Zhu Ziqian. Okay. Where are you now? I will go find you. Sky Dragon Forest. This place is southwest of Dragonfire State. I will wait for you in Sky Dragon City. When you reach Sky Dragon City, send me a message and I'll pick you up. Zhu Ziqian said telepathically. No problem. Lin Feng replied. Then, he headed to the heavenly dragon city of the Dragonfire province. After spending a month to arrive at North Gazing City of Dragonfire province, Lin Feng rested for a day before taking the teleportation array to Dragonfire province. After spending 10 days, Lin Feng walked out of Sky Dragon City's transmission plaza. Then he sent a message to Zhu Ziqian, telling him his location. Not long after, Zhu Ziqian arrived at the teleportation plaza. Haha, we haven't seen each other for more than a year. Brother Lin is still as elegant as ever. Zhu Ziqian cupped his fists and said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled and said, Brother Zhu, you're too polite. Brother Zhu's complexion seems much better. Zhu Ziqian said, thank you for your concern, Brother Lin. I've already recovered. After a short pause, Zhu Ziqian continued, this isn't a good place to talk. Brother Lin, please follow me to my residence. I'll have to trouble Brother Zhu to lead the way. Lin Feng cupped his fists and followed behind Zhu Ziqian. In Sky Dragon City, Zhu Ziqian had a courtyard. Other than Zhu Ziqian, there was also an old servant. The courtyard wasn't big, but it was tidied up quite elegantly. Zhu Ziqian said, the place is a little simple, Brother Lin, please bear with it for a few days. Lin Feng said, it's 10,000 times better than where I lived before. I used to follow an old senior to cultivate, so I lived in a cave. Now, I miss the feeling of sleeping on a bed. Haha, it seems like Brother Lin hasn't rested well during this period of time. You can rest at ease here for a few days. Zhu Ziqian said with a smile. Thank you Brother Zhu for your hospitality. Lin Feng smiled and said, since we're going to fight for the holy fruit, I wonder if Brother Zhu can tell me more about the holy fruit. Zhu Ziqian said, the Dark Tree King lives in the deepest part of the Sky Dragon Forest. There's an extremely terrifying Sky Dragon there. The Sky Dragon's bloodline is comparable to the Eastern Divine Dragon, and it's guarding the Dark Tree King. It's very difficult to obtain the holy fruit. However, from what I know, there are a few other major factions that have heard about the holy fruit and are waiting for it to ripen. When the time comes, we might be able to use this opportunity to snatch the holy fruit, asked Lin Feng. I wonder who the other influential groups are. The Levitation Celestial Sect. The Northern Mang Evil Sect. The Netherworld Devil Sect. These are the factions I know of. There might be other factions as well. When the time comes, they won't be able to hold themselves back and make a move, Zhu Ziqian said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard about the Levitation Celestial Sect. The Levitation Celestial Dynasty in the Tianwu continent was a branch of the Levitation Celestial Sect. Huangfu Qingtian seemed to be the son of a saintess who had achieved the connection between man and heaven. That saintess was currently in power in the Levitation Celestial Sect. Even an Ziru had been sent by the saintess to kill Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that he and the Levitation Celestial Sect would not rest until one of them was dead. Huangfu Qingtian's mother would not let him off either. Zhu Ziqian continued, although these factions are powerful, it's not like we don't have a chance if we join forces. Lin Feng nodded and asked, when are we leaving? Zhu Ziqian said, the day after tomorrow. At night, Lin Feng and Zhu Ziqian went out to have fun. The two of them arrived at the Myriad Flower Pavilion. In the 9 prefectures, the Myriad Flower Pavilion was extremely powerful, and there were many Myriad Flower Pavilions in various ancient cities. There were many beauties in the Myriad Flower Pavilion. The night was free. 2 days later, Lin Feng had a good rest. Then, he went to the Heavenly Dragon Forest with Zhu Ziqian. The Heavenly Dragon Forest was one of the 5 great ancient forests of the Dragonfire province. Danger lurked everywhere. It was extremely dangerous. Therefore, they had to be very careful when entering the forest. Otherwise, they might lose their lives. The heavenly dragon that Zhu Ziqian had mentioned was one of the 5 great overlords of the Heavenly Dragon Forest. Its cultivation was unfathomable. The two of them avoided many powerful beasts along the way. Half a month later, they arrived at the Heavenly Dragon's territory. The Heavenly Dragon's territory spanned hundreds of miles. After entering the Heavenly Dragon's territory, suddenly, angry dragon roars could be heard from the depths of the forest. It's the Heavenly Dragon's voice. Those people from the great factions must be about to make a move, Zhu Ziqian said. Lin Feng said, it seems that we have to speed up. He and Zhu Ziqian quickly flew towards the depths of the forest. Before long, they arrived at the deepest part of the Heavenly Dragon's territory. In the distance, they saw a gigantic heavenly dragon that was 4,000 to 5,000 meters long. Its draconic aura spread for 3,000 miles. Chapter 1832. No one knew what level the heavenly dragon's cultivation was at. The overlord of the Heavenly Dragon Forest was no small matter. There were 4 groups of cultivators standing proudly in the sky. One of them had more than 20 people riding war chariots. They were all experts from the Ascension Immortal sect. The second group of people was shrouded in black fog, emitting a cold and eerie aura. They were the experts of the Netherworld Devil sect. The Netherworld Devil sect was the sect of Young Master Netherworld. Young Master Netherworld's father, the Netherworld Devil Emperor, was also a famous expert in the 9 prefectures. The third group of experts was shrouded in grey fog. They were the experts of the Northern Mang Evil sect. The fourth group of experts was a group of women. They were the experts of the Saintess Peak. The Saintess Peak was a famous power in the western snowy mountains of the Dragonfire province. It was a special power, only recruiting female disciples. The experts of the 4 major powers gathered here, obviously determined to obtain the Dark Tree King's sacred fruit. Tianlong Saint Lord stared coldly at the experts of the 4 major powers, his eyes emitting a dense killing intent. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. I'll turn this heavenly dragon forest into your burial ground. Tianlong Saint Lord was incomparably strong because he was strong enough. Therefore, he had no intention of retreating even when facing the experts of the 4 major powers. Tianlong Saint Lord, there's more than one sacred fruit. We're not going to get the sacred fruit for free, we'll give you more heavenly treasures. An expert said in a deep voice. Tianlong Saint Lord sneered. I've been in the heavenly dragon forest for so many years, how many heavenly treasures have I not collected? Do you think I care about your heavenly treasures? Leave quickly, otherwise, I'll dye this place red today. Since you're not willing to negotiate with us, we can only snatch it from you. Everyone, let's do it. Another expert shouted coldly. Do it. The experts of the four major powers shouted coldly in unison, then they charged towards Tianlong Saint Lord. A terrifying aura pervaded the air. Streaks of divine runes intertwined in the void. They turned into emperor runes and coiled around Tianlong Saint Lord. Tianlong Saint Lord roared in anger. So you've already planned this, using emperor runes to deal with me, you all deserve to die. Huff. Huff. Lord Tianlong spat out a dragon breath that filled the sky towards the experts of the four major powers. Stop it with all your might. The rest of you, go collect the holy fruits. An expert shouted in a deep voice. Most of the experts from the four major powers stayed behind to deal with Lord Tianlong. The four major powers had long planned this out. They probably knew that sage Lord Tianlong would not choose to negotiate with them, so they brought along an Emperor Rune talisman. The so-called Emperor Rune talisman was a kind of jade talisman refined by a great emperor expert. The jade talisman was engraved with emperor runes. When magic power surged into it, the power of the emperor runes would greatly increase. Of course, the Emperor Rune talisman was a heaven-defying treasure. Apart from being precious, it was also very easy to destroy. After all, there was a limit to how much the jade talisman could withstand. The power of Emperor Runes was too great. After the Emperor Rune was activated, jade talismans imprinted with Emperor Runes were easily destroyed. As such, depending on the quality of the talisman, the Emperor Rune talisman could be used 1 to 3 times. If the jade talisman was more ordinary, it would be destroyed after a single use. If the material of the jade talisman was more precious and sturdy, it could be used 3 times. Thus, the Emperor Rune talisman was extremely precious. Even the top powers would not use it easily. However, in order to obtain the Dark Tree King's sacred fruit, these major powers did not hesitate to pay a huge price and used a treasure like the Emperor Rune talisman to trap Lord Tianlong. Lord Tianlong's strength was indeed incomparably tyrannical. However, the four major powers had used 4 Emperor Rune talismans and so many experts to besiege Lord Tianlong. For a moment, Lord Tianlong was also trapped. Let's go inside and take a look, said Zhu Ziqian. He and Lin Feng headed towards the deepest part of the valley. That was where the Dark Tree King grew. When the two of them arrived, an intense battle was taking place here. The 4 major powers had each sent 5 or 6 people to collect the sacred fruit. However, there were many powerful fierce beasts guarding the sacred fruit. These fierce beasts should be Lord Tianlong's subordinates. Currently, these fierce beasts were fighting with the experts of the 4 major powers who had come to collect the sacred fruit. Do you see that? The Dark Tree King is growing on that cliff. Zhu Ziqian pointed at a cliff. A pitch-black tree that was more than 10 meters tall had taken root in the cliff. Many of its roots were exposed. There were 12 fruits on the Dark Tree King. 8 of them had already ripened. As expected, the other 4 were not yet ripe. These fruits were only effective when they were ripe. Unripe fruits were said to contain an extremely strange power that would continuously devour a cultivator's life force. Therefore, unripe fruits were definitely not to be touched. Lin Feng and Zhu Ziqian took advantage of the time when the experts of the 4 major powers were fighting with the fierce beasts to quickly charge towards the Dark Tree King. You're courting death. The experts of the 4 major powers roared when they saw Lin Feng and Zhu Ziqian. The fierce beasts guarding the Dark Tree King also roared furiously. Whether it was the experts of the 4 major powers or the fierce beasts, they were filled with killing intent towards the 2 uninvited guests, Lin Feng and Zhu Ziqian. It's you. The leader of the Netherworld Devil Sect was none other than young Master Huang Quan. Young Master Huang Quan naturally still remembered Lin Feng. If it wasn't for Lin Feng risking his life to protect the injured Shui Linglong, she would have already died. Shui Linglong would have died long ago. Therefore, young Master Huang Quan's killing intent towards Lin Feng was very strong. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't pay attention to young Master Huang Quan. He took out the 9 devil painting and then used the heavenly god elixir to activate its power. The experts of the 4 major powers and the fierce beasts all charged over. After Lin Feng activated the 9 devil paintings' power, he didn't attack them. He used the 9 devil paintings power to defend himself. At this moment, Zhu Ziqian took out a treasure. It was a treasure similar to the pristine jade bottle. After Zhu Ziqian opened it, a long river flew out of the pristine jade bottle and engulfed the world. It was a river formed by the weak water origin refined from the river of weak water. It had extremely terrifying lethality. The two of them worked together. One of them was in charge of attacking while the other was in charge of defending. With the help of the powerful magic treasures, they actually resisted the attacks of the experts of the 4 major powers and the fierce beasts. At this time, the immortal state avatar quickly flew out to pick the holy fruit. Seeing this scene, the experts of the 4 major powers were furious. The fierce beasts also roared and shook the heavens. They couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng and Zhu Ziqian into 1,000 pieces. They took out all kinds of powerful magic treasures or jade talismans imprinted with offensive formations and launched more violent attacks towards Lin Feng and Zhu Ziqian. Some people even took out treasures like forbidden weapons. One by one, the magic treasures emitted a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Pieces of jade talismans also suddenly exploded, as if they could destroy the heavens. One by one, the forbidden weapons distorted the void and shattered it. They also bombarded Lin Feng, and Zhu Ziqian. The void shattered and the mountains and rivers collapsed. The scene in front of them. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Chapter 1833. The combined attack of these people was terrifying, but it wasn't easy to defeat Lin Feng and Zhu Ziqian in a short time. Lin Feng and Zhu Ziqian weren't passively defending. They were also attacking while defending. Therefore, the 4 groups of influence and the ferocious beasts couldn't attack Lin Feng and Zhu Ziqian at full strength. At that time, they would also be severely injured. Zhu Ziqian's attack was no small matter. When all sorts of attacks were moving towards them, the 9 demons painting released a demonic light which protected Lin Feng and Zhu Ziqian. Imperial weapons were indeed imperial weapons. Once they were used to defend, the defensive system they formed was unimaginable. After blocking another wave of powerful attacks, Zhu Ziqian's river of weak water swept towards the experts and beasts of the 4 factions. The experts and beasts of the 4 factions had no choice but to dodge quickly. At this time, the Avatar had already rushed to the front of the Dark Tree King. The Avatar waved his hand and a powerful magic power surged out, wrapping around the Dark Tree King. He wanted to uproot the Dark Tree King and take it away. However, the Dark Tree King didn't move at all. It was extremely strange. Seeing that the Dark Tree King couldn't be taken away, the Avatar gave up on taking it. Instead, it wrapped around the 8 ripe sacred fruits. "It's done. Let's go." Lin Feng shouted and took the lead to fly away. Zhu Ziqian followed closely behind. The Avatar turned into a stream of light and rushed into Lin Feng's body. "Don't let them escape." Young Master Yellow Spring and the others roared angrily. The experts of the 4 factions who were besieging Lord Tianlong also looked over. Including Lord Tianlong. They also looked at Lin Feng and Zhu Ziqian. Their killing intent soared. The 2 sides stopped fighting and turned to attack Lin Feng and Zhu Ziqian. The situation was critical. However, Lin Feng was already prepared. He took out the Shenyuan ancient ship. Then, he and Zhu Ziqian flew into the ancient ship. Now, there were humanoid puppets refined by Lin Feng on the ancient ship to control the spirit stone cannons. After boarding the ancient ship, Lin Feng ordered the puppets to attack. Boom, boom, boom. Then, the spirit stone cannons on the ancient ship were ignited. Countless cannonballs flew out. They bombarded the experts of the 4 factions, Lord Tianlong and the many beasts. The void was blasted. Space-time currents surged crazily. Many people were horrified and had no choice but to retreat quickly. Once they were swallowed by the space-time reversal, they would be lost in the space-time reversal world. Die. With a roar, Lord Tianlong's huge tail fiercely. Although the space-time reversal was terrifying, Sage Lord Tianlong wasn't afraid at all. He used Heavenly Dragon swings its tail to smash the firmament and viciously whipped the ancient ship. Many people looked indifferent, thinking that the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship would be destroyed by Sage Monarch Tianlong's terrifying attack. Because Lord Tianlong was too powerful. Such a tyrannical attack. Destroying an ancient ship. It was a simple matter. However, to everyone's surprise, this attack wasn't able to destroy the ancient ship. Although the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship was sent flying by the tail of the Tianlong sage monarch, it was still safe and sound. This ancient divine ship was forged by Great Emperor Shenyuan. Great Emperor Shenyuan, the head of the 5 emperors. How could the ancient starry sky ship created by such a tyrannical character be destroyed? After blocking sage monarch Tianlong's attack, the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship jumped into the void. It disappeared without a trace. 10 days later, the void trembled slightly. An ancient ship flew out from a parallel space. It was the Shenyuan ancient ship. It was a miracle that they managed to snatch the Black Underworld Tree King's holy fruits from so many experts. Lin Feng and Zhu Ziqian were extremely excited. They found a cave in the forest and sealed it with some deployment spells. After that, they started meditating in seclusion. Each of them received 4 holy fruits. After eating a holy fruit, Lin Feng began to refine the holy fruit's medicinal energy. Originally, Lin Feng's soul force was at the 3rd heavenly layer of the true God realm. After refining the first holy fruit, Yi Ziqian's eyes lit up. His soul force reached the 6th heavenly layer of the true God realm, which was an increase of 3 levels. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. Then, he refined the other 3 holy fruits. Finally, his soul force broke through to the heavenly God realm. It stopped at the 2nd heavenly layer of the heavenly God realm. 4 holy fruits from the Black Underworld Tree King actually allowed Lin Feng's soul force to increase by 9 levels. Even with Lin Feng's mental state, he couldn't help but feel excited. Not long after, Zhu Ziqian also came out of seclusion. From his smiling expression, it could be inferred that he must have improved greatly as well. "Brother Lin, what's your next plan?" Zhu Ziqian asked. Lin Feng said, "I'm a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, so I'm going back. If you go to the Northern Barbarian state in the future, you must remember to look for me at the Reincarnation Immortal sect. I'll definitely treat you well." Zhu Ziqian nodded. "I'll definitely pay you a visit." After returning to Sky Dragon City, Lin Feng took the teleportation array back to the Northern Barbarian state. After walking out of the teleportation array in Snow Eagle City, Lin Feng rested for a day in Snow Eagle City before heading to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Along the way, he saw many cultivators gathered to head to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Many of them were going to the Reincarnation Immortal sect to participate in the test. Many young masters and young ladies were looking forward to it. They were looking forward to their future, but they were also nervous. After returning to the Reincarnation Immortal sect, Lin Feng flew towards the Barren Mountains. On the way, he saw a female cultivator flying towards him. The female cultivator was wearing a fiery red dress. Her figure was perfectly curved and extremely hot. TSK, TSK. There are so many beauties in the sect. Lin Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. He took a few more glances at the beautiful female cultivator's body. When he saw that exquisite and beautiful face, he was stunned. Lin Feng suddenly felt apprehensive. This woman, why do I feel like I've seen her before? At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the 3 fairies he saw back then. One by one, they took off their garments and played in the pool like mermaids. It was a feast for the eyes. This beautiful female cultivator in front of him, isn't she one of the 3 fairies? If he remembered correctly, this female cultivator's name was Xia Shiyun. When he thought of how the 3 fairies were exasperated and wanted to cut him into pieces, Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, Xia Shiyun's voice sounded. "Stop right there." Chapter 1834. Lin Feng wouldn't listen to Xia Shiyun. Not only did he not stop, but he also sped up towards the barren mountain. If Xia Shiyun caught him, wouldn't she skin him alive? "It really is you, bastard. I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes." Xia Shiyun screamed and rushed towards Lin Feng angrily. This girl obviously recognized him. Lin Feng obviously wouldn't admit it. He shouted, "You've got the wrong person. Xia Shiyun gritted her teeth and said, "I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes." At this moment, Xia Shiyun couldn't help but think of the scene from before. Every time she thought about how Lin Feng had seen her naked, she had the urge to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Now that she had seen Lin Feng, Xia Shiyun only had one thought. He wanted to capture Lin Feng and beat him until he was half dead. That way, he would be able to vent his anger. Lin Feng said, "Don't be angry, beautiful. You can rest assured that I won't tell anyone about what happened that day." "Ah!" Xia Shiyun screamed. "You're still talking. I'm going to kill you." Xia Shiyun sped up. This woman was not simple. A 5-colored immortal light appeared under her feet. She stepped on the light and quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Her speed was even faster than Lin Feng's. The reincarnation immortal sect was also a place full of monsters. Xia Shiyun could become one of the top 10 fairies. Of course, it wasn't just because she was beautiful. She was also abnormally strong. Her speed was so fast that Lin Feng was shocked. After catching up, Xia Shiyun slammed her palm towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and dodged. "Little Yunyun, don't be so fierce, okay? As fellow disciples, we should have more in-depth exchanges of feelings instead of fighting and killing each other." Lin Feng smiled at Xia Shiyun. "Little Yunyun." Xia Shiyun suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, "Who told you to call me that? Do you believe that I won't cut off your tongue? Little Yunyun, I really didn't expect that under such a beautiful appearance, you actually have the heart of a tigress. Don't be so violent. Otherwise, be careful that you won't be able to get married." Lin Feng continued. "I'll kill you." Xia Shiyun was so angry at Lin Feng that she was about to explode. Xia Shiyun wasn't a woman with a good temper. It wasn't unruly, nor was it willful. He simply had a fiery temper and abhorred evil. Therefore, no one in the sect dared to offend Xia Shiyun. Xia Shiyun raised her right hand. A huge ball of energy condensed in her palm. The ball of energy continued to grow in size. It didn't take long. The ball of energy had already expanded to a radius of 100 meters. Boom! Xia Shiyun released the energy ball in her hand and threw it at Lin Feng. The energy ball exploded. The violent explosion sent Lin Feng flying. With such a huge commotion, many disciples in the surroundings were alarmed and flew over from afar. Lin Feng was also enraged. He looked at Xia Shiyun fiercely and said, "You crazy woman, I didn't lower myself to your level, but you still want a yard after taking an inch. Didn't I just look at you? Today, not only will I look at you, but I'll also strip you naked. Shameless man. Today, I'll make you unable to be a man." Xia Shiyun shouted fiercely. "Hihi, is that so? Later, I'll make you a real woman." Lin Feng quickly flew toward Xia Shiyun. Xia Shiyun was so angry that her face turned ashen. She gritted her teeth and rushed toward Lin Feng. In her hand, an immortal mountain condensed. The immortal mountain flew out and quickly grew in size. It fell from the sky and wanted to suppress Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He swept out a fist and directly shattered the immortal mountain condensed by Xia Shiyun. Then, he quickly rushed in front of Xia Shiyun and directly grabbed her. Xia Shiyun was shocked. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Now, it was too late to dodge. So, Xia Shiyun once again condensed a divine ability. Dense strands of energy appeared in her palm. This was the Great Entanglement Technique. Lin Feng also knew this 3000 Great Tao. Seeing Xia Shiyun use the Great Entanglement Technique, Lin Feng knew that she wanted to use the Great Entanglement Technique to bind him. But Lin Feng flicked his finger. Heavenly fire flew out and instantly burned the energy threads condensed by the Great Entanglement Technique. Then, Lin Feng's right hand quickly pointed at Xia Shiyun. He pointed at Xia Shiyun's left chest. Suddenly, the Fa Li in Xia Shiyun's body was scattered. Then, Lin Feng directly carried Xia Shiyun on his shoulder. Xia Shiyun didn't expect that she would be so easily captured by Lin Feng. She violently struggled. "You bastard, hurry up and put me down. Otherwise, I won't let you go." Slap. Slap. Lin Feng directly raised Xia Shiyun. 3 consecutive slaps on her buttocks. Xia Shiyun's pretty face suddenly turned red. At this time, Lin Feng said, "You've already become a prisoner, yet you still dare to threaten this young master. You've got guts." Xia Shiyun's heart itched with hatred, but now she also knew that the situation was not good for her. So, Xia Shiyun decided to make peace with Lin Feng first. Once she was free, she would think of a way to deal with Lin Feng. But before Xia Shiyun could say anything, Lin Feng said, "Don't try to play any tricks, and don't think that this young master will let you go. If you do something wrong, you must be punished. Today, this young master wants to consummate his marriage with you." Xia Shiyun's pretty face was as pale as paper. At this time, she saw many disciples flying over. Xia Shiyun immediately shouted, "Senior brothers and junior brothers, quickly come and save me. This pervert wants to molest me. It's Fairy Shiyun." Soon, everyone saw who the woman on Lin Feng's shoulder was. Their expressions changed. As one of the 10 fairies of the reincarnation immortal sect, Xia Shiyun had countless admirers. Many people thought of Xia Shiyun as a goddess. Now, they saw their goddess being carried on a man's shoulder. Many people were about to explode with anger. "Pervert! Hurry up and let go of Fairy Shiyun. If you don't let go of Fairy Shiyun, do you believe that we won't kill you?" Many people angrily cursed. Xia Shiyun felt a little smug. "Let's see if you'll let me go or not. If you don't, you'll be beaten up by the crowd." "Hey! It's Fairy Dancing Flame. Fairy Lianyue and the others are here." Lin Feng pointed into the distance. Upon hearing the arrival of Fairy Dancing Flame and Fairy Lianyue, everyone turned their heads. Wherever these 2 fairies went, they would become the center of attention. However, when they looked in the direction Lin Feng pointed, they found that it was empty. Fairy Dancing Flame and Fairy Lianyue were nowhere to be seen. Immediately, everyone realized that they had been played by Lin Feng. When they looked at Lin Feng with burning anger, they found that Lin Feng had already disappeared. "Over there." Someone pointed at Lin Feng, who had already flown more than 10 li away. "Shameless. You're shameless." Xia Shiyun cursed angrily. Lin Feng had tricked the group of disciples into looking for Fairy Dancing Flame and Fairy Lianyue, who had not appeared at all. The group of people had been tricked, and Lin Feng seized this opportunity to rush out. His speed was too fast, and he shook off the group of disciples in the blink of an eye. This infuriated Xia Shiyun, and she kept cursing Lin Feng. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "It's not that I'm shameless, but that group of people is too stupid. Not only are they stupid, but they are also perverts." When they heard about Fairy Dancing Flame and Fairy Lianyue, their eyes widened. "You're daydreaming if you expect them to save you." Chapter 1835. What will it take for you to let me go? I'll apologize to you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Xia Shiyun was afraid now that she had fallen into Lin Feng's hands. She was afraid that Lin Feng would do something heartless to her. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to cry. Lin Feng was unmoved and said proudly, "How can that be? Do you know how many people make it their life's goal to win the heart of one of the 10 fairies? Now that I've succeeded, I can't let you go." Xia Shiyun hurriedly said, "You can't win my heart. I'm not interested in you." Lin Feng said, "I don't care what you think now. Once the rice is cooked, you'll still have to follow me obediently." "No, you can't do this to me." Xia Shiyun's pretty face turned pale. Lin Feng grinned and said, "I know you women don't say what you think. You say no, but you're actually looking forward to it." Xia Shiyun wanted to cry but had no tears. Who was looking forward to it? Whoever was looking forward to it was a bastard. Lin Feng carried Xia Shiyun back to the barren mountain. Xia Shiyun cried out in surprise, "Isn't this Master Tortoise's place?" "I know, you're Master Tortoise's disciple." Xia Shiyun had heard that Master Tortoise had accepted a disciple, and she had wondered which unlucky person had been accepted as his disciple. Now, she had fallen into the hands of the unlucky person she had been talking about. Xia Shiyun suddenly felt that fate was playing tricks on her. "That's right, I'm Master Tortoise's new disciple. Do you think I'm handsome? Very handsome? Very charming. That's right, I'm a different kind of man. I'm the chosen one, and I'm destined to leave a mark in history. Lin Feng said proudly. Bah, how can you be so shameless? Xia Shiyun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Lin Feng said, I'm just stating a fact. How is that shameless? He carried Xia Shiyun and landed on a barren mountain. He realized that Master Tortoise wasn't here. He didn't know where he had run off to. Haha, since Master isn't here, it's perfect for just the two of us. Go ahead and scream. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come and save you. Lin Feng said with a smile as he carried Xia Shiyun towards his room. Save me, I beg you, please spare me. I was wrong. I'll do anything you want me to do. Xia Shiyun begged. Her original image as a goddess had long been thrown to the winds. Now, Xia Shiyun only wanted to escape from Lin Feng's hands. Little Yunyun, that won't do. I have admired you for a very long time. How can I let you go so easily? Lin Feng said with a faint smile on his face. He carried Xia Shiyun into the palace where he lived. At this time, the outside world was in an uproar. One of the top 10 fairies, Xia Shiyun, was kidnapped by a sect scum. No one knew what kind of despicable, shameless, and heartless things that the scum was going to do to Xia Shiyun. Xia Shiyun was a goddess in the hearts of countless people. How could everyone watch Xia Shiyun's reputation be ruined by that scum? I know that scum. That guy is Master Tortoise's disciple, Lin Feng. What? His Master Tortoise's disciple? That guy is not only Master Tortoise's disciple, but is also the monstrous genius who climbed the sacred ancestor mountain a few years ago. Who cares who he is? He dared to kidnap Fairy Shiyun in broad daylight. Today, we must clean up the sect. That's right, we must clean up the sect. First, we must save Fairy Shiyun, then beat that scum half to death, and finally expel him from the sect. His Master Tortoise's disciple. We can't touch him. I'm afraid even the sect master won't dare to expel him from the sect. Since we can't expel him from the sect, we must beat him until half of his body is paralyzed. That brat must have returned to the barren mountain. Let's go there and stop him. That's Master Tortoise's place. Do you want to die? Master Tortoise went out a few days ago and hasn't returned since. Haha, the heavens are helping us. Let's go to the barren mountain and stop that brat. In an instant, a large group of people rushed towards the barren mountain. Along the way, many people appeared. They didn't know what was going on, so they asked about it. Only then did they know that Master Tortoise's disciple, Lin Feng, had kidnapped Fairy Shiyun. It was very likely that he was going to do something immoral to Fairy Shiyun. Many disciples almost died from anger when they heard this. Goddess Shiyun. If she was really kidnapped by that scum, many people simply didn't dare to imagine it. More and more disciples joined in. Before long, tens of thousands of disciples had gathered. Down with the scum! Give reincarnation immortal sect a bright future, someone shouted loudly. Next, countless disciples shouted in unison. Down with the scum! Give reincarnation immortal sect a bright future. Tens of thousands of disciples shouted together. It was simply earth-shattering. Tens of thousands of disciples finally arrived at the barren mountain. Down with the scum! Give reincarnation immortal sect a bright future. These disciples continued to shout loudly and surrounded the barren mountain. Scum, come out quickly and hand over Fairy Shiyun. Countless disciples began to yell. However, there was no movement in the barren mountain. Let's charge in together and find that scum. If we're too late, Fairy Shiyun's innocence will be in danger. Many people shouted loudly. Then, many disciples rushed towards the barren mountain. Buzz. However, at this time, the barren mountain emitted a terrifying fluctuation. The barren mountain was densely covered with powerful restrictions. Now that these restrictions were all activated, the barren mountain was enveloped in them. Retreat, hurry up and retreat. This must be Master Tortoise's restriction. Now that the scum has activated it, don't touch these restrictions. Otherwise, even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. A disciple shouted loudly. Many people who were originally rushing towards the restrictions quickly retreated. Scum. As long as you hand over Fairy Shiyun, we will pretend that nothing happened. If you don't hand her over, don't blame us for being impolite. We will definitely go to the law enforcement hall and report your evil deeds. Even if you are Master Tortoise's disciple, Master Tortoise will not be able to protect you at that time. A disciple shouted threateningly. However, there was still no response from the barren mountain. Many people were incomparably anxious because the longer this dragged on, the more unfavorable it was for Fairy Shiyun. Scum, it's not too late to release Fairy Shiyun now because we have already sent people to the Spirit Array Peak to invite a senior brother who is proficient in formations to come and break the formation. If you don't release Fairy Shiyun and wait for that senior brother to come and break the formation, don't blame us for not caring about our relationship as fellow disciples. Someone shouted loudly. No matter how these people threatened Lin Feng, there was still no response from the barren mountain. Chapter 1836. An hour later, a disciple from Spirit Array Peak finally arrived. This disciple was called Zhong Luming, and he was a formation grandmaster. Among the younger generation of disciples in the Reincarnation Immortal sect, he was definitely one of the top 3 formation grandmasters. Moreover, Zhong Luming was Xia Shiyun's admirer. When he heard that Xia Shiyun had been taken away by Lin Feng, Zhong Luming hurriedly came to the barren mountain. Senior brother Zhong is here. He'll be able to break the formation soon. Once he does, we'll teach that brat a lesson. Many people gnashed their teeth and said. Zhong Luming's expression was gloomy as he flew towards the barren mountain. At that moment, Xia Shiyun walked out of the palace. Goddess Shiyun is out. Many people shouted loudly. Goddess Shiyun, that brat didn't do anything to you, right? Many people asked with concern. Xia Shiyun said angrily. Of course he didn't do anything to me. I'm fine now. You all should leave quickly. You want us to leave? Many people looked at each other in dismay. Zhong Luming said, Shiyun, let's go together. That brat isn't a good person. We should stay as far away from him as possible. That's right, Goddess. Let's leave quickly. Don't be afraid. We'll definitely avenge you. Many people shouted. Xia Shiyun said, I still have things to discuss with that guy. I'll leave after that. You don't have to wait here. After saying that, Xia Shiyun returned to the palace. Many people felt that something wasn't right. Previously, Xia Shiyun had looked as if she wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Now, her attitude towards Lin Feng had changed completely. Goddess Shiyun won't be scum, a disciple said, but this disciple didn't continue speaking halfway. Everyone understood what this disciple wanted to say. Xia Shiyun had been taken away by Lin Feng for almost 2 hours. That was a long time. She had to do what she had to do. She should have done it long ago. Impossible. How is that possible? Goddess Shiyun's expression was normal. It didn't seem like anything special had happened. What do you know? Women are the best at hiding themselves. Fairy Shiyun and that scum didn't have any friendship before, so what could they possibly talk about? I think the scum must have done something heartless to Shiyun, and then what's done cannot be undone. That's why Fairy Shiyun sent us away. Many disciples began to discuss animatedly. Suddenly, they were incomparably infuriated. Their eyes were spitting fire. Don't talk nonsense and ruin Fairy Shiyun's reputation, many disciples said coldly. They believed Fairy Shiyun's words. Since Fairy Shiyun had said she's fine, then they all believed in her words. This is that proved that he was really fine. These two groups of people actually started quarreling outside. Xia Shiyun returned to the main hall and looked at Lin Feng with a furious expression. How dare you look at your master with such a gaze? Do you want to be punished by your master? Looks like you're a masochist. Lin Feng looked at Xia Shiyun and said with a faint smile. Xia Shiyun was furious. She was one of the 10 fairies of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, a goddess in many people's hearts. But now, she had been reduced to a servant. This made Xia Shiyun want to bite Lin Feng to death. She said fiercely, "You're the one who's a masochist, you pervert." Lin Feng said speechlessly, "How am I a pervert? I didn't even touch you, I just made you my servant for 3 days. Are you very disappointed?" Is that why you deliberately provoked this young master? Since that's the case, this young master will fulfill your wish. Today, we'll consummate our marriage. Lin Feng stood up and walked towards Xia Shiyun. Xia Shiyun screamed again and again, I was wrong, I admit my mistake, please forgive me, I won't dare to do it again. Me? You dare to talk about me in front of your master? You should say that this servant doesn't dare to do it again, please forgive this servant this time. Say something for this young master to hear. Lin Feng said indifferently. Xia Shiyun clenched her fists, she couldn't help but pounce on Lin Feng and fight him to the death. She was a goddess-level beauty. Which man didn't have a face full of adoration when they saw her? Moreover, she was the sect saintess. She had a high status. Now, she had to call herself servant. She had to call this bastard master. This made Xia Shiyun gnash her teeth in hatred. But Xia Shiyun knew that she had to bow her head under the eaves. Xia Shiyun thought fiercely, this fairy will endure this bastard for now. Wait until this fairy is free, see how this fairy will deal with you. After cursing Lin Feng in her heart, Xia Shiyun felt a lot better. Then, she clenched her teeth and said, this servant knows her mistake, please forgive this servant. Watching the goddess in the hearts of countless people call herself a servant in front of him. This feeling was really good. Lin Feng sat on the stool and said, come and massage this young master's legs. Xia Shiyun's anger that she had suppressed with great difficulty came back up again. Why was this bastard getting more and more excessive? Now let me massage your legs. Wait a moment. Would there be more excessive demands? Should she fight it out with her? But what could she use to fight with her now? Her Fa Li had been sealed by this bastard. Xia Shiyun could only obediently go to Lin Feng and half kneel on the ground to help Lin Feng massage his legs. TSK, so beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. She was able to stand out among countless beautiful disciples and become one of the top 10 fairies. Xia Shiyun's beauty. Naturally, it was the kind of beauty that made people suffocate and not dare to look directly at her beauty. Xia Shiyun couldn't help but snort coldly. She didn't give Lin Feng a good look. The disciples outside didn't leave. When it was dark, they found that Xia Shiyun didn't come out. Many people suddenly felt that the situation seemed to be really wrong. Even if they were discussing something, it didn't need to be so long. This time, Zhong Luming couldn't sit still and went to break the array. But how could Zhong Luming be able to break the grand array that Lord Turtle laid down? In the entire sect, there was probably no one who could break Lord Turtle's array. Even Lin Feng wouldn't be able to break it. Just like that, 3 days passed. Xia Shiyun regained her freedom. Little Yunyun, do you know how much I don't want you to leave? Why don't you stay? Stay. Lin Feng looked at Xia Shiyun with a faint smile. Xia Shiyun wished she could kick Lin Feng to death right now. The past 3 days had been a nightmare for her. Who's little Yunyun? Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. Xia Shiyun looked at Lin Feng fiercely. Just you wait. This matter won't end so easily. Then, Xia Shiyun flew out of the hall. Goddess Shiyun is coming out. Many people shouted. Goddess, that scum Lin Feng didn't do anything to you, right? Someone asked. Piss off. Xia Shiyun shouted angrily and flew away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1837. The news that Xia Shiyun stayed with Lin Feng in the Barren Mountain Palace for 3 days and 3 nights spread like wildfire in the sect. Many people thought that Lin Feng must have done something heartless to Xia Shiyun. Xia Shiyun finally gave in. Then she chose to stay in the Barren Mountain Palace for another 3 days. As for what happened during this period, many people's imagination ran wild. Anyway, there were all kinds of theories. Of course, there were also many people who chose to believe Xia Shiyun. They didn't believe that Xia Shiyun really had a substantial relationship with Lin Feng. But Xia Shiyun stayed in the Barren Mountain Palace for 3 days. This was an indisputable fact. 3 days. It was enough for many things to happen. Moreover, it was a man and a woman staying together. Many people hoped that Xia Shiyun could come out and explain, but Xia Shiyun never appeared. Many people were furious and cursed Lin Feng as a scum. He actually kidnapped their goddess Shiyun fairy and did such a beastly thing to her. More and more disciples surrounded the barren mountain and constantly cursed, but Lin Feng never appeared. At this time, Turtle Master came. After seeing Master Tortoise, everyone fled in fear. Damn, boy, you're good. You've only been in Immortal Sect for a few years and you've already gotten a fairy. You have Master's style when I was young. However, although young people can mess around, they still need to control themselves. Turtle Master patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said earnestly. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Don't listen to the nonsense outside. Xia Shiyun was my disciple's maid for 3 days, nothing else happened." Turtle Master said, "Master will tell you a story." Lin Feng nodded. Master Turtle grinned and said, "One day, a man and a woman went out for experience. They were martial brother and sister, and they were lovers. There was only one room left in the inn, so they stayed together. The woman was shy, so she put a quilt in the middle of the bed before going to bed. Then she said to the man, 'Martial brother, when you sleep at night, you're not allowed to cross the quilt, otherwise you're a beast.' The man thought to himself, 'Junior sister doesn't allow me to cross the blanket, which means that she doesn't want me to touch her.' The man was depressed for a long time and then fell asleep. The next morning, the man saw that the woman was not in a good mood, so he asked the woman why she was in a bad mood. The woman slapped the man. The man felt wronged, so he asked the woman why she slapped him. The woman scolded him that he was worse than a beast. After saying that, Master Tortoise looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. His cheap master was beating around the bush and saying that he was worse than a beast. On this day, Immortal Crane Boy came to Lin Feng's place. After seeing Lin Feng, Immortal Crane Boy said, "Martial brother, senior sister Xia told me to come find you. She told me to tell you that tomorrow afternoon, she wants you to go to her Shiyun Palace. She wants to completely resolve the grudge between you two." Lin Feng nodded and said, "No problem. Go back and tell Xia Shiyun that I will definitely be there tomorrow." Immortal Crane Boy hurried back to report to Xia Shiyun. That night, Master Tortoise stood in front of the palace and looked up at the sky full of stars. He frowned and said, "The sky is going to change. No, the stars are densely packed. There are no dark clouds. It doesn't look like the sky is going to change." Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Master Tortoise didn't say anything and returned to his palace. The next day, Lin Feng found that Master Tortoise had already left. At this time, he suddenly remembered the meaning of Master Tortoise's words last night, "The sky is going to change." This sentence clearly contained some special meaning. Where exactly is the sky going to change? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He felt that something must have happened somewhere. He couldn't see through this cheap master of his. Lin Feng always felt that this cheap master of his was hiding too many secrets. There are many things that I'm destined to not be able to participate in. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. He naturally knew very well that this cheap master of Master Tortoise didn't tell him this matter because his cultivation wasn't high enough. In the afternoon, Lin Feng went to the Shiyun Palace. The Shiyun Palace was built by the sect for Xia Shiyun when she became the Holy Maiden. It was a symbol of status and identity. Not long after Lin Feng came out, a large number of disciples appeared and surrounded him. "Lin Feng, you scum. What did you do to Fairy Shiyun?" Many people roared angrily. Lin Feng curled his lips. "It's none of your business. F***CK. Beat him up." Someone shouted. Many people wanted to make a move. "Wait." Lin Feng shouted. "What else do you have to say?" Many disciples looked at Lin Feng angrily. Lin Feng said, "Actually, nothing happened. Who are you trying to fool? If nothing happened, why would Fairy Shiyun stay at your place for 3 days?" Someone said coldly. They didn't believe Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng said speechlessly, "Since you don't believe me, why do you ask me? Why are you asking me what happened? Is there something wrong with your head? Brat, you actually dare to mock us? Beat him half to death first." Someone shouted, secretly leading the crowd, wanting to gang up on Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, When did the disciples of the immortal sect become a group of hooligans? If anyone is dissatisfied, you can challenge me. Gang up. What a joke. Aren't you afraid of losing face? If your master hears about this, you people are destined to be abandoned by the sect because you are a bunch of trash. Who are you calling trash? You scum, how dare you call us trash? Many people cursed. You want to gang up on me instead of challenging me one-on-one? If you aren't trash, then what are you? Let me put it this way. Even if there were 10 times more of you, I would kill you as easily as killing a bunch of ants. If you weren't disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect, you would have died long ago. Lin Feng shouted arrogantly. The surrounding disciples were about to explode. Lin Feng was too arrogant. They had never seen such an arrogant person. Brat. I'd like to see what ability you have to boast so shamelessly. A disciple in a purple robe walked out with a sneer. It's Wang Muyu. He's ranked third among the core disciples. He's about to become a holy son. Haha, since senior brother Wang is here, that scum Lin Feng is definitely not senior brother Wang's match. I can't wait to see his expression when senior brother Wang tramples him. Let's see if he'll still be as arrogant then. Chapter 1838. Lin Feng. I've heard of him. His talent is amazing. Even the patriarchs were alerted. However, talent does not represent strength. Since ancient times, there have been many talented people who have been annihilated by the masses. This is enough to explain a lot. Now that you think you have some strength, you are so arrogant and despotic. You even did such a heartless thing to the female disciples of the sect. If I don't teach you a lesson today, the reincarnation celestial sect will be disgraced if the news of what happened in the immortal sect spread. Wang Muyu looked at Lin Feng icily. He had a strong sense of righteousness that inspired reverence and reverence. First, he wanted to reprimand Lin Feng. It was as if everything he had done was right. Said Lin Feng indifferently. I really don't understand. With your intelligence, how did you manage to join the sect? I told you that nothing happened between me and Yunyun, but you didn't believe me. You made yourself sound so great and noble. You made me feel like I was worthless. How ridiculous. Do you know why you're just ordinary disciples of the sect? The reason is that they're too stupid. A bunch of idiots. It's not easy to stand out in the celestial sect. The surrounding disciples were about to explode with anger. They wanted to slap Lin Feng to death. Senior brother Wang, hurry up and teach this scum a lesson. We all support you. That's right, senior brother Wang, it's best to cripple this scum. This is simply getting rid of a scum for the people. I wonder how many innocent girls will be saved from being persecuted by this scum. Many people shouted. Wang Muyu said, everyone, don't worry. I will let this scum receive the punishment he deserves. Then, Wang Muyu looked at Lin Feng and said, I don't want to be called a bully. I will let you have 10 moves first. After 10 moves, I will make my move. Let me have 10 moves. Lin Feng looked at Wang Muyu strangely. Of course. I, Wang Muyu, always keep my word. Wang Muyu placed his hands behind his back, looking unfathomable. Senior brother Wang is indeed one of the top 3 core disciples. In fact, senior brother Wang is much stronger than some of the holy sons and holy daughters. Now that senior brother Wang is about to be crowned as the holy son, it is also what everyone expect. That's right, senior brother Wang is a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Let this scum have 10 moves first. Let him accept his defeat wholeheartedly. Many people started to flatter him. After Wang Muyu heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. Although the scum is very arrogant, his strength is really strong. You should know that Fairy Shiyun is also a saintess, yet she was captured by him. Someone said. Fairy Shiyun was plotted against by this brat. Otherwise, how could he have captured Fairy Shiyun? That's right. How many years has it been since this kid joined the sect? Moreover, this kid was very young. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, how many years had it been? If he can defeat the holy sons and holy daughters now, how will the others survive? Another round of arguments could be heard. At this time, Wang Muyu looked at Lin Feng and said, don't waste time. Quickly attack. You can rest assured that I'll let you have 10 moves first. In that case, I will definitely not attack for the next 10 moves. Then senior brother Wang should be careful. My punches are very fast. Lin Feng reminded him. Wang Muyu looked at Lin Feng with contempt and said, "Just attack me." Whoosh. Lin Feng moved. He rushed toward Wang Muyu. When he was about 10 meters away from Wang Muyu, he suddenly accelerated. Whoosh. Like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Wang Muyu. Fast. It was extremely fast. It was so fast that countless people couldn't react in time. Wang Muyu was also taken aback. He quickly retreated. He wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack. However, it was too late. Lin Feng didn't give Wang Muyu any time to dodge at all. Bang! That punch directly smashed into Wang Muyu's face. Wang Muyu's neck was smashed. Fresh blood immediately flowed out. His whole body flew backward for more than 10 meters. He fell to the ground with a plop. He didn't move. He actually fainted. What happened? Many people were stunned on the spot, looking at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe what they saw. Wang Muyu. He was ranked third among the core disciples. He was about to be promoted to the Sacred Sun. He was actually knocked out by Lin Feng, this scum, with one punch. Although Wang Muyu said that he would let Lin Feng make 10 moves, he didn't take the initiative to attack. But everyone was clear. Even if Wang Muyu took the initiative to attack, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to dodge Lin Feng's attack. Because Lin Feng's speed was really too fast. All the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbeatable. When the speed reached a certain level, the opponent might not even have the chance to attack before being defeated. It seems that this guy's strength isn't very good. Lin Feng clapped his hands and then flew into the distance. None of the surrounding disciples dared to stop Lin Feng. Wang Muyu was such a powerful person, yet he was knocked out by Lin Feng with one punch. As for the rest, they didn't dare to provoke Lin Feng. Everyone watched as Lin Feng left. Fatso flew over from afar and laughed strangely, saying, "Lin Feng's recent matter has caused a lot of commotion. Could the rumors be true?" Little Donkey shouted, "Damn Fatso, do you think little Lin Feng is like you? Little Lin Feng is a gentleman. Brother Donkey understands me," Lin Feng said. Fatso asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to Shiyun Palace to see little Yunyun," Lin Feng said. Fatso immediately shouted, "Damn, you've already called little Yunyun, and you're still saying there's nothing going on?" Lin Feng grinned and said, "Our relationship is still pure for now, but I don't know if it will still be so in the future. Nothing good will come out of Xia Shiyun's invitation to Shiyun Palace at this time. Come, let's go together and support me." "That's good. I haven't been to the 10 fairy palaces yet. I'll take a look at Fairy Shiyun's palace to broaden my horizons." Fatso was overjoyed. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey then headed to Shiyun Palace. Shiyun Palace was located in Shiyun Mountain, and the mountain was named after Xia Shiyun. When they arrived at Shiyun Mountain, dozens of disciples stopped Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey. This was a group of female disciples, and every one of them was a top-grade beauty. "Who are you?" "Shiyun Mountain is not a place you can casually enter," one of the female disciples asked. "Senior sister, my name is Liu Ziheng, and I'm still single. How should I address you? Are you betrothed to someone?" Fatso's eyes widened when he saw the female disciple leading the group. This female disciple had a petite figure and an exquisite face. She had a delicate temperament, and any man who saw her would probably want to hug her and dote on her. "Me? How dare you try to get close to me again? Do you believe that I won't kill you with my sword?" The female disciple coldly snorted and drew her sword, sweeping it at Fatso. The fatty hurriedly retreated in fear, dodging the female disciple's sword. Chapter 1839. Senior sister, don't be so fierce. We should care for each other. Fighting and killing are things that only barbarians do, Fatso said embarrassedly as he stared at the female disciple. The female disciple coldly glanced at Fatso and said, "Hurry up and scram, otherwise, I'll kill you with my sword." Lin Feng couldn't help but wipe his sweat. No matter how gentle and quiet a woman was, it was inevitable that she would have a wild heart. At this time, he said, "Senior sister, I'm Lin Feng. Little Yun Yun invited me here." Hearing Lin Feng's name, the group of female disciples all looked at Lin Feng with strange gazes. There were rumors in the sect. Naturally, they had already heard about it. The leading female disciple said, "You can enter the poem palace, but Fatso can't go in." Fatso grinned and said, "I'm not going in. I'll stay here and accompany senior sister." Fatso's original ambition was to bring a fairy back to be his wife. Could it be that he knew that it was too difficult, so he took a step back and settled for the next best thing? He chose to bring an ordinary female disciple back to be his wife. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He didn't stay outside and flew up the mountain. The poem palace was built at the top of the mountain. There was a huge platform here with continuous palaces. When Lin Feng arrived at the top of the mountain, someone led Lin Feng into the main hall. There were female disciples everywhere on the poem mountain. These female disciples were all chosen by Xia Shiyun. They could cultivate in the poem mountain and receive her protection. Naturally, many female disciples were willing to rely on Xia Shiyun. The main hall was very large, but it was incomparably empty. After entering the main hall, Lin Feng didn't find Xia Shiyun. He shouted, "Little Yun Yun, I'm already here. Where are you? Why don't you come out and see me?" "Shut up. Don't call me Little Yun Yun." Xia Shiyun gnashed her teeth as her voice came from the inner hall. Then, she walked out. Today, Xia Shiyun was wearing a snow-white dress. She was as beautiful as a fairy. In addition to Xia Shiyun, there were two other female disciples who walked out with her. Of these two women, one had a graceful figure and a perfect golden ratio. She was simply a masterpiece of the heavens. The other person had an otherworldly temperament, as if she was a peerless fairy from the 9 heavens who had fallen to the mortal world. The two beauties each had their own unique characteristics and different temperaments. However, they were both pitilessly beautiful and breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Feng had seen these two women before. They were the other two fairies who had played with Xia Shiyun in the pool. This female disciple with a graceful figure was called Bai Yusin. This female disciple with an otherworldly temperament was called Nangong Chimeng. "Little Shinshin, little Meng Meng, you guys are here too. It's been a while since we last met. You guys are still as beautiful as ever," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Little Shinshin, little Meng Meng." Bai Yusin and Nangong Chimeng looked at each other. Then, they spat at Lin Feng. "Shameless." Xia Shiyun cursed Lin Feng. "Little Yun Yun, although it's said that beating is a sign of affection, scolding is a sign of love. However, I'm a person who gets shy easily. Please don't be so blatant and express your love for me again and again, okay? We can talk about our personal feelings in private." Lin Feng looked at Xia Shiyun with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xia Shiyun gnashed her teeth in anger and couldn't help but shout, "Who admires you? You only know how to put gold on your face. Since you've entered this hall today, don't even think about walking out in one piece." As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Shiyun waved her hand. A loud rumbling sound suddenly resounded. The originally open door directly closed. Inside the main hall, formation runes intertwined. The entire main hall was sealed by a grand formation. Lin Feng said, "Little Yun Yun, you didn't ask the crane boy to summon me here to negotiate with me. It seems like you're determined to deal with me today." "Negotiate? You think I'll negotiate with you? Are you going to surrender without a fight? Or do you want us to beat you half to death before capturing you?" Xia Shiyun said coldly. "Little Yun Yun, impulsiveness is the devil. If you remove the formation now, I'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer. Do you really think you can deal with me?" Lin Feng curled his lips. "I've set up a grand formation here. I also have Senior Sister Yusin and Senior Sister Chimeng helping me. Do you think you can deal with so many of us by yourself?" Xia Shiyun sneered at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Can I know what you're going to do to me after capturing me? If you want my body, I won't resist." Xia Shiyun couldn't help but curse, "Shameless bastard, who wants your body?" Bai Yusin and Nangong Chimeng also looked at Lin Feng helplessly. Lin Feng was simply too shameless. They were usually otherworldly fairies, so they rarely interacted with the disciples of their sects. The disciples who could interact with them were the top geniuses of their sects. Which one of them wasn't polite? Yet, Lin Feng could say anything vulgar, making them feel at a loss. Xia Shiyun was slightly better. After all, she had lived with Lin Feng for a few days, so she believed that she understood Lin Feng quite well. In addition, she had a fiery temper. Therefore, she didn't mind cursing Lin Feng. However, Bai Yusin and Nangong Chimeng cursed him. They would never do such a thing. At this moment, Xia Shiyun continued, "Senior Sister Yusin, Senior Sister Chimeng, let's make our move. Let's work together to suppress this guy first." "All right." The two women nodded, having no objections. Then, the three of them quickly separated and went to 3 different places in the main hall. Then, both of her hands continuously changed seals. All kinds of mysterious seals were displayed. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Suddenly, the array was completely activated. Hualala sounds could be heard. The array turned into chains of order and wrapped around Lin Feng. Insignificant skill, Lin Feng smiled faintly and shuttled through the array. The chains wrapped around him, but they couldn't touch Lin Feng's body. Impossible. The 3 fairies couldn't help but exclaim at the same time. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Such a powerful heaven-sealing demon lock array couldn't touch Lin Feng's body. How did this guy do it? "Activate the Universe Galaxy Array to suppress him," Xia Shiyun yelled. Bai Yusin and Nangong Chimeng nodded. Both of their hands formed a new seal. A new array was activated. Incantations were sent into the formation one after another. Suddenly, the main hall seemed to have disappeared. And Lin Feng, Xia Shiyun, Bai Yusin, and Nangong Chimeng all came to the starry sky world. Chapter 1841. The 3 women looked at Lin Feng cautiously. Xia Shiyun was the first to react. She said, "Junior brother, we were just joking with you. We've heard that you're proficient in formations and have a high cultivation base, so we wanted to test you. After testing you, we found out that the rumors were true. Junior brother is really amazing. The 3 of us have already decided to submit a petition to the sect and request that you be crowned as the Holy Son." Lin Feng looked at Xia Shiyun with a smile that was not a smile. "Little Yunyun, when did you lie so easily?" Xia Shiyun hurriedly said, "I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth." "Is that so? But I don't believe you. How do you think I should punish the 3 of you? How about it? Why don't we sleep together tonight?" Lin Feng looked at the 3 fairies with a smile that was not a smile. Even though the 3 fairies had different auras and appearances, they were all as beautiful as fairies, with peerless elegance. When they heard Lin Feng's words, their faces turned pale. "Lin Feng, don't act recklessly. If you dare to act recklessly in the sect, you should know what kind of punishment awaits you." Bai Yusin bit her lip. She wanted to use the sect's rules to intimidate Lin Feng. Lin Feng said seriously, "When the rice is cooked, the sect might betroth the 3 of you to me. So, I don't need to worry. Come back to the barren mountains with me. It's going to be dark soon. Every second of the night is worth 1,000 gold. We can't waste this beautiful night." Lin Feng waved his hand, and his magic power wrapped around the 3 women. He opened the palace's door and quickly flew outside. "Hurry up and stop him. Save us." The 3 women immediately shouted. The female disciples of the Shiyun Palace were alarmed. They all came out, wanting to stop Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was too fast. He grabbed Xia Shiyun, Bai Yusin, and Nangong Chimeng and turned into a ray of light as he flew into the distance. The 3 senior sisters were kidnapped by that scum Lin Feng. The expressions of many female disciples on the Shiyun mountain changed. Fatso, who was trying to curry favor with the female leader, shrank back and turned to run. The female leader shouted angrily, "Sisters, Fatso is that scum Lin Feng's friend. Let's chop him half to death and then use him to exchange for the girls." Swish. The group of female disciples unsheathed their swords. Suddenly, Cold light radiated in all directions. "Oh my God! Run!" Fatty wailed and ran off into the distance. The donkey ran even faster, running far away. Very quickly, the news that Xia Shiyun, Bai Yuxin, and Nangong Qimeng had been kidnapped by Lin Feng spread like wildfire. This time, the sect was in an uproar. Xia Shiyun's matter was not completely settled. Now, Lin Feng had committed another crime. Not only did he kidnap Xia Shiyun for the second time, but he also kidnapped Bai Yuxin and Nangong Qimeng. They were the 10 fairies of the sect. This time, Lin Feng kidnapped 3 of them. Xia Shiyun, Bai Yuxin, and Nangong Qimeng were goddesses in many people's hearts. They were the dream lovers of many people's dreams. Now, the sect's disciples were completely enraged. Defeat the scum. Expel the scum. Return justice to the reincarnation immortal sect. Hundreds of thousands of disciples marched through the sect, creating a huge scene. Fatso rode on Little Donkey and tried to sneak out of the reincarnation immortal sect. This was because Fatso was caught in the crossfire. The disciples of Poetic Bamboo Mountain, Yusin Mountain, and Dreamlike Mountain were all looking for him. That damned Fatso is a friend of that scum, Lin Feng. Catch that damned Fatso and use that damned Fatso to force Lin Feng to hand over the 3 fairies. Someone recognized Fatso, who was trying to sneak away, and immediately shouted, "Catch him!" Many people rushed towards Fatso. Fatso shouted, "Everyone, you've misunderstood. I'm really not familiar with that scum, Lin Feng. I'm on the same side as you. Let's beat that scum, Lin Feng, and return justice to the reincarnation immortal sect." Fatty shouted as he waved his arms and cheered. However, no one believed Fatso. Everyone chased after Fatso. Fatso was so scared that his whole body trembled. He shouted, "Brother Donkey, whether we can escape or not depends on you." Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Little Donkey laughed strangely and then raised his hooves. He was as fast as lightning. He rushed into the distance. Many people pounced on Fatso, wanting to catch him. However, they were all sent flying by Little Donkey. Fatso rode Little Donkey out of the encirclement and ran out of the sect. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, Fatso escaped. Let's go to the barren mountain and surround that scum, Lin Feng. We must report this matter and let the higher-ups punish this scum. It's best if they expel him from the stone sect. Countless disciples shouted and were filled with righteous indignation. The higher-ups had indeed received a joint report from the disciples of the immortal sects. Dozens of grand elders gathered in the main hall of the sacred mountain. Now that the sect master was not in the sect, the important matters were decided by the sect master's junior brother, Elder Xingyu, who was ranked first among the many grand elders in the sect. "Master, that disciple of Lord Tortoise is causing too much trouble. Shouldn't we restrain him? We don't want him to go overboard and end up in a mess," the Grand Elder of the Enforcement Hall said with a headache. Countless people rushed into the Enforcement Hall and asked the Enforcement Hall to deal with Lin Feng. The Enforcement Hall had turned into a wet market. Many Grand Elders spoke up as well. They felt the need to restrain Yi Futian. Elder Xingyu opened his eyes and said, "Lord Tortoise is the senior with the highest seniority in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Although Lord Tortoise's actions have been criticized by the disciples, there's one thing everyone should remember. Lord Tortoise is an old senior that the Reincarnation Immortal sect needs to rely on. Ancestor, you don't have to worry about Lord Tortoise's disciple, Lin Feng. He might like to cause trouble, but he's not a bad person. Do you think Lord Tortoise will accept a disciple with a bad character as his disciple?" Everyone knew that Elder Xingyu had spoken up. They knew that the higher-ups would not get involved in this matter. Elder Xingyu continued, "Our Reincarnation Immortal sect has been at peace for too long. It's good to let that kid cause trouble. It's not a bad thing to stimulate the disciples' bloodthirst." "Master is wise," the Grand Elders said in unison. The disciples outside had formed the Anti-Scum Alliance. However, no one was able to enter the barren mountains, so no matter how much they clamored, they could not care less about Lin Feng. A month later, Xia Shiyun, Bai Yuxin, and Nangong Qimeng left the desolate mountain. Celestial girl, Lin Feng, that scum, wouldn't he? The holy princes had appeared, and they could not continue speaking. The three fairies did not say anything about what had happened in the past month. They quickly left. Chapter 1842. Recently, there were rumors that the Thunder God's inheritance had appeared in the bottomless ocean, so many people rushed there. The anti-scum alliance in the Reincarnation Immortal sect was still in an uproar, but Lin Feng quietly left the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Then, he took the teleportation array to the bottomless ocean. Lin Feng arrived at the blazing sun state, which was adjacent to the bottomless ocean. The reason why this prefecture was called the Scorching Sun Prefecture was because it was the first prefecture to see the sun rise. The Divine Land City was located in the easternmost part of the blazing sun state, less than 1,500 kilometers away from the ocean. It was one of the oldest cities in the blazing sun state. The Thunder God's inheritance is in the bottomless battlefield. It's very dangerous there. If you want to go to the bottomless battlefield, you can only take a giant ship to the Myriad Immortals Island and then go to the bottomless battlefield through the Myriad Immortals Island. Our founding trading company is powerful and has the most advanced and powerful fleet. Our fleet is definitely the best choice to go to the Myriad Immortals Island. The Divine Land Trading Company is the top trading company in the Divine Land City. Our fleet is guarded by heavenly gods. If you go to the Myriad Immortals Island with our fleet, you will be safe. When Lin Feng came out of the teleportation array, he saw that there were people from various trading companies everywhere. Now, many cultivators wanted to go to the bottomless battlefield. All the trading companies saw a business opportunity. Lin Feng first went to the bookstore to buy a few books about the bottomless ocean. The bottomless ocean was the sea world in the eastern part of the 9 states. The bottomless battlefield was located in the deepest part of the bottomless ocean. There were powerful restrictions there, and it was rumored that it was a battlefield of gods and demons. The forces in the bottomless ocean were complicated. There were 3 most powerful forces. The first was the Myriad Immortals Island. It was a human force. The second was Fusang Island. It was the home of the Kinwu people. The third was the Evil Dragon Palace. In addition to the 3 top forces, there were countless forces of all kinds. There were countless pirates in the bottomless ocean. Many pirates were wanted on the Immortal Dao's wanted list. After reading a few books, Lin Feng had a more direct understanding of the bottomless ocean. The bottomless ocean's periphery and central regions were mainly controlled by the Myriad Immortals Island. Meanwhile, Fusang Island and the Sinkhole Evil Dragon Palace controlled most of the central region and the deeper regions of the Sinkhole Sea region. Since the Thunder God's inheritance appeared in the deepest part of the Sinkhole Sea, in the Sinkhole battlefield, the Sinkhole battlefield was located in the depths of the Sinkhole Sea. As such, they had to pass through Fusang Island and the Sinkhole's Evil Dragon Palace's sphere of influence to reach that area. The Golden Crow of Fusang Island. The 9 great evil dragons of the Sinkhole Evil Dragon Palace. Each one was greedier than the other. Each one was more evil than the last. How could it be so easy to pass through their territory? There was no need to mention the dangers involved. As such, everyone headed to the Great Immortals Island. The Myriad Immortals Island was very powerful. It had always been a tripartite balance of power with the Fusang Island and the Sinkhole Evil Dragon Palace. Therefore, many cultivators would go to the Great Immortals Island and wait for the Great Immortals Island to find a solution. Of course, if the Great Immortals Island really thought of a way to safely pass through Fusang Island and the territory of the Evil Dragon Palace in the bottomless abyss. If one wanted to follow the Myriad Immortals Island through the territories of many great forces to reach the returning ruins battlefield, one would naturally have to pay a great price. Lin Feng rested in Divine Land City for 3 days. Then he boarded the fleet of the Divine Land Trading Company. The fleet of the Divine Land Trading Company was the local snake force and was still very powerful. A total of 42 giant ships headed to the Great Immortals Island together. Ordinary sea demons or pirates would not dare to invade. Lin Feng paid 1,000 origin crystals and booked a private room. Soon, the fleet sailed to the Great Immortals Island. There were brothels, casinos, and other places on the giant ship. If cultivators felt that sailing on the sea was too boring, they could go to these two places to have fun. There was even a male immortal pavilion on the giant ship. When Lin Feng passed by the male immortal pavilion, he found that some female cultivators had entered one after another. He was a little puzzled. What kind of place was the male immortal pavilion? Why were all the people who entered female cultivators? After asking, he found out that the male immortal pavilion was similar to a brothel. It was just that the brothel entertained male customers. The male immortal pavilion entertained female customers. The male cultivators in the male immortal pavilion were all extremely handsome. They were loved by many female cultivators. Lin Feng was rather speechless. He didn't expect there to be such a place. However, since there was such a place as a brothel, it seemed normal to have a male immortal pavilion. The male immortal pavilion doesn't only entertain female cultivators. It also entertains some male cultivators. Someone laughed and said. This laughter was really evil. Lin Feng couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. Although he didn't discriminate against those male cultivators who were gay, as a normal man, when he thought about the meaning of being gay, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He went to the casino and walked around. There were many people gathered here. At each gambling table, there was a sexy female cultivator in revealing clothes presiding over the gambling. There were all kinds of games in the casino, such as pai gow, dice, blackjack, roulette, and so on. Lin Feng wasn't interested in gambling. He just came to take a look out of curiosity. There was no lack of people who became rich overnight, but there were also people who lost everything. Lin Feng saw a young cultivator lose millions of origin crystals at a gambling table in one go. The young cultivator's eyes were red from losing. Wait, I have a treasure here. I'll go and exchange it for origin crystals now. I'll come back to gamble later. I'll definitely get my money back. The young cultivator shouted in a hoarse voice, then quickly left. There was also a place to exchange chips in the casino. If you lost all your origin crystals, you could exchange them with magic treasures or other treasures. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. That young cultivator was clearly mentally unstable. No matter how much he exchanged, most likely, they would all lose. The casino was filled with smoke. He didn't stay for long and walked outside. Just as he arrived outside the casino, a cultivator quickly ran out of the casino. It was the young cultivator who lost millions of origin crystals in one go. When the cultivator passed by Lin Feng, he quickly stuffed a storage ring into Lin Feng's hand. Then, he quickly ran into the distance. He seemed to want to rush out of the ancient ship. A group of more than 10 cultivators chased out of the casino. What happened? Lin Feng was puzzled. The cultivators chased out of the ancient ship and fought with the young cultivator who escaped in the sea. Poof! The young cultivator's head was chopped off. Did you find it? The leading cultivator coldly asked. Found it. A cultivator found a storage ring on the dead young cultivator's body. Then, he threw the young cultivator's body into the sea. A sea demon emerged from the water and swallowed the young cultivator's corpse in one gulp. Chapter 1843. Lin Feng returned to his private room and sat cross-legged. He frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. A group of cultivators went to kill that young cultivator, obviously for the storage ring that the young cultivator had just given him. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the young cultivator who had lost so much that he said he wanted to exchange a treasure for origin crystals. Then, he was hunted down. Could it be that he was targeted by that group of people at this time? Was he stopped by those people before he went to exchange his treasure for origin crystals? Then, those people wanted to kill him and snatch his treasure? That was one possibility. But there was a second possibility, and that was that this young cultivator had more than one treasure. When he took out the first treasure to exchange for origin crystals, the second treasure was also exposed. And this second treasure was a precious treasure that was enough to cause a fatal disaster. If the second guess was true, then the group of people who surrounded and killed the young cultivator just now had two possible identities. The first identity. That group of people were also gamblers who used treasures to exchange for origin crystals. When they saw that the young cultivator had other treasures, they wanted to kill him. The second identity. They were from the casino. The people in the casino were all from the China Trading Company. They were the owners of this huge fleet. The people in the casino saw the second treasure. Perhaps the young cultivator was unwilling to exchange for it. Or maybe it was because that treasure was too important and could not be leaked. Therefore, the young cultivator was ruthlessly killed. There were possibilities in every situation. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. If it was the second situation, it would be disadvantageous for him. He looked at every corner of the private room. Because now Lin Feng was worried that there might be a surveillance spiritual array in the private room. This kind of surveillance spiritual array could imprint everything that happened in the private room and then display it on a crystal screen densely covered with arrays. So, he had to be on guard. There really is a surveillance spiritual array. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The surveillance spiritual array was in a corner and was very hidden. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to find it. Such a large trading company generally wouldn't do such a thing, so Lin Feng didn't check it at first. However, if the second inference was true, then the actions of this trading company were actually very despicable. Since he could do such a despicable thing, what was so strange about him secretly setting up a supervisor array in the private room? Seeing this surveillance spiritual array, Lin Feng gradually believed in the second conjecture. Those who besieged the young cultivator were cultivators from the Divine Land Trading Company. At this moment, he was startled. This was because Lin Feng was worried that there might be a supervisor formation set up outside the casino. If that place was also set up with a surveillance spirit formation, then wouldn't the scene of the young cultivator stuffing the storage ring to him also be imprinted? If that was the case, then they had to leave quickly. Otherwise, if they continued to stay on the ship, only death would await them. He got up and left the private room. He went to the area outside the casino and checked it. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because there were so many people coming and going here that the people from the Divine Land Trading Company were afraid. Therefore, he did not set up a surveillance spiritual array. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. None of these businesses are anything good. The Nine States Alliance is like that, and so are the Divine Land's businesses. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. These big forces. They prioritized profits. For the sake of profits, they would do anything. Therefore, Lin Feng did not find it strange that the people from the Divine Land Trading Company had killed the young cultivator out of greed. He returned to his room and set up a psychedelic array to conceal the surveillance array set up in the private room by the Divine Land Trading Company. Then, he took out the storage ring that the young cultivator had stuffed into his hand. There was nothing special about this storage ring. It was just an ordinary storage ring. When his spiritual force entered it, he found that the storage ring was not big. It was only about a dozen cubic meters in size and could not hold many things. There were some miscellaneous things in the storage ring that were basically worthless. Lin Feng's gaze was attracted by a golden brocade box. He took the golden brocade box out of the storage ring. There was a restriction on the brocade box that sealed it. This restriction had been set up not long ago. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He opened the brocade box. Croak, 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 croak. It sounded like a frog or a toad. Swish. A white light flashed in front of him, and something jumped out. The white light wanted to rush out of the private room. Lin Feng hurriedly struck out with his dharmic powers, wrapping around the white light that flew out. At this moment, he finally saw what it was. It was actually a white jade toad. The white jade toad stared at Lin Feng with its round eyes. It wanted to break free from the restraints of Lin Feng's dharmic powers, but after a few attempts, it failed. It's really a creation of heaven and earth. Quickly use your blood to refine it. Let the white jade toad recognize you as its master. The black bear devil king could not help but say excitedly. Lin Feng did not immediately use his blood to refine the white jade toad, because he really did not know what this white jade toad was. He asked, "What's so special about this white jade toad?" Stones can absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. They can transform into the stone race, and you should be very clear about the talent of the stone race. It can be said to be abnormally terrifying. The Black Bear Devil King said. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed. The stone race was simply too powerful. The great sage, heaven's equal, the sacred battle ape, the illustrious stone race. The stone apes, big and small, were existences that had once defied heaven and earth. The Black Bear Devil King continued, as for jades, they can also undergo transformations. You should have heard of a saying before, jades are spiritual. It means that many jades are spiritual. Lin Feng nodded. There was indeed a saying that jades were spiritual. When he was young, he had seen some of the elders in his family wearing blood-red jades all year round. According to the elders, jades needed to be nourished by the body. Some of the best jades could even absorb some of the tainted blood in their owners' bodies. Those jades that had turned blood-red were the result of absorbing the tainted blood in their owners' bodies. The Black Bear Devil King continued, jades are actually made of stone. If stones are compared to humans, then ordinary stones are equivalent to ordinary people without cultivation. Some stones that have absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the energy of heaven and earth, are cultivators. As for jades, they are cultivators with special bloodlines. This explanation was easy to understand, and Lin Feng easily understood what the Black Bear Devil King was trying to say. The Black Bear Devil King continued, the white jade toad is formed from the psychic white jade. It also belongs to the stone race, but its talent is much stronger than ordinary stone race members. Chapter 1844. Lin Feng did not expect the white jade toad to have such an extraordinary origin. He was extremely shocked. Did this mean that the white jade toad's future growth would far exceed that of the ordinary stone race? But Lin Feng didn't understand what was going on. For example, since the white jade toad's talent was so shocking, why didn't this white jade toad have any cultivation? He then asked, why is this white jade toad so weak? The Black Bear Sage said, the white jade toad is rather special. It will go through 9 evolutions. Every time it evolves, its strength will increase greatly. However, this white jade toad has clearly not undergone its first evolution. So that's how it is. Lin Feng nodded and asked, what abilities does the white jade toad have? The Black Bear Sage said, back when I was following Lord Chonglu Demon Emperor, I once saw another Demon Emperor raise a white jade toad. That white jade toad had just completed its first evolution. That white jade toad can neutralize all kinds of poisons. Lin Feng frowned. Neutralize poisons? Isn't this ability of little value? No. This ability is actually very terrifying. You have yet to come into contact with truly terrifying poisons. You must know that some poisons can even kill great emperors. I remember seeing a poison called the 7 Steps Life Potion. It is said that once a great emperor came into contact with this poison, he would immediately die after taking 7 steps. In the future, you might come into contact with some of the most powerful poisons. These poisons are often colorless and odorless, and they kill without leaving a trace. They are extremely terrifying, and once poisoned, death is almost certain. However, with the white jade toad, it is different. The white jade toad can absorb these poisons, and after absorbing them, it can continue to evolve. Other than being able to absorb these poisons, the white jade toad can also detect all kinds of poisons in advance. If someone were to plot against you, it would be very difficult for you to detect some of the most powerful poisons. However, the white jade toad can detect them, the Black Bear Sage said. Lin Feng was very surprised. He had not expected the white jade toad's first evolution to be so powerful. This made him very happy. He continued to ask, it should be very difficult for this white jade toad to evolve, right? The Black Bear Sage nodded and said, it is indeed very difficult, but this little thing can cultivate on its own and its cultivation will continue to rise. However, it can be fed with all sorts of heavenly treasures. This way, its growth will be even faster. The first 3 evolutions should be relatively easier, but the further it evolves, the more difficult it will be. Besides providing various heavenly materials and earthly treasures to the white jade toad, it can also provide various kinds of deadly poisons. After absorbing these deadly poisons, the white jade toad will evolve faster. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are not as effective as deadly poisons on the white jade toad. However, some of the top deadly poisons are hard to buy on the market. Those deadly poisons are usually controlled by the top forces and won't be leaked out easily. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "You can go to those trading companies and auction houses. Maybe you can buy it at a high price." He forced out a drop of blood and dripped it into the white jade toad's mouth. The white jade toad directly swallowed Lin Feng's blood. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a very close connection between him and the white jade toad. Gua gua gua. The white jade toad immediately jumped up and landed on Lin Feng's palm, transmitting an extremely close emotion fluctuation to Lin Feng. The black bear devil king said, "The white jade toad will become stronger the further it evolves. As for what kind of powerful abilities it will awaken in the future, I am not sure either." Lin Feng nodded and sent the white jade toad into his mountain river ring. In these few years, Lin Feng had killed many strong enemies, including many evil demon experts. After obtaining those people's storage rings, Yi Zichen was shocked. He also discovered a lot of deadly poisons. Now, Lin Feng took out all of these deadly poisons and fed them to the white jade toad. He placed the deadly poison in a porcelain trough that was over 20 cubic meters in size. For the white jade toad, the deadly poison was its food. Therefore, after smelling the scent of the deadly poison, the white jade toad was extremely excited. It directly jumped into the porcelain trough that contained all kinds of deadly poisons and began to absorb them. So much deadly poison was actually being devoured by the white jade toad at a visible speed. This made Lin Feng extremely astonished. The white jade toad's speed of devouring deadly poison was simply too fast. Lin Feng retracted his divine perception. In the next few days, he did not come out of seclusion. About 7 or 8 days later, Lin Feng discovered that there were people conducting a sudden inspection of every private room. These people were from the Divine Land Trading Company. Their actions caused many people to be dissatisfied. However, the Divine Land Trading Company said that someone had ambushed and killed a higher-up of the Divine Land Trading Company, while the cultivators of the Divine Land Trading Company were chasing after that assassin. That assassin suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. The Divine Land Trading Company suspected that the assassin had an accomplice. It was the assassin's accomplice who had hidden the assassin. The passengers were helpless when the Divine Land Trading Company wanted to investigate the assassin. They could only open the private room for the Divine Land Trading Company's people to inspect. The Black Bear Devil King said, "These people are obviously looking for the person who obtained that young cultivator's ring." Lin Feng nodded. These people were actually looking for him. When he thought about how there were no surveillance spirit arrays around the casino, Lin Feng felt slightly relieved. Not long after, someone knocked on Lin Feng's door. He opened the door and saw more than 10 cultivators of the Divine Land Trading Company standing outside. The cultivation level of the cultivator in the lead was extremely tyrannical. Lin Feng felt that this person's cultivation level was probably already half a step into the heavenly god realm. "Where did you go 8 days ago? Who did you meet? What did you talk about?" The cultivator narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. "I went to the casino and stayed for a while before coming out. Then, I returned to my residence. After that, I didn't go out." Lin Feng said. "You still haven't said who you were in contact with and what you talked about." The person said coldly. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I didn't meet anyone, nor did I talk about anything." The cultivator sneered and said, "You'd better tell the truth. Otherwise, don't blame the Divine Land Trading Company for being impolite to you." "Impolite to me? What a joke. I'd like to see how you're going to be impolite to me. Is this how the Divine Land Trading Company operates?" Lin Feng sneered. "Brat. Who do you think you are to dare question the Divine Land Trading Company?" The cultivator looked at Lin Feng indifferently, a trace of killing intent in his eyes. "Hong Zheng, calm down. This little brother is young and impetuous. You don't have to be calculative with him." A woman walked over and said aloud. This woman looked to be about 30 years old. She was tall and voluptuous, and her face was exquisite and beautiful. Her pair of alluring red phoenix eyes were like 2 pools of spring water, and her eyes were like silk. She had a mature and charming temperament. She could definitely be called a rare beauty. Chapter 1845. The cultivator named Hong Zheng couldn't help but groan coldly. He glanced at Lin Feng coldly and left. The rest of the people followed him to the next private room. Little brother, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Hong Zheng is a hot-tempered person, but he doesn't have a bad heart. He was rude today because he was too eager to catch that assassin, the woman said aloud. Her voice was gentle and seductive. Lin Feng smiled and cupped his fists. I'm a magnanimous person and won't stoop to his level. Hong Zheng, who had already walked more than 10 meters away, heard Lin Feng's words and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Even the beautiful woman was slightly taken aback. She had thought that this matter would be left unsettled in the end. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would say such words? The beautiful woman quickly came back to her senses and couldn't help but smile bitterly. She exchanged a few words with Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng returned to the box and couldn't help but frown. If the people of the Divine Land Trading Company continued to investigate, it was inevitable that they would find some clues. Therefore, Lin Feng left the box and went outside to check. If he encountered any special situation, Lin Feng planned to escape immediately. However, when Lin Feng came to the deck, he found that the restriction of the giant ship had been activated. Unless he broke the formation by force, he couldn't get out at all. The restriction of the giant ship was very powerful and it would take a certain amount of time to break the formation. Breaking the formation by force would definitely alarm the Divine Land Trading Company's Divine Land experts. Such a huge fleet, so many experts, and a heavenly god expert overseeing it. Once trapped, it would definitely be a situation of 9 deaths. No matter how strong a person was, there was no way he could fight against a huge fleet. Moreover, there were many powerful cultivators on the fleet. As the saying went, ants could bite an elephant to death. Moreover, there were so many cultivators gathered together. The combat power that could erupt was naturally unimaginable. Lin Feng decided to wait and see for the time being. Because there was no evidence that the people of the Divine Land Trading Company were targeting him. Therefore, there was no need to panic. In the few days after he returned to the private room, he did not go out. The people of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company were still investigating the possible suspects. Main control room. There was a huge crystal screen in the control room. Many different scenes were being played on these crystal screens. A tall middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa and sipping tea. Hong Zheng stayed by the man's side. The middle-aged man's name was Hong Tianqi. He was a heavenly god realm powerhouse from the Divine Prefecture Trading Company. He was also Hong Zheng's uncle. His cultivation base. Unfathomable. How's the investigation going? Hong Tianqi asked. No results. Hong Zheng shook his head. The person who entered the casino that day must have obtained that treasure, Hong Tianqi said in a deep voice. This was because the origin crystals were exchanged in the innermost exchange room of the casino. And if that cultivator wanted to escape, he would definitely pass by the casino. That was why Hong Tianqi made such a judgment. What a pity. We didn't set up any surveillance spirit arrays in or around the casino, so we couldn't find out what happened. Hong Zheng said with a gloomy expression. Hong Tianqi said, the casino and the brothel are all on the 32nd floor. I've already ordered people to look back at the scenes recorded by the restriction spirit arrays on the 32nd floor. When we find these people, we'll investigate them one by one. Well, although it will waste a lot of time, it's not a bad idea. Hong Zheng nodded. What's going on? Didn't they just investigate a few days ago? Why are they investigating again? Lin Feng heard the quarrel outside. He opened the door of the private room and looked out. He found that the people of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company were investigating the fake assassin again. He could not help but frown slightly. He returned to the room and sat down to ponder. He felt that things were going in a bad direction. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company should have noticed some clues. Not long after, the people of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company knocked on Lin Feng's door again and asked the same questions as last time. However, Lin Feng still found the main point of these people's questions. They wanted to know who he was with and what people could prove it. Obviously, this question could not fool the people of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company, so Lin Feng gave the same answer as last time. After asking the questions, the people of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company left. There are more than 70 people in total who went to the 32nd floor alone, Hong Zheng said. Let Cheng Yoli test these people. Hong Tianqi said. Uncle, how can we do that? Hong Zheng's expression changed slightly. Hong Zheng had just hooked up with Cheng Yoli, a top-grade beauty. And he had not enjoyed her yet. Naturally, he did not want Cheng Yoli to do this. Hong Tianqi said in a low voice, Cheng Yoli is good at charm techniques, so she's the most suitable for this. Moreover, she just used charm techniques to charm those people and investigate the situation at that time. Nothing really happened between them, so you don't have to worry so much. Hong Zheng nodded with a gloomy expression. You will personally arrange this matter, Hong Tianqi said. Yes. Hong Zheng responded and walked outside. Check the images imprinted by the surveillance spiritual array in these 72 people's rooms, Hong Tianqi ordered. Yes, sir. The cultivator sitting in front of the crystal screen answered and began to bring up the surveillance images in each room. He checked them one by one. He wanted to see if he could find any clues. Lin Feng looked at the concealed surveillance spiritual array in the room and could not help but frown slightly. It seems that there are still some flaws here, but they can't be sure that it's me based on this flaw alone, Lin Feng thought to himself. He was quite disdainful of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company. One should know that cultivators preferred freedom. And many cultivators had their own secrets. Naturally, he hated things like surveillance spiritual arrays. Therefore, the fleets of the major trading companies were not allowed to set up surveillance spiritual arrays. Even in some public areas. They were also not allowed to set up surveillance spiritual arrays. But the Divine Prefecture Trading Company secretly set up surveillance spiritual arrays. However, the surveillance spiritual arrays set up by the Divine Prefecture Trading Company were very special, and Lin Feng had a hard time discovering them. As for the other cultivators, it was even harder to discover them. Perhaps this was why the Divine Prefecture Trading Company dared to set up surveillance spiritual arrays. Lin Feng directly destroyed the surveillance spiritual array in the room. He hoped that the people of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company would think that he destroyed the surveillance spiritual array in the room. That was why they did not imprint the images in the room. Of course. Lin Feng did not know whether the people of the Divine Prefecture Trading Company would think so. This was just his hope. Now Lin Feng had begun to plan how to leave this ancient ship. The next day, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng opened the door and saw the extremely beautiful woman he had seen a few days before. She was standing outside. Chapter 1846. Lin Feng had a faint smile on his face as he said, "Is there something you need from me, fairy?" "Fairy?" The woman was stunned for a moment before she giggled. "You sure know how to talk, little brother. I have some things that I would like to ask little brother about. Would it be possible for us to enter the room and talk about it?" He had no idea what this woman was up to, but since she wanted to talk about it, he would agree. Lin Feng naturally didn't mind talking to her and seeing what she was up to. Said Lin Feng smiling. "It's an honor for you to come here and ask me about something. Please come in and have a chat." Lin Feng opened the door and invited the woman into the room. He then closed the door behind him. In the main control room. Through the surveillance formation in the corridor, the scene of Lin Feng talking to the woman appeared on a crystal screen. Hong Zheng's eyes flashed coldly when he saw Lin Feng. He naturally remembered Lin Feng. Moreover, he had once wanted to kill Lin Feng. "Have you replayed the recording in that kid's room?" Hong Zheng asked in a deep voice. The guard captain in charge of replaying the recording said, reporting to young master, "Because we have to re-watch the recordings in the 72 rooms, the task is quite heavy, so we haven't had the time to re-watch the recording in that kid's room. There's no need for now. Switch the crystal screen to his room," Hong Zheng said. There were a total of 36 crystal screens, and they could be switched at will through the formation. Shua. With a flash of light, All 36 crystal screens were switched to Lin Feng's room. However, the crystal screens turned white, and nothing could be seen. "Uncle, what do you think is going on? Could it be that the brat discovered the surveillance formation?" Looking at the white crystal screen, Hong Zheng's expression changed abruptly. Hong Tianqi frowned slightly and asked, "You've interacted with that kid before. What's his cultivation level?" "That kid deliberately hid his cultivation level, so it's very difficult for me to determine it. However, I can vaguely sense that his cultivation level isn't very high. It seems to be the Godfire realm," Hong Zheng said. "Since you can't sense his cultivation level, why do you think so?" Hong Tianqi frowned slightly. Hong Zheng said, "Uncle, my cultivation technique is the divine heaven burning art. Thus, my ability to sense fire is something that others cannot compare with. Although that brat hid his boundary, I could faintly feel the existence of a divine flame within his body. This means that he is at least a divine flame realm cultivator, and his divine flame doesn't contain the aura of true divinity laws. This means that he didn't break through into the true deity realm, so I determined that his cultivation is at the divine flame realm." The transformation of a divine flame realm cultivator also began from their own divine flame. He had comprehended the concept of true divinity and integrated it into his own laws. He used the divine fire to envelop the laws and temper his own divine fire laws. Under the refinement of the divine fire, the divine fire laws in his body would transform into true God laws. This was the symbol of breaking through from the divine flame realm to the true God realm. Due to the transformation of a true God's law, it was formed by the refinement of a cultivator's God flame. Therefore, a cultivator's divine fire would be imprinted with the aura of a true God's law. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to sense this. Because of the uniqueness of Hong Zheng's cultivation technique. Only then did he sense Lin Feng's divine fire. At the same time, he also sensed that Lin Feng's divine fire did not contain the aura of a true God's law. This meant that Lin Feng was not a true divinity realm cultivator. He's not even a true divinity realm cultivator. "It seems that my worries were unnecessary," Hong Tianqi said. Hong Zheng's heart skipped a beat. "Uncle, you were originally worried that the brat discovered the surveillance spiritual formation and then destroyed it." Hong Tianqi nodded and said, "Now it seems that there might be some problems with the surveillance spiritual formation itself. Then what do we do now?" Hong Zheng asked. "That brat's boundary isn't high. Isn't it easy for Cheng Yoli to deal with him? The result will be out soon, we just have to wait for a while," Hong Tianqi said. Hong Zheng nodded. In the private room, Lin Feng and the beautiful woman sat on the sofa. Then, Lin Feng brewed a cup of spirit tea for the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman took a sip elegantly. Then, he said with a smile, "This spiritual tea tastes pretty good. Little brother, you really know how to enjoy it." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Originally, I didn't like drinking tea, but sometimes, when I think about things, I drink some spirit tea to clear my mind." The woman smiled. "This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. How should I address you, little brother?" Lin Feng, a disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect. Lin Feng said with a faint smile. There was no need for him to hide his identity. The reincarnation immortal sect was one of the most powerful forces in the 9 states. The Divine Land Trading Company was nothing compared to the reincarnation immortal sect. The beautiful woman was shocked when she heard that Lin Feng was a disciple of the reincarnation celestial sect. He didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a huge force behind him. Although the reincarnation immortal sect's sphere of influence was in the northern barbarian state, however, such a colossus had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. In fact, they had an intricate network of relationships and enormous connections in the entire 9 prefectures. This was something that the beautiful woman was extremely clear about. "I'm a disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect. I apologize for my rudeness." The beautiful woman stood up and bowed slightly. "Fairy, you're too courteous. I haven't asked how I should address you." Lin Feng asked the beautiful woman. "Cheng Yoli." The beautiful woman smiled charmingly and walked towards Lin Feng. Then, she sat down beside Lin Feng. Her slender jade-like hand gently brushed the black hair that fell down her face. Her action was extremely seductive. The beautiful woman sat beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng could even smell her alluring fragrance. Lin Gongzi, am I beautiful? The beautiful woman's voice was very soft and seductive. Of course you're as beautiful as a fairy, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Gongzi, you really know how to talk, the beautiful woman said with a charming smile. Her every move was filled with a soul-stirring charm. Her eyes were watery as she looked at Lin Feng. She bit her red lips and said, Young master, if you think I'm beautiful, are you willing to do something for me? Lin Feng looked into the beautiful woman's eyes. His gaze gradually became blurry. When she saw this, the beautiful woman's lips curled into a smug smile. Her charm arts could be used silently. Perhaps a slight movement or a glance could be used to cast her charm arts. Moreover, her opponent would be charmed without even knowing what was going on. The charm technique used by the beautiful woman had almost never failed. She was even more confident when facing Lin Feng. This was because a young cultivator like Lin Feng would have less self-control when facing a beautiful woman. His vigilance would also be inferior to those experienced cultivators. Therefore, it was easy for her to use her charm arts to charm a young cultivator like Lin Feng. I have something to ask you. Lin Gongzi, you must answer honestly, the beautiful woman said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded mechanically. It was as if he had really fallen for the beautiful woman's charm arts and was completely under her control. Chapter 1847. The beautiful woman was very satisfied with Lin Feng's performance. This was within her expectations. She asked, You came to the Returning Ruins region. Are you here to enter the Returning Ruins battlefield? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Why can't I sense your cultivation base? What's your strength? The beautiful woman asked. I'm at the Divine Fire Realm. My cultivation technique is special. It allows me to conceal my cultivation base. Lin Feng said. When the beautiful woman heard that Lin Feng was only a Divine Fire Realm cultivator, a look of disdain appeared on her face. He had never joined the 10 great celestial sects. However, he had heard of them. Divine Fire Realm cultivators were considered ordinary disciples in the 10 great celestial sects. A few days ago, did you obtain anything special? The woman decided to get straight to the point and ask Lin Feng what he wanted to know. She didn't ask about the white jade toad directly because she didn't know what to look for. The white jade toad was very important. The news had been sealed. I did, Lin Feng said. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up. She asked, What did you get? Hurry up and give it to me. Lin Feng took out a book. Then, he handed it to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman opened the book and read its contents. Her face flushed red. She gritted her teeth and said, I don't want such a filthy book. Is there anything else? Nothing else. Lin Feng said. You really don't have anything else? The beautiful woman frowned. She felt that something was wrong with Lin Feng, but she couldn't tell what it was. Lin Feng said. I really don't have anything else. Take out the most precious treasures in your storage ring and let me have a look. The beautiful woman smiled charmingly. A disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He had an extraordinary background. He must have a lot of treasures on him. She could steal his treasures. He might not even realize it. By the time he did, it would be too late. Even if he did, it wouldn't be a big deal. Did he have any witnesses or evidence? I don't have any treasures. They're all worthless, Lin Feng said. Worthless things? How could this be? As a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, how could you not have any treasures? I can see for myself whether you are lying or not, the beautiful woman said and was about to take off Lin Feng's storage ring. Who would have thought that Lin Feng, who was originally bewitched by the charm technique, would take the initiative to stand up and directly push the beautiful woman down? You, the beautiful woman immediately panicked. Obviously, she didn't expect this to happen. Wasn't this guy bewitched by her charm technique? Why did this guy suddenly wake up? The beautiful woman was also a smart person. After a brief moment of panic, she quickly regained her senses. She shrieked, Were you toying with me? Lin Feng said faintly, now you realize that I'm playing with you. You're too stupid. It's you. That person is you, right? The treasure has been taken by you. The beautiful woman shouted. What treasure? I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't admit it. The beautiful woman began to struggle. She had the cultivation of the true God realm, so she thought that it would not be easy to deal with Lin Feng. However, she quickly realized that she didn't even have the strength to struggle in front of Lin Feng. This man in front of her. He had already sealed her magic power without making a sound. At that moment, the woman realized that she had underestimated Lin Feng. The beautiful woman said coldly, "This is the Divine Land Trading Company's spaceship. You'd better let me go quickly. Otherwise, you should know the consequences." Consequences? What consequences can there be? Do you think that those people can see what's happening in the room? Let me tell you, I've already destroyed the surveillance spiritual array. They can't see what's happening in the room, Lin Feng sneered. The beautiful woman's expression changed abruptly. She said in disbelief, "You actually discovered the surveillance spiritual array?" "Yes. Is it strange? I wonder if the news of the Divine Land Trading Company secretly setting up surveillance spiritual arrays on the spaceship and even in the private rooms spread. Will it cause public anger? When that happens, the Divine Land Trading Company will probably collapse, right?" Lin Feng said with a sneer. "Doing this won't do you any good," said the beautiful woman. "Perhaps, we can choose another way to solve this problem." "Oh, another solution?" Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman with a faint smile and asked, "What's your status in the Divine Land Trading Company?" "The Grand Elder of the Divine Land Trading Company is my master," said the beautiful woman. "No wonder you're protecting the Divine Land Trading Company. How about we make a deal?" Lin Feng's right hand gently caressed the beautiful woman's delicate face. "What deal?" asked the beautiful woman. "I think you must have a way to quickly activate the restrictions on the ancient ship, right? I want to leave the ancient ship, and you help me activate it. This is the deal between us," said Lin Feng. The beautiful woman sneered. "You're in such a hurry to leave the ancient ship. You still dare to say that the treasure isn't with you?" Lin Feng said, "We're not talking about the treasure, but whether or not you'll activate the ancient ship's restrictions. Why should I agree to that?" The beautiful woman said coldly, "Hong Zheng and the others know that I've entered your room. If they see that I'm not leaving, they'll come in very soon. At that time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings." Lin Feng said with a smile, "I forgot to tell you that I'm an extremely powerful spiritual array master. I don't think it'll be a problem for me to temporarily seal the room. Hong Zheng and the others won't be able to enter. Will they think that you've taken a fancy to me and want to sleep with me in the room? You're shameless." The beautiful woman bit her red lips and shouted. "A man and a woman alone in a room can do a lot of things. My patience is limited. If you agree, you'll have to swear an oath. If you don't, since I can't escape, I don't mind having some fun before I die," Lin Feng said with a smile as he slowly moved his head closer to the beautiful woman. The two of them were only a few centimeters apart. The beautiful woman's face turned red. She wanted to push Lin Feng away, but she felt powerless. In the main control room. Yoli has been in there for an hour. Why hasn't she come out yet? Could something have happened to her? Hong Zheng's expression was gloomy. "You're going to do great things in the future. How can you be so impatient?" Hong Tianqi said in a low voice. He then continued, "Moreover, she's just a woman. As long as we can get the answer we want, a woman is nothing. We can get as many as we want." Hong Zheng nodded with a gloomy expression and waited for another hour. Cheng Yoli still hadn't come out of Lin Feng's room. It was easy to guess what had happened between a man and a woman after such a long time. Hong Zheng quickly walked towards Lin Feng's room. Bitch. I want to touch your hand, but you won't even let me. How many times have you met that brat? You're actually hooking up with him now." Hong Zheng's heart burned with jealousy. His face was filled with killing intent. The dozen guards behind Hong Zheng didn't dare to say anything. They didn't dare to provoke Hong Zheng at this time.